This session is going to be covering a multitude of different topics, ranging from how you can start preparing for the exam, all the way up to how you can go into the exam to kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. So, the topics that are going to be covered, tips I find most helpful for people to go into the exam to kick it directly in the chest to get the job done, most common reasons why people fail the exam, and different things that people often will do inside of the exam that could be detrimental to their process and lower their confidence of being able to believe that they can actually pass the exam. We will get into the differences between a subpoena versus a court order. We'll get into when you should seek supervision versus referral, operant conditioning, and how that particularly looks like, the stages of community organizing. We'll also look at the medications, personality disorders. We'll get into the schizophrenia spectrum, the difference between bipolar 1 versus bipolar 2 disorder. We'll get into the acronym, the 5-step process that I recommend every single person to utilize to go into the exam to kick it directly in chest to get the job done, and then tie it all together with 25 practice questions to see where every single person is at. So my push for every single person is not to attempt to memorize anything or for them not to beat up on themselves if they do not do as well as they particularly would like to. Because a lot of times people come into these sessions expecting to get everything right or to be able to memorize everything, and then they want to slap the panic button. That is not the case, because you can always identify different ways to improve your process if you're not inside the actual exam. Why? Because what happens outside of the exam can be beneficial to what happens inside of the exam. But if you're not where you want to be right now, that doesn't mean that it's going to equate to how you actually do inside of the exam. So again, my biggest push is to allow for this session to build you up versus tear you down. So getting started, the tips I find most helpful, and again, if you already have a process and you're getting ready to go into the exam, I would not recommend making a lot of adaptations to your process at this point, because you've already identified what has worked best for you. But if you're finding yourself not being able to break down the questions in the most efficient manner that you would like to, or if you always find yourself stuck in between two answers, or you always find yourself wanting to take a right turn and second guessing yourself, this first recommendation is going to be right where you need to be of how you actually break down the question. And before I get into this, I always have people say, like, man, this exam is timed, right? Or, man, how am I going to be able to stay focused for that long? Well, my biggest recommendation is over time, you're going to get better at what you do. So being intentional and deliberate and making sure that whatever you do is best for you. However, my recommendation, and if I was to build a perfect test taking strategy, it would be to read the question 3 to 4 times before answering. And I know this is a timed exam. So if you're finding yourself being like, man, I'm going to run out of time, you can make adaptations as you start to identify how to break down the questions in the most efficient and effective manner for you. But each read has a purpose. So I would not recommend reading it less than 2 times. Why? Because most times people only read it 1 time and then find themselves only wrestling with the answers, and then they find themselves confused based on the fact that they might have forgot what the question actually states. But let's go through each what purpose serves. So the first time that you're reading the question is simply to understand what is going on within the situation. So a lot of times, again, this is where people stop. They'll read the question 1 time, go to the answer choices, and then try to find the buzzwords or different particular answers that they quote unquote should be looking for. What you need to be doing is identifying simply what is going on in this first read. But the second time that you're reading the question is to break down and identify the question and to identify the key details. Again, you need to identify what the heck is going on within the situation before you're able to find where the question is trying to lead you. So again, the first time is just simply understanding what's going on. Second time, you're picking down and identifying the key details. And we'll get into the 5-step process that I recommend people to utilize to break down every single question. And this is what we're talking about in this second read. And then the third and potentially fourth time that you're reading the question is to simply compare the answer that you think it is or the two answers that you think it are back to the question to ensure that the question aligns with where you actually think it's going. Because as I stated, a lot of times people will read the question one time, have no direction of where they're supposed to go, or they're only reading the last sentence and then they're lost. And then they get into the answers and say, well, my answer that I thought was supposed to be there's not there. Why is that? Why not? I've been studying. What's going on? The question is going to give you the answer every single time. There's not a single detail or a single sentence within that question that is going to allow for you to be able to identify what the heck is going on. So understanding what is there versus what you think is there or what somebody told you should be there. Because if you're not actually reading the exam and only basing your answer off of the answer choices, you might as well just not even read the question and then just go with the answer that you think. But a lot of times people will do that, walk outside of the exam and say, I don't even know what the heck happened. Everything I studied is for nothing. But again, having a process and being intentional and deliberate and having some accountability around where you're doing is going to be better than just doing it and shooting from the hip. So again, my recommendation is to, when you're reading the question, not just read it for the sakes of saying words, but what meaning can be derived from the words that are provided within the question, because the question is going to be the recipe for your answer. But if the question or recipe is not what you think it actually is, the answer may be the result that you think or want it to be, but it's going to taste different and it's going to be off because we didn't actually follow the recipe the way that we should have. So again, each read has a purpose. First time, simply to understand the situation. Second time, breaking down the key details of the question so that way you can compare the answer back to the question and make sure that they connect. Because if the details of the question do not connect with the answer that you're picking, but you're picking the answer based off of one word or part of the answer choice, then it's going to be bad moves, bad vibes, because you're going to be in a totally different question than what is actually there. The third and potentially fourth read is where you're comparing the answer that you think it is or the two answers that you think it are back to the question to see what is actually there. Because again, way too many times people have been conditioned or trained to look for certain words, only read part of the question, only read part of the answer. And if you're only doing half of an effort, you're going to get half but results. We don't need you to have something this important in your life and you only get 50%. We need to make sure it's 100% intentional and deliberate and aligned with what you know and what you want to do. And the second recommendation that I have is to never, ever, 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 ever second guess yourself. And I know this is the tips that I find most helpful for people to pass, but this is the number one reason why people fail the exam. The number one reason why people fail the exam is because they second guess themselves. They're not actually believing what they're doing and they're taking a left turn. And why I never recommend anyone to second guess themselves ever is because your anxiety is going to increase, which can destroy your confidence throughout the rest of the exam. Because a lot of times people will go into this exam with a backpack full of answers or based on shortcuts and doing what somebody else told them to do. And then they go into the exam, find the answers they're looking for based on what somebody told them to look for. And then they walk out of the exam and say, man, I'm not even sure what happened. I did what I was told to do and I failed. But again, you have to do what you think is right for you. You don't need to listen to what somebody else is telling you. Even stuff I say, I don't need you to be me. I need you to be 100% you in that process. So for example, if you go into the exam, you let the first couple of questions dictate how you're going. So let's say you're on question 1, 2, 3, 4. Question 5 is the one that you want to second guess on. You find your mind being like, man, these first 4 questions, they really got me my back against the wall. So on question 5, you want to go with B, but then you second guess yourself at the last second and go with C. You may move on to question 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's say you get to question 10. You're still thinking about question 5. So you essentially just wasted, quote unquote, the previous questions based on the fact that you weren't focused in the moment because you let one thought, one situation, or one person dictate how you're supposed to navigate the process. So that's what I mean is you never, ever, 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 ever second guess yourself, because every detail or every situation that you're in, you have to be you. But a lot of times people will tell you that you have to do a shortcut. You have to read only the last sentence. You have to do this. You have to do that. And I'm interacting with a lot of people and they're always saying they. Who is they? You're the person that's taking the test. This process has to represent what works best for you. And if you're finding yourself second guessing yourself, you need to put yourself in check and say, why am I doing this? Do I actually think I can pass the test? Or am I so doubtful of myself, my abilities, or my capabilities that I'm letting my power go and taking the power of somebody else that I don't even know tell me what I need to do? Because at the end of the day, if you're not representing what represents you, or where you come from, or how you identify, or how you think, or what you represent, you find yourself in a different manner. So you have to make sure that everything that you do leading up to this test is what you need to do. So what do I mean by this? Because this isn't just about a test, or this isn't just about a process or strategies and techniques. Your materials even have to line up with what you know. So what do I mean by that? Because some of us have not identified our learning style, and they have that book. And if you have the book, you know exactly the book I'm talking about, and you've been beating yourself up for not reading it, but you don't learn based on reading, but it's a better paperweight, but you've been conditioned and told that this book is your savior. This one book should be the only study materials that you need. But if you've been trying to read the book, but you don't learn based on reading, that book is as good as a paperweight and is just something to look at and make you doubt yourself even further. Or maybe somebody's told you like, man, you should only be reading the last sentence, but you know, deep down in your heart, you're like, man, I want to go with this answer, but somebody else told me to only read the last sentence, and the last sentence is addressing this answer. So I can't trust myself. So I have to start trusting this other individual that doesn't even know me because I can't trust myself. So that's what I'm talking about, is you have to sit yourself down and say, what do I need? What do I know? How do I know what I know? And where do I need to get information that's actually helping me versus hurting me? Because a lot of times when we're put into a situation that means a lot to us, we try to seek guidance from individuals or try to understand where people are particularly at, and we lose our judgment in what we think. So any information that you're putting into your mind or inside of your process has to make sense to you. And if it doesn't make sense for you, you need to identify, is this something that I want to pursue? And if not, then I have no business interacting with it. It doesn't matter if my coworker told you, doesn't matter if my friend told you, doesn't matter if I tell you, doesn't matter if anyone else tells you what you need. If it doesn't actually represent what you need, then you don't need it. You don't need everything. You need to identify how you work, how you process, and how you get information into your mind, and mind your own business. What I mean by that is a lot of times people will try to tell you what you need or try to convince you or sell you on what you particularly need within your situation. And if you've been listening to everybody and you have 4 or 5 different materials or 4 or 5 different strategies and techniques in your back pocket, what do you think is going to happen when you're in the exam? You're going to use the machine gunner technique, what I call it. And what I mean by that is you have 4 or 5 different strategies that you're about to machine gun out. Just, all right, I'm going to break down the question utilizing this way. All right, I'm going to break down the question utilizing it this other way. Man, I'm 3 strategies deep and I still can't find the answer. So it's like, brrr. But at the end of the day, if you're machine gunning, you're pretty much telling yourself like, man, I can't trust my judgment. So I have to trust 4 or 5 different other people, and particularly what I need to do for myself. So my recommendation is to identify where you're at and why you're doing the things that you're doing. Because again, if you have a ton of strategies, or you have materials that you're kind of like guilting yourself to want to get into, but you can't find yourself getting into it, you have to start asking yourself, what do you need? What are your needs? And how do you get to that way of obtaining something that you particularly need for yourself? Because the only person that's going to take this exam is you. You're the only person that can pass this test for you. So you may have all these different ways, but if you're getting put into a situation that you don't feel comfortable and confident in, because the more comfortable you are, the more confident you are, the more competent you're going to be. The more uncomfortable you are, the more unconfident you are, the more incompetent that you're going to be within the situation. So what my recommendation is to identify how this is happening. So if you're somebody that is falling victim to second guessing yourself, because a lot of us do this, we do it all the time, of like, man, am I really doing the right thing? Man, is this really going to be enough? I'm not really sure if this is what I should be doing. Even this morning, as I was preparing for this, I was like, man, are these questions really going to be tough? You really sure you still got this? You really about to share information that is actually about to help somebody today? Man, they're going to blaze through these questions and say you suck. But at the end of the day, it's, where's this coming from? Well, I care about everybody in the session. I want to make sure that they succeed. Okay, well, you're not the determinant of whether it's difficult or not based on the fact that you're the one that constructed it. So if you're finding yourself doubting yourself, you have to get to the root of it and identify where you're particularly at. So if you're like, man, I second guess myself all the time, my recommendation is to go with the answer that you think it is and get proof for how what you're feeling is. So what do I mean by that? So let's say you're breaking down the question outside of the exam, of course, because you don't want to try to combat second guessing for the first time inside of the exam, because that would be kind of tricky because you don't know if it actually works for you or not. But if that's the case, well, you can shoot from the hip and just stay consistent with whatever you do. So if you're practicing still, let's say you want to go with B, but you have all these different sources. Man, I should always rule out medical. Man, I always have to go with substance use. All right, I always have to go with child protective services, adult protective services. I always have to do this. I always have to do that. Okay, well, what do you actually think and what's in the question? So you go back to the question, identify what's going on, and go with the answer that you think it is. Because if you're right, it's going to reinforce that muscle of, man, I can trust myself. But if you're finding yourself wanting to still switch your answer and you get it wrong and you're like, man, I should have switched it because the answer that I was going to switch it to was correct, then you have to ask yourself, am I answering the questions at the speed that I should? Or do I need to slow it down, not pick an answer so quickly, and actually go with an answer that is backed with where I want to go? Because the best thing that you can do for yourself is to believe that you can actually do this. Because when you believe that you can actually do something, the likelihood of you actually achieving that is more likely than if you go in and be like, yep, I'm going to fail. I suck, man. I've already failed this exam before, or me and my friends have failed this test. This test is impossible. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to do this. Man, this person's smarter than me. So why am I going to think that I'm going to pass this test because they failed the test? You have to get all of those things out of your mind and unpack them and give yourself the permission to second check, because there is a difference between second guessing and second checking. A guess is something where you're just like, I guess I'm not even confident in this, but I'm going to guess at something. Well, second checking, when you check something, you are being intentional and deliberate in examining the process in a critical manner. So the difference between second guessing and second checking is, second guessing is you're picking something based off of something that's not there. Second checking is where you do an additional review of what is there to ensure that what you're seeing is actually within the situation. So for example, some of us may do this already. So normalizing this is important. So for example, I know I do this all the time. Before I'm leaving the house, I'm doing the 3 pats. And some of you may be like, man, what the heck's 3 pats? Well, Every time I leave the house, I do cell phone, keys, wallet. Every single time, cell phone, keys, wallet. Why? Because I know in my mind, if I have my cell phone, my keys, and my wallet, that I'm going to be able to sustain life at any capacity, any situation that I get put in. But if I just were to guess if I had my cell phone, keys, and wallet, I'm going to be in a bad situation if I don't actually have the things that I think that I have. Same thing in a question. If you're like, okay, I know that it's in the question because I've seen a question like this before, but it's not actually there, you're putting yourself into a dangerous situation. Or another example, even though I know sometimes that I lock the door, as I'm walking outside of the house, I'm like, man, I need to check if I locked that door. So then sometimes I'll turn around, jiggle the handle, and be like, all right, it's locked. Or even deeper than that, sometimes I get inside of the car and I'm like, man, I know I jiggled the handle, but what if it became unlocked based on the fact that I was jiggling that handle? As I'm driving away, I'm visualizing all my stuff getting stolen. But again, that's just some anxiety of like, man, I don't have control ever over every situation. So I'm in a bad spot. Some of us have that inside of us of like, even inside of the exam of like, man, I have to have control 100% of the time. I need to predict what these questions are saying because I don't have enough time to analyze and dissect specifically what I need to do for myself. So giving yourself that permission to second check, which is again the third and fourth read of the 3 to 4 time process. If I need to identify if the answer that I think it is or the two answers that I think it are align back to the question, one of these answers can only be true. What is the difference between these two answers that I'm stuck on? So don't get yourself caught into this mode of I have to be perfect. I need to do all these different things based on the fact that what you're doing needs to lead you where you're particularly at. So again, if you find yourself struggling with second guessing, those are different ways to combat that and identify where you are particularly at. Don't let one thought, one situation, or one person tell you specifically what you need based on the fact that you are the only person on this planet that knows yourself best. You're the only person on this planet that knows how you specifically do things and why you do the things that you do. So don't let anyone outside of your situation tell you what you need to do in this exam based on the fact that you know yourself, what tendencies you have, how you identify things, how you cope with different things, and what are different things that you may have to identify within the situation versus somebody else. The third tip that I find most helpful is you have to identify a way to reset your mind when it finds itself starting to wander or you're starting to feel anxious based on the fact that if you're not in the most calm mind state or focused mind state, it's more likely that you're going to make a mistake. So if we want to get into neuroscience, and I'm not a neuroscientist, but bear with me, but if we know what a stressful situation looks like, we know how we can hack inside of our mind to cope with it in a better manner. So what do I mean by this? Because we know when we get into a stressful situation, our frontal cortex, which deals with our reasoning part of our mind that makes the decisions, goes offline. So if somebody were to come into my apartment, kick the front door in and say, I'm going to kill you today, I'm not going to sit there analyzing and then go, well, how did they kick the door in? What is the most appropriate action that I should do right here? Okay, well, this person, do I know this person? No, I'm not thinking about these things. This isn't a TV show. I don't have this inner dialogue based on the fact that I'm a human. And most times when situations like that happen, our frontal cortex is snapped offline. We are now acting out of our amygdala or a limbic system and fight, flight, freeze, and submit. I'm either going to go at the person, take them out. I'm either going to run. I'm either just going to be like, dude, you can take whatever you want. Or I'm just going to be like dissociating, be like, boom, I'm gone. I'm out. So in this exam, that's going to come out for some of us based on the fact that this is a stressful situation and warranted because we care about our future. We care about what we particularly want. So I get the question all the time, Phil, I struggle with anxiety, or like, man, my attention is all over the place, or man, I'm not even really sure how I should be able to do this based on the fact of all these different factors. So my biggest recommendation is to identify the tendencies that you have outside of the exam and try to mimic them with inside of the exam. Or you're like, man, I am such a structural individual that I need to make sure that I can almost feel what the exam feels like. Well, then I would recommend mimicking the conditions of the exam as much as you possibly can. So, for example, I fidget with things all of the time, 100% of my days. Every single day, I'm like, man, I'm flipping my hat around. Man, I'm like twiddling a pen. I'm like twiddling a chapstick. I'm just all over the place. But when I'm fidgeting with things, it helps me stay more focused because when I'm not fidgeting with things, my attention is everywhere else, everywhere else. So it's kind of like a mindfulness technique of like, man, you need to stay in the moment. You can't be thinking about this, or you can't be doing this, you can't be doing that. But for some people, if I was to recommend, man, you need to fidget with things, man, you need to be doing all over the place, they'd be like, man, that is more distracting to me. My anxiety is 10 times higher. Well, identifying what you do outside. So if you're somebody that's like, man, I'm doing deep breathing all the time, like I'm a meditator, I do meditation all the time. Okay. Well, you can't just full out do a meditation when inside of the exam, but what are things that you can make adaptations to in that meditation to allow for yourself to utilize the benefit of it? Or if you're like, man, I'm somebody that works out, well, you can't have like a bench press or a squat rack or start getting up and running around the room in the exam. But what are ways that you can simulate physical activity for yourself in order to get the job done? One strategy, if you're somebody that benefits from physical activity on a stress relief, is progressive muscle relaxation. For those who don't know what that is, it's where you tense a part of your body for 10, 15, 20 seconds and then loosen it, and it simulates, and you can visualize your stress or your anxiety going away from your body. Because if you make a fist for 10, 15, 20 seconds and you're squeezing it heavy, you're going to be able to feel the blood go back into your hands, which you can visualize the stress and anxiety going away from you. Or you're like, man, I need to be tapping all the time. Well, you might be learning how to tap your hand, or you're somebody that's like, man, I get really, really distracted by sound. Well, they have noise canceling headphones with inside of the exam room that you can utilize. Or you're like, man, I need to be somebody that writes stuff down all the time. Well, you're in luck. The exam site should provide a whiteboard or scrap sheet that you can write the details down. So if you're like, man, I didn't know that, or man, I haven't really been practicing that, but I naturally am writing things down. Well, maybe you have to get a whiteboard or practice writing details down as you're breaking down questions. So that way, when you go inside of the exam, it's not a mistake or practice run. You have been so intentional and deliberate to know what to expect, because when you have some predictability, you're able to feel more comfortable within the situation. But if you're not practicing any of this, or you haven't been mindful of this, you may be challenging yourself of saying like, man, I need to do this more, or man, I need to start doing this. I need to start focusing on what I need to do, how to reset myself. How do I get myself back in that mode? What are things that I need to do, or what are adaptations that I particularly need to do in order to get the job done? How can I get myself moving? What are things that I need to do for myself? So understanding that the way that you do one thing is the way that you do everything. So if you find yourself being like, man, I'm going to do half this, half that, and do yourself, or I'm jumping around or not finishing things, or wanting to rush through things, you have to challenge yourself to make adaptations to your process before you get into an exam that is going to challenge you and push you and mold you and try to make you to make a mistake. So identifying ways for you to make adaptations to your process is going to be way more important than getting yourself thrown around, doing all these different things, allowing yourself to do wildness. And you have to identify what are things that make me feel more comfortable, confident, and that could cause me to be more intentional and deliberate within the situation. And another thing that is related to this is if you're finding yourself feeling unmotivated, or you find yourself doubting yourself, or you're like, man, I'm not bringing it today, man. Like I have nothing to give. Well, you have to identify why you're doing this, because a lot of times people don't burn out because of what they do. They burn out because they forget why they started doing the thing that they want to do. So if you failed the exam before, you may not want to bring the heat. You may not want to bring the fire. You may not want to bring the passion to the exam or you're studying anymore because you're not where you exactly want to be. But you're too close to yourself because you're fixated on the result versus why you want the result. Like, what is this result going to do for you? What is this exam or what is this passing of the exam going to do for you? And not specifically just you, but the people that came before you, the people that are going to come after you, or the people that are directly in your situation right now. So if you're feeling unmotivated or you're feeling burnt down, you're feeling like this exam really has violated you, you need to separate that and say, this exam is just a situation, but why I want to complete this situation is X. Why I want to do this is Y. So you have to identify your why within the situation to keep yourself going, because you're not going to feel motivated every day. You're not going to feel pumped up all the time. You're not going to do all these different things 100% of your days. But at the end of the day, you giving 80% one day is more than given 0%. You studying for 1 minute is 1 minute longer than you would have done if you had done none. So if you did a minute every single day for a month, you have either done 28 minutes, 30 minutes, or 31 minutes, depending on the month. But at the end of the day, it is longer than if you gave 0 time. So you have to separate what you want to do from why you want to do it. And that's important because at the end of the day, as you get closer to your exam, you might start reversing the motivation. And it may be like, yep, I'm not where I want to be, so I'm not going to bring it, because it's easier for me not to give 100% than to say that I'm not feeling as confident as I wanted to, but I have to believe that everything that I've done up to this moment has led me to this exact moment that can lead me further than I would have been than when I've just first started. So that's the important moment, is how do you get yourself to reset? How do you get yourself to be in a moment that you may not feel comfortable and confident within the situation? And it's okay not to feel 100%. So that's where you have to get yourself going, is reminding yourself why you're doing the things that you're doing. And my fourth recommendation is to trust yourself. You have to start doing what you think is right for you. Way too many times people let a program or a Facebook group or video or all these different things make them doubt themselves, or they start doing what their friend told them, their colleague told them, and all these different things based on the fact that they've lost faith in who they are and they've started to believe what that person particularly needs. So that's my fourth recommendation, is to trust yourself and base your answers and prep on what works best for you, not somebody else. Because I hear it all the time, Phil, I bought this program because my supervisor told me, or my friend told me, or I just Googled it and identified all these different things. And now I have way too many materials, or I'm starting to break down the questions and I'm going with the buzzwords and I'm not a bee and I'm getting stung all over the place. And I'm getting myself all caught up in situations that I know I shouldn't be in. Well, at the end of the day, you have to start identifying what you need, because way too many times people don't ask themselves the critical questions and get the answers that they particularly need. So what do I mean by this? Because if you've never asked yourself, what is my learning style? What are my things that I need to do to get myself closer? Because a lot of times people want to share and be generous, but they're not considering what does it mean and what responsibility are you putting on yourself if you're adding more. Because a lot of times less is more. Because again, people get on Facebook or people get on YouTube or people get in all these different situations and they're like, man, I have that book, or man, I started watching these videos, or man, I'm watching this other video, I'm watching this. This program tells me every time that I see child protective services, adult protective services, right to self-determination, I need to do all these different buzzwords of feelings and go all these different things. Or man, this one person gave me a printout and it explained the theories this one way. I've been repping and rocking with you, Phil, and you break down the theories this other way. I started watching this other video and this person breaks it down a third way. and I have 3 different ways and I feel cool about it, but I have no idea what I just read. So you have to start doing what you think is right. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what those programs say. It doesn't matter what your coworker said. It doesn't matter what your supervisor said. It doesn't matter what your friends said. It matters what works best for you and how you're going to get the job done. Because your friend wants to help you, but if your friend is not asking you, how do you learn? What are the things that you need to do? How much time do you have? How much stress do you have? What are all these different things within your situation? They're actually doing you a disservice and hurting you. So what do I mean by this? Because if you've never asked yourself, what is my learning style? Or if no one's ever asked you that, well, the best way that you can do it is identify it from your own perspective. So my biggest recommendation is go to YouTube, pop up one of my videos, mute the audio, and watch what is happening. If you can understand what's going on as I'm breaking down the questions without any audio, you're a visual learner. However, if you're like, man, I'm totally lost, not really sure what the heck I'm supposed to be doing, well, unmute the audio, close your eyes, and listen to what's happening. If you can visualize what is happening and understand based on that, you're an auditory learner. If you're like, man, I have the strongest urge to want to write stuff down, or man, I need to visualize this and start acting this out, well, you're a tactile or kinesthetic learner. So you have to make sure the materials you're repping and rocking with are actually aligning to that. So just because you have a material or just because somebody offers to give you a material, it may not be something that you need to do based on the fact that you're uniquely gifted and talented within your own right. But if you start doing and generalizing yourself to fit in the mold of what somebody else is telling you that you should be doing, and if you don't actually fit into that mold, a lot of what you're doing is not actually going to lead up to this. But a lot of times people would rather have too many materials and not actually listen to what they need for themselves because they've disconnected themselves and said, yep, I can't trust myself at all. I'd rather go on all these different groups or all these different things and hear from all these different people than to listen to myself because I have all the answers that I particularly need. So after you identify your learning style, it's deeper than that. It's deeper than just learning your learning style because you have to identify what specifically works for you. And I get it all the time. Phil, man, I want to rep and rock with you, but I don't utilize the acronym. Is that okay? 100%, because the acronym does not make sense to everybody. Or you're like, man, I found it really awful that I have that book, but I feel guilty because I spent money on it or somebody got it for me, but I've never opened and pent the pages. Well, if you're not a visual learner or tactile learner, of course, you're not going to be reading a book. You have to be doing the things that you specifically need. But if you're like, man, I'm not really sure if what I should be doing, or man, I have that book and you keep bringing it up. So how do I actually mobilize it? Or how do I actually create that in a way that makes sense for me? Well, if you have a cell phone and you have a video, an audio recorder, you can record yourself reading the book to yourself. So that way you now have an audio version of this if you're an auditory learner. So you have to connect yourself and align yourself with what works best for you, not for somebody else, because I hear it all the time. Man, this program told me I should be doing this. This other thing said I should be doing this. Somebody told me I should be drinking honey because they drank honey before the exam. And now I'm going in the exam drinking honey and I still failed. So I must be the factor in the point of me not actually being able to pass the exam, which the honey has no connection to being able to pass the test. Because I hear all the time, man, this one program I was repping and rocking with told me that I have to get 75% on their exams or I should reschedule my exam. But the big thing that you have to keep in mind is there's not a single practice exam that is going to help you pass this exam. The only thing that dictates whether you pass or fail the exam is the actual exam. So if you're equating things that are not equatable to the actual exam, of course, you're not going to feel as comfortable and confident, because I've had people utilize that program and they've not gotten 75% on the actual thing of what that program told them they should. And then they started beating up on themselves and telling themselves they should reschedule their exam based on the fact that they didn't meet a standard of a program or a process that didn't actually align with what the actual exam was telling them to do. Because the only thing that dictates whether you pass or fail is the actual exam. So if you're beating up on yourself for not being able to memorize or conceptualize all these different topics or all these different things, or your scores aren't as high as that you'd want to do, you have to disconnect the result from the process. because the process is what you can bring into the exam, but the result is not what you can. And what do I mean by that? You can't go into the exam and say, man, I passed all these practice exams, so you should just let me pass. No, because you've done all these different things. So you have to understand what works for you, not what has worked for somebody else. So you have to be intentional and deliberate and hone into what you specifically need, and not let one thought, one situation, or one person tell you what you specifically need. And just because they sound awesome and just because they're providing all these different things doesn't mean that the things that they're providing are for you. And it doesn't mean that they're not good processes or good resources, but this process is as individualized as if you were working with the client. You wouldn't generalize your client and be like, yep, you need this. No, you have to be so connected to what you need that you don't let one thought, one situation, or one anything stop you, because you have to be you. You have to be 100% you. You don't have to get 100% on a practice exam. You don't have to get 100% on the real exam. The only thing that you have to get 100% on is being you that day, because you're the only thing that dictates whether or not you have the processes and strategies and techniques that you need, because there's 100% chance that the exam is going to bring the questions that they want you to take that day. So the fifth tip that I find most helpful is you have to develop a routine, because it allows for you to know what to expect and to keep your anxiety in check, because with clarification comes comfortability. And it's not just your learning style that you have to be connected with, but it's you have to be connected with your personality style. And what do I mean by this? Because a lot of times people think, man, this exam isn't about me doing a biopsychosocial assessment on myself. Why do you keep telling me that I have to be connected to my mental health? Or why do you think I have to be connected to my personality? Well, the best thing that you can do for yourself is to identify what specifically works for you versus what doesn't work for you. And the easiest way for me to break this down is into two categories. Before I do this, I'm going to preface, this isn't me saying that one is superior to the other, or me talking myself up in any way, shape, or form. I just utilize this spectrum because I know myself the best and what I know the things that I'm not. So the spectrum that I utilize are fills and not fills. One is not better than the other. But if you're not basing your preparation and process on your personality style, it's as good as if you're not studying at all. So let's start with fills. So if you're a fill, you're somebody that is flying off the handle. You have a ton of energy. You find it difficult to stay focused. And if somebody told you to get into a structural system, it'd make you feel uncomfortable. And when you're breaking down information, you're not focusing on one topic at a time. You find yourself wanting to focus on 3 to 4 topics at a particular time, but you still want to make progress in some way, shape, or form. Not fills, on the other hand, are individuals that are so structural that they have to plan every single thing. And if one thing goes against their plan, they almost feel like I need to restart over, but they still want to be accomplishing things. So if you were to put a fill into a not filled process of like, man, this is the length of time that you have to study. These are the orders that the topics have to go in. This is what this particularly looks like. Then you're going to be doing a disservice to that fill. However, if you're having a not fill go into a fill system, meaning you have that person that's so structural, studying with somebody that's bouncing from topic to topic to topic to topic to topic, and having no theme or rhyme or reason for why they're doing something, it's going to be the wrong process for you. So identifying your personality style is going to be important, because if you're trying to do a particular structural process and you find yourself not being structural, then you're going to be more harsh on yourself and be beating up on yourself for not doing the things that they tell you that you should be doing. On the other end of the spectrum, if you're not Phil and you're repping and rocking with something that's not going in a linear process, or somebody's telling you like, man, you don't have to study anything, you just have to do da, 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 and your anxiety is 12 times higher than if you were to actually stay connected with what you want. So basing it off of your personality style is going to be important. So after you identify that, you have to ask yourself 3 important questions. Some of us already have the first two questions, or maybe all three, already answered. So the first question is, how much is the length of time that you can study and still feel like you're prepared? So what do I mean by this? What's the shortest amount of time? And what's the longest amount of time in weeks or months? So if you're not identifying the length of time that you need, it's going to be harder for you to feel comfortable and confident going into the exam. So, for example, let's say we have somebody that's like, you know what? I need to study no less than 2 months, but anything longer than 4 months, and I'm going to feel burnt out. Okay. Well, that person should not schedule their exam within a month. That person should not schedule their exam after 4 months, because the length of your process is all dependent on who you are. I know a lot of times people like to tell you what length of time that you have to utilize or how you get stuff done, but that's not the truth. You have to identify within you, because there's sometimes that people are like, man, I only studied for 2 weeks and I went into the exam and passed. And you may be thinking, holy smokes, I would be so stressed if I did not study longer than 2 weeks, because any like 2 weeks would have me on the fritz. But someone that only needs to study 2 weeks, or feels 2 weeks is the longest amount of time, would hear somebody studying for a month or 2 months or 3 months and say, dang, I would literally go wild in that process. And the second question you have to ask yourself is, what is the length of time, or how much time do you have in your life to study? Because way too often, people are going to force themselves or tell themselves that they have to study a certain length of time. And when they don't meet that expectation, are beating up on themselves, but they don't keep in mind all these different factors that they have going on in their life, like the holidays going on, or man, you're busy or at work, or man, you have life stressors, or man, you have a problem with a family member, or man, you've experienced a death, maybe you experienced loss in some way, and you're not adding those factors in, and you're like, yep, I've not been studying as much as I want to, and it's my fault. And the third question, and the most difficult question for people to typically answer, is how much time can you actually study and retain and gain the information? Because a lot of times people want to study a certain length of time, but they lose focus, they feel burnt out, and they're all over the place, and they aren't actually gaining and retaining the information that they have in front of them. So, for example, let's say we have a person named Chap, and Chap's like, you know what? I'm going to study for 1 month to 3 months. Any shorter than a month, and I'm going to be super stressed out. Anything longer than 3 months, I'm going to feel burnt out and overwhelmed, and I'm going to start doubting myself. And then we ask them, what's the length of time that you have in your life, or how much time do you have in your life to dedicate to studying? And they say, man, you know what? I have an hour every single day, 1 hour every single day to dedicate to studying. Well, then the important question we have to ask them is, how much time can you study and actually retain and gain the information? And they say, you know what? If I'm being honest with you, I can only study for 30 minutes and then I start losing focus. Well, if you can only stay focused for 30 minutes, you have no business studying for an hour. Because if you're studying for an hour and you're only retaining and gaining 30 minutes, that additional 30 minutes can be dedicated to something else in your life that is actually going to help build you up versus tear you down. Because a lot of times, if you're wanting to study for an hour and then you want to get on your cell phone or you want to do something else within your situation, you're beating yourself up for that second 30 minutes that you didn't retain and gain any of the information that you've been doing. So you have to make sure that you're intentional and deliberate and being honest with yourself as you're going through studying, to ensure that your process actually aligns with where you actually want to be. And if you're like, okay, that sounds all good and dandy, but how do I particularly study? Okay, well, if you're a Phil, you're not going to break it down by topic. You're going to break it down based on themes of topics. So, what do I mean by that? So, a lot of times people are going to be like, okay, well, I heard that I should be studying topic, 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 topic. Well, a Phil, again, bounces from topic to topic to topic to topic. So, in that particular situation, you may do a theme of a topic. So, for example, maybe human developmental theories 1 week is not just going to be like, okay, well, I'm going to start with Erickson's, go to Piaget, go to Kohlberg's, go to Freud, go to the Maslow's, go to the stages of grief, go to all these different things. You may say, if I review all of these things within this week, then I have accomplished my goal. That would sound stressful to a not Phil, because they're like, holy smokes, did you even complete anything? Well, again, the way that I would recommend a Phil to study is different than I would recommend a not Phil. So a not Phil, on the other hand, should identify specific things that they want to study every day or every 2 days to ensure that they're retaining and gaining the information. So again, rather than being like, okay, well, by the end of the week, I want to make sure that I've reviewed all these different topics, they may plan the topics that they review every single day. So maybe one day you're reviewing Erickson's, the next day you're reviewing Piaget, and the next day you're reviewing Kohlberg's, the next day you're reviewing Maslow's, the next day you're reviewing Freud, and then you want to do practice questions related to all of those. Because again, the goal is never to memorize anything, but be able to recognize and apply it when you go into the exam to get the job done. Because at the end of the day, if you're trying to memorize everything and the exam looks totally different than what you would have wanted to do, then you're going to be doing a disservice to yourself at that given moment. So making sure the way that you do it actually aligns with your learning style as well as your personality style. And let's skip to a week before the exam. And that's an important point of time or part of your process that I like to address, because at the end of the day, if you're a week out, or maybe even sooner than that, you may start doubting yourself on whether you're actually doing the right things, or if you know enough to actually go into the exam to pass the exam. So what that looks like is a week out, or maybe you're like 2 weeks out and you're feeling this way. You may start doubting yourself that you know nothing. You have no clue what you've been studying, and that you should reschedule because there may be a topic that you have to review additionally, and you're feeling stressed out. You're not feeling as motivated as you would have liked to have seen. Well, do not slap the panic button and want to reschedule based on the fact that that 1 week out mark is when the exam starts feeling real. So, of course, you're going to have heightened anxiety and want to protect yourself and make things as certain as you possibly can. So, the way that a Phil and not Phil would address this is going to be totally different. So, we'll start with a not Phil. Again, not Phils are people that are super structural. Well, my biggest recommendation is to identify topics that make you feel vulnerable, or that are making you question your process and are making you want to reschedule. And there may be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, however many topics that are making you question yourself. And what I would recommend doing is assigning a topic or two per day, not overwhelming yourself and teaching yourself that topic, but just recognizing and applying it to different situations. So that way, if you were to see it inside of the exam, you're able to put your anxiety to rest and actually allow for yourself to give yourself credit and not let one thought, one situation, or one person take you outside of what you know to be true. So a Phil, on the other hand, would be like, man, I ain't doing a topic per day. Well, then identify themes that you particularly need to do in order to get that done. So if you're like, man, all right, well, DSM really stresses me out. Okay, well, then rather than planning to do just the DSM, maybe have topics that make you feel stressed out and then space it out in a way that makes sense for you. Maybe you review the DSM, the meds, and the human developmental theories on the same day, and then space out and ensure that you do an overview of each of those topics leading up to your exam. Because again, Phil's like to bounce from topic to topic to topic. Not Phil's, on the other hand, like to be super structural. But the day before the exam is often something that is debated on or discussed or overanalyzed as well. So your personality style is going to dictate what you should do within that situation. Because a lot of times people are like, man, you should take the entire day off. It'll feel great. Well, if you told a Phil not to do something on a day, it would probably stress them out, because they like doing things all the time and they have to be doing something to stimulate all these different things. So what I would recommend a Phil doing the day before the exam is grabbing 10 to 15 practice questions not to see if you can get them right versus are you getting them wrong, but identifying, is the process that you plan to utilize in the exam something that you feel connected with and that works best for you? And if you're finding yourself wanting to second guess yourself, or you're finding yourself getting in the weeds or going with the buzzwords or doing all these different things, identifying ways to combat that within the situation to help yourself feel more comfortable and confident within this situation. Non-fills, on the other hand, I would recommend getting 5 to 10 practice questions, reviewing them again, not overthinking, not overanalyzing, but understanding how you're getting the answers right versus wrong, or if you're getting them wrong, why you're getting them wrong versus right, and not beating up on yourself. And the difference in questions is related to the fact that a not fill would feel super duper tempted to overdo it, and they don't want to stress themselves out or burn themselves out before getting the job done. So then the day of the exam has to be intentional and deliberate as well, and developing a routine and process is important related to this. So what do I mean by this? Because not fills are already going to have this stuff planned out because they're structural and they like to have predictability. Fills, on the other hand, you got to show up to the dang exam. You got to get to the stinking exam. Don't push it to the last second. Don't do whatever you think is best. Get to the exam early, because if you get to the exam, is it going to be easier for you to pass the dang exam? But the process is relatively the same for both fills and not fills when we're checking into the exam. So if you've never been into the exam before, this is what the process is like. If you've been in the exam before, you're going to say, yeah, that's 100% accurate. So you're going to go into the waiting room, go up to the counter, say, hey, my name is Phil. Don't say your name is Phil. Say your name is whoever you are. But just because I'm the one that's going through it, I'm going to say my name is Phil. So go up there and be like, hey, I'm here to take the test. Here I am. And they're going to give you a sheet that says, okay, here are the rules. You sign a sheet that says, hey, I'm not going to cheat. I'm not going to make any adaptations or disclose anything from the exam. They push you over to a palm print thing. You put your palms onto the scanner, you pick them up, you put them down. Maybe they have you continue doing that. And then they segue you over to get your mug shot done and say, boom. And of course, make sure you smile, because you want to make sure that when you have your printout that says you passed, you look excited versus like it's a death sentence for you. Because a lot of times people are mad or frustrated and then they pass and they want to keep that sheet. And it's like, man, why do I look so angry? Well, because you were probably frustrated with the process. But once you get all of that, they're going to strip you of your belongings. They're going to have you put all of your stuff into a locker. So you're only going to have your license and locker key, and then you're going to be sitting in a chair. So again, the process is going to be same for fills and not fills. But what you need to do within that process is going to be totally different. So when you're sitting in the chair as a not fill, you're going to have a checklist of things that you have wanted to have done. So when you first get into the waiting room, put a checklist and put a check mark next to, I'm going to have a spike of anxiety. That's 100% normal, because every single person that goes into this waiting room is anxious and nervous to go into the exam. But when you're sitting in the chair, giving yourself credit for what you have done and understanding that you're the closest that you've ever been to actually passing the exam. Don't let one thought, one situation, or one person take you outside of what you know to be true. And in addition to that, put in a check mark next to another anxiety spike, because you're going to start wondering, did I do everything that I could? 100%. You've done everything that you thought was right for your situation. So you have to be willing to give yourself credit. Fills, on the other hand, my recommendation is to start going through your mind what you plan to do inside of the exam, because your mind is going to be on 1,000 and you're going to be trying to identify different things that you should be doing. That's not the case. You need to be understanding what you plan to do, so that way it's not a mistake. You're not letting your speed, you're not letting your attention get yourself outside. You have to be going through what you plan to do inside of the exam. So once they get you inside of the exam room, my biggest recommendation and the most underutilized tool on the exam is going to be the tutorial. why I recommend the tutorial is going to be based on the sole fact that the tutorial is untimed time within the situation. Because a lot of times people skip over the tutorial, get into the exam, and they allow for the first couple of questions to dictate how they should feel with inside the exam. Utilize the tutorial for multiple different reasons. The first reason is to understand what the environment that you're going to be taking the test in is like. Are people typing? Are people tapping? Are people talking? Is it too quiet for you? Is it too noisy for you? Should you wear the noise canceling headphones? Should you not? Try them on. If they hurt, take them off. Understanding, are you okay with the scrap sheet? Does your pen work? Does your marker work, etc. So that way you don't have to identify those different things as you're taking the test and dedicating time to things that aren't going to actually help you pass the exam. In addition to that, if your anxiety is sky high, utilizing the techniques that you've identified for ways to reset your mind prior to hitting start, because you don't want to be wired and riled and dialed before even to starting the exam. Because if you see something that you don't feel comfortable and confident in, and you're riled and dialed, your attention span is going to be all the way over here, and you're not actually going to be staying focused on the things that you needed to be doing for yourself at that given moment. As well as identifying, how do you marker flag questions? How do you navigate the exam? Do you want the time up? Do you know how to turn the time on? Do you know how to turn or hide the time from your view, so that way you know that something may be riling and dialing you up as well? And the tutorial is underutilized because most times people think it's a waste of time, but if you're wasting it, it's as good as if you didn't have it, and you might as well just throw it away. But at the end of the day, it's untimed time, so you don't get any negatives for utilizing it. Because if you're somebody that wants to reduce their anxiety, or you need stress relief or anything like that, that's a good amount of time that you can utilize in order to visualize the attack that you're about to do, as well as going at those practice questions that they give you. They're not actually related to social work, but identifying the process that you want to do. How many times do you want to read it? How are you going to do a quick review if you're going to do a quick review? How are you going to identify the details? What are the specifics that you want to do? So that way you're not questioning the strategies and techniques that you're going to utilize on the questions that are present in front of you at that given moment. So that is what it looks like to conceptualize a routine based on what your life looks like, who you are, your learning style, and the personality style that you have. Because the more predictable that you can make something, the easier it is going to be for you to feel comfortable in an uncomfortable situation at that given moment. The sixth recommendation that I have is you have to be willing to invest in yourself. And I'm not just talking financially here. I'm talking about physically, emotionally, spiritually, all these different areas of your life. You have to be willing to invest in yourself and allow for yourself to have leeway when preparing for the test and taking the exam. Do not expect perfection when preparing or taking the exam. You are a human and will make mistakes and get things wrong, because a lot of times what happens is somebody is so focused on taking the exam that they neglect other important areas of their life, and it's actually taking their focus away from the exam, and they're not pouring back into themselves, or they're not doing the self-care that they need to, or they're in negative environments or situation, or surrounding themselves with pure people and materials and techniques that don't actually make sense for them. So they're actually negatively impacting themselves versus being a good steward of their time and their energy, and allowing for themselves to get taken outside of what they know to be true. So at the end of the day, as social workers, we are some of the worst people to be doing self-care and investing in ourselves, because we're more willing to help other people out than we are to help ourselves out or dedicate the time and energy that we particularly need. We're oftentimes giving more to other individuals and allowing for people to take, and we're not receiving anything back. So when you go inside of the exam, you're more willing to want to take a nap or doubt yourself than build yourself up, because you haven't been giving yourself things that you've been needing in order to feel fulfilled within your situation. So a lot of times we need to be treating ourselves not as who we are, but we need to start treating ourselves as we would want somebody else to treat somebody that we care about. And I say not how we should be treating ourselves, because some of us don't treat ourselves in the best way that we possibly can, and we don't know what our needs are. So we're more willing to sacrifice ourselves, but we're not going to sacrifice somebody we care about in the exchange for something to help somebody else out. So that's the view that you have to start making adaptations to, and start being willing to invest in yourself, not just financially, but physically, emotionally, and spiritually, making sure that what you're particularly doing is aligning with what you need to do. So if you're neglecting areas of your life, you're not as fulfilled in becoming the best possible version of yourself. So when you go inside of the exam, you're going to be less than you could have been if you would have been adhering to all these different particular needs that you would have. And what I mean by this is if your friend was getting ready to take the exam, you wouldn't tell them to burn themselves out, give everything else to everyone else, do over things or overwhelm themselves with things that they know they have no business doing. Or if some of us that have negative self-talk were to have our friend have that negative self-talk or be degrading themselves in front of us as we degrade ourselves in front of our own selves, then we would be checking them and saying, what are you doing? You need to be willing to do everything that you need to be doing for yourself. Don't let anyone else distract you from the fact that this is your biggest goal. Because again, the best example I can give is we're more willing to give out to other people to make their situations happen than we are to be given and willing to give ourselves the things that we need to make our situations happen. If your friend needed something, you'd be more willing to give it to them than you would be to receive the things that they are willing to give to you. Because a lot of times some of us are like, man, should I do this for myself? Or man, should I spend this? Or should I be doing this? But if your friend needed something from you, you'd be willing to put and write the check for them to help their situation happen. But when it comes to you, you're willing to neglect your needs and compromise and do all these different things that you know you wouldn't be doing if it was not for you. You need to be willing and so focused that you get attuned to yourself. And it may feel selfish at this given moment, but in order for you to help other people, you have to focus on yourself and make sure that you're fulfilled and get to the next level and not be giving out to other people. Because this exam is something that's so important to you, but some of us are treating it as if it's an obstacle or an inconvenience. But the only thing that you need to be willing to do is do this for you. This is your goal and a way for you to give back to the people that came before you, a way for you to give back to the people that come after you, by showing that you're worth what you know that you are worth. Because other people are willing to build you up, set boundaries for you, dedicate time for you. But at the end of the day, when it comes to you, you're like, no, I'm good. So for example, if I'm not willing to dedicate and put situations or invest in myself in any way, shape, or form, then I'm not going to become the best possible version of myself. If I'm not willing to dedicate the time to improve myself, who is? My neighbor is not coming over and being like, Phil, I know you've been kind of feeling stressed out and everything, so let me write you a check for your energy bill because I've been draining your energy or other people have been draining your energy, so let me pay for your bill. No, they don't care about me. There are people in your life that don't give a crap about how you do on this exam, but they're willing to take. And when you set a boundary, they're willing to guilt you and dedicate all these different times and say, man, you've changed. Yeah, I did change up based on the fact that I need to be making different situations and moving differently to get to different situations that none of us have ever been to. So that's what I'm talking about. Investing is you have to be willing to dedicate the time and get negativity out of your life, because the more positive thoughts, positive vibes equal negative situations if you let somebody else poison your process. But positive thoughts, positive vibes, and positive environments create positive results. But if that environment component is not there, it doesn't matter how positive you are or how positive you're doing. If somebody's willing to drain that positivity from you and rob you of your opportunities, it's as good as if you didn't have the opportunities in general. Because again, negative thoughts, negative vibes, including a negative environment, equals negative results within the situation. So you have to be willing to put yourself on that line and say, I need this for myself. I need this for myself based on the fact that I'm the only person that I have at the end of the day. You're the only person that you have at the end of the day. It doesn't mean people don't care about you and you don't have supports, but you're the only person that can influence your needs and adhere to those needs consistently on a daily basis. You're the only person that can do that. But if you're letting one thought, one situation, one program, or anything rob you of your opportunities or situations, or you're the one that's robbing yourself of this situation, you're beating yourself down, you're degrading yourself, you're taking yourself out and doubting yourself and not letting yourself do what you need to do and make a mistake, because a mistake is what you can take on what you missed and allow for it to be a lesson within the situation. So you have to be willing to give yourself grace rather than running a race and exhausting yourself and feeling like you have to do more, when sometimes less is more, and experience is a needed component to be experienced. Because a lot of times we have to get things wrong or make mistakes in order to get things right or know how to do things in the future. So if you failed the exam before, or you feel this exam is challenging you or questioning everything you've done up to this exam, that's not the case. Because you could fail the exam multiple times and view it as, I'm done. Or you can fail the exam or get a practice exam wrong or get a question wrong, view it from a curious lens, build yourself up, identify ways and blessings and lessons from that situation in order to be better informed, because in order to become experienced, you must have experienced something at some capacity. But if you're so difficult with yourself and so rough with yourself, or you let your environment degrade you or drag you down, it's as good as if you have no experience at all. Because if you've been in the exam before, you've seen actual ASWB questions, which is more than anyone that's never taken the exam has done. Because if somebody were like, man, I could get you the plug and get you 170 actual ASWB questions, you'd be willing to cash them out. But you're viewing your opportunity as a detriment of being like, yep, I failed, I've done nothing right. When at the end of the day, if you've gotten questions actually right, you know the process that you need to do. We just need to refine and get the consistency within your situation to ensure that what you're doing is actually leading you where you need to go. So at the end of the day, you need to make sure that you're right, your environment is right. And if your environment or people or programs or strategies or techniques are not working for you, but they're draining you of your energy, you have to be willing to cut that energy source out and get to energy sources that are willing to put you in the right situation. Because at the end of the day, if you're viewing a practice exam or you're viewing a situation or the rhetoric or the view of some individual on your situation, you've given your power up. You're letting the power go to something else outside of you. And then you're wanting to be on full octane like you're 100%, but you've given some of your energy and control away. You can't be 100% if you give 20% away. You're only able to give 80. So if you're failing exams or you're not where you want to be, you have to do something different. And if your environment's not building you up, or you're in environments or study groups or around people that are negative or degrading you, your boss is threatening you, your spouse is degrading you and saying that you suck and that you should never amount to anything, take this as an invitation to cut them out based on the fact that you're the only person that can get this done. But the more negativity that you have in your situation, the less that you're going to be able to do. Because if you let every negative thing or every negative person drag you down, and I hear it all the time, man, this person doesn't believe in me. This person doesn't think that I can get it done. This other situation's not helping me. Then you have to pull yourself out of the fire. You're on fire. You're under the gun. So you have to get out of this situation. Because way too many times people have become so comfortable with getting into these situations that they accept anything. Because at the end of the day, if we look at it, we oftentimes have conditioned ourselves to accept things that we know darn well that we'd not let somebody that we care about be in. But at the cost of ourselves. Because if we look at it, and again, forgive me for this example, but a baby that poops itself is comfortable for a moment. It loves it. It's heat. It's like, man, this is great. But it's only once it becomes uncomfortable does it start screaming for help. So my recommendation is to identify situations before it becomes so uncomfortable that you have to scream for help, because then you start blaming yourself for not being able to withstand a situation that you did not need to be in the general. Because a lot of us have been in situations, a lot of us have been repping and rocking with materials or programs or all of these different things that have told us that if we did this, that we'd be in a better position, that we have a 95% pass rate, or as long as you utilize this acronym, or as long as you read the last sentence, or as long as you drink honey, or as long as you run a lap around the neighborhood before you go into the exam, that is going to help you. So you have to get around an environment and situation where somebody's going to be intentional, deliberate, honest, and pouring back into you, not just taking something outside of you. So you have to make sure that what you're doing is leading yourself to where you need to go, but also forgiving yourself for what you've been through, but knowing that what you've been through is what you needed to go through in order to get to where you're going to go. So you have been through what you've been through to get to where you belong. You have to go and utilize the experiences from what you've been in order to find ways to continue pushing yourself to that next level. The next recommendation or tip that I have is to do not let the little things distract you or destroy the big picture. And what this looks like is a lot of times people will be talking to their friends, or they'll be talking about the exam, or they get on Facebook, or they start watching a video, and somebody introduces something that they know darn well that they should not be fixating on. But just because you're a human, you want to input it, and you allow for that to make yourself doubt yourself, or that you don't know it. So you need to fixate on that particular thing. Because a lot of times you're going to be wanting to get assistance, but not everything that is saying that it's going to assist you is going to put you in a position that is actually going to set you up to succeed. So do not let one thought, one situation, one person, one program, one practice exam, one anything take you outside, because sometimes people will take the practice exam, not do as well as they wanted to. They may pass the damn thing, but they don't do as well as they wanted to. So then they start doubting themselves and saying, yup, I'm not as good enough as I thought I should be. So I'm going to be actually taking myself out. Because I don't know about you, but the only thing that matters is whether you pass. So if you pass it with the exact score, you're not going to be like, yep, I need to go into that exam room and retake it because I didn't get the exact score that I wanted to. No, you'd be like, man, I passed. Woo! I kicked it directly in the chest to get the job done. I'm not going to let one thought, one situation, one person, or where I thought I should be take me outside of the situations that I know I need to be in. Because at the end of the day, you can't control everything. The only thing that you control is the strategies, techniques, and what you bring into the situation. But if you find yourself being overly negative, letting a practice exam, letting a program, letting anything dictate how you view yourself in a negative manner, you have to make the shift and put yourself in a positive situation, because the more positive thoughts, positive vibes equal positive results. But again, your environment could be the make or break on how you view your situation. So if you're not around other social workers that are like, man, you can get this done, you're amazing, you can do this, or man, I think you need to be doing more within the situation, aka you need to be giving yourself credit because you are doing way better than I've ever anticipated it going. But at the end of the day, if you're like, man, I've gotten X amount of questions wrong, I need to quit, I need to give up, I need to be doing this, because I don't know about you, but I'm not perfect. But every time that I've been in a situation that didn't go how I wanted it to go, I've gained something than if I would have been negative and let that determine where I'm supposed to be. Because at the end of the day, where I come from, most people don't get out of that situation. Every factor that was put in front of me was like, man, you're not going to succeed. You suck. Like, you need to give up. You're not good. What you're saying is not important. You're ill intelligent. Like, you need to stay in this situation because that's your capability. But at the end of the day, you do not need to let one thought, one situation, one person determine what you know. Because even now, all of the things that I've done, I have people that are close to me that are like, man, you're going to fail. You suck. The stuff you say is not good. You're too hyper. You're too energetic. It's not going to work. Give up. People hate you. And it's painful. But what I do is remind myself that the shame that they're putting out says everything about themselves, and the pain that I'm experiencing can give me lessons and blessings that I can pass on to people that are also in pain or questioning whether they can do it. So that's what you have to do, is take what you've been through, take it as a lesson, and take less on. Because if you look at the word lesson, a lot of times what we do is feel like we need to add more into our situations to make ourselves feel good, versus taking less on because we have more experience within the situation. So a lot of times we want to beat up on ourselves or degrade ourselves and say that person's making or breaking what I'm capable of doing. They're projecting their situation and their negativity and what they think I'm capable of onto somebody that they don't even know who I am. Because at the end of the day, you are so uniquely gifted and talented. But if you let somebody that is not supposed to be in your situation determine how you feel about yourself, including the material or program, or even your own self or your own view of where you're supposed to be, because again, you're too close to yourself. But similar to a nose, if you don't put focus on it, you're not going to notice it. So if you're not looking for positivity or lessons and blessings within your life, similar to your nose, if you don't put focus on it, it's not visible for you. So you have to not let one thought, one situation, one person, or anything, even the little details, such as a practice exam or a previous exam, a comment somebody made to you, dictate how you view this test. Because at the end of the day, this is your first time taking the test. This is the first time you're taking the test, based on the fact that those previous experiences in that practice exam are not the actual version of the exam you're going to see that day. So that's what you have to do, is understand that it's okay not to be okay, but the only thing that you have to do is to identify at least one thing to improve every single day, because at the end of the day, leading up to your test, you are going to be X amount better for doing what you need to do versus letting somebody else dictate what you think or how you need to do it. So that's the thing, is not letting the little details of like, man, I don't know this as well as I thought I would. What if the exam doesn't test you on any of those things? What if your view of these situations, because again, I get it all the time, Phil, your questions are so tough. Do you hate us? Do you want us to fail this test? Do you even care about us? Or do you just like maniacally going, ha ha ha, my questions are tough and I want people to feel terrible? No, because I would rather let you go through a difficult situation in a controlled environment outside of the test than to go inside of the exam, feel controlled by the environment, and have difficult situations that you've not prepared for. So again, letting the blessings and lessons go in your direction, because even today, you may be going through questions and say, damn, these are tough. I feel like I need to give up or reschedule. No, you're identifying ways to improve your situation and lessons that you can take with inside of the exam when you go. So you can get 0 questions correct today and still go into the exam and kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. Because again, the more difficult situations that you've been through, when you're put into a difficult situation, it's going to feel like you're at home. So some of you are like, man, this is like X amount of time for me going into the test, and I feel like I'm less than. No, you are the most gifted person in that situation because you have the experience of going into that exam to get the job done. Because the more times that you've done something, the better off that you're going to be if you've taken the lessons from that situation and not over encumbered yourself within the situation. The next tip that I have is to be okay and comfortable and confident with being comfortable and confident, because I get it all the time. Phil, I feel comfortable and confident about my process right now. Should I be able to do this? Yes, because the goal when you first started studying was to feel comfortable and confident within your situation. But at the end of the day, if you're comparing yourself to somebody else, or you're comparing yourself of where you thought you should be, but your view of where you thought you should be is way wilder. Like, man, I should be getting 100% on every practice exam that I touch. Well, you should know that the real exam doesn't even require that you get 100%. The real exam does not require you to get anywhere near 100%. Because if you know the exam, you know that the exam requires that you get a 64% to a 70.6%, and you still pass. So these standards that people are throwing out, that you have to get a 75%, 80%, 90%, 100%, 120% on the exams in order to pass the real exam, or you should reschedule, are false. But let's walk through this, because I'm not a mathematician, but I'm a huge advocate of proof, because proof is powerful and it does not lead us to making speculations. So again, for those that know, the exam is 170 questions. 20 of them do not count. You do not know which 20 do not count. So don't overthink it. Don't say, man, this must be a practice exam or practice question, because every single question on that exam is an opportunity and a lesson and blessing for you to do everything that you need to do for yourself. So what this looks like is, for those that know, the passing score is from 96 to 106. Therefore, if we run the math, 150 minus 106 is 44. 150 minus 96 is 54. Therefore, you can get 44 to 54 wrong and still pass the test. So don't let one thought, one situation, or anything take you outside. You're so focused on that one question that you're blinded by the other opportunities behind that question. So don't let one question your abilities in being able to go into the exam. So it's okay to be comfortable and confident. That was the goal. And as I always say, I would rather you go into the exam, kick the front door in, and say, I'm just here to collect my passing sheet, but have the strategies and techniques to back up that confidence. So that way, when you're breaking these questions down, it's not whether you're going to pass or fail the exam, it's how much are you going to pass by. But if you're passing yourself by and not putting in the work and doing all the things that you need to do, by overthinking things or looking for things that you should overthink, even though you feel comfortable and confident in the areas that you wanted to, you're going to be less favorable on the actual exam. Because again, there are no shortcuts to being able to pass this test. But again, a lot of times people want to tell you to go down the Farm Grits road. People want to tell you to read the last sentence. People want you to go with the buzzwords. But what I always tell people is, do not go with the buzzwords. You're not a bee. You're going to get stung. But another thing that you can keep in mind, and this is a little play on words, but they always say, like, buzz driving is drunk driving. Buzz answering is bad answering. Because if you're going with the buzzwords and you're not actually visualizing and connecting the answers back to the question, it's as good as a bad answer, based on the fact it's not the answer that you think that you should go with. It's the answer that somebody told you that you should be going with, based on the fact that what you need to be doing needs to be so aligned with what you know that you're just in the flow. You're in with what you need to do at the end of the day. Because a lot of times people want to give you certainty, but the only thing that is certain is whether you show up to the exam or not, whether you execute 170 times or not, whether you can do this thing 170 times. But a lot of times people like to overthink, overestimate, and overanalyze of like, man, I know this is the answer, but I must be getting it wrong because I've been over analyzing and telling myself I'm wrong for the beginning of time. The next tip that I have is, you do not need to be 100% one way or another, but make sure it's the right way for you. Because I hear all the time, Phil, I want to rep and rock with you, but I don't utilize the acronym. Man, I don't find myself reading it 3 to 4 times. I read it 2 times because I've made the adaptation for myself. Or man, I know you said not to do this, but I've been doing that. Is that okay? It's okay to do whatever you want to do, but you have to make sure that it makes sense for you. I'm not going to misguide you and say, yeah, you have to be 100% me, because my goal is not for you to be impressionistic and be me. My goal is for you to go into the exam, grab it by the neck, snap its neck, kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. And you have to be so intentional and deliberate and locked and loaded in what you know, that you don't let one thought, one situation, or anything take you outside, based on the fact that you've been so trained at what you do that it's like you're not that machine gunner that's like, man, I'm just going to do what I think is right when it's convenient. And like, because if you've watched an action film, the person that's repping and rocking with the machine gun is just willy-nilly shooting everywhere, destroying the entire room, aka you're destroying your entire prep, and you may not even actually get the result that you want, because you're like, man, as long as I just keep shooting and keep utilizing different strategies and techniques, I should be able to pass this exam. However, my push for you is to be so locked and loaded in what you know that every question is an opportunity for you to flex the skills that you've developed. So if you've watched action movies, the machine gunners just often blowing the room apart, but it's only once the person that knows how to get the job done, aka a sniper, comes in, they aim, lock and load, and boom, blow the dang spot up. And they're like, man, I wish I was as good as that person, but that person was so locked and loaded and knew what they needed to do that they weren't willing to waste time and shoot all around. They were only willing to shoot the shots that they know that they should be doing. So you don't have to be 100% one way, but you have to make sure the way that you're going is actually leading you to the result that you want, which is going into the exam, kicking it directly in the chest to get the job done. And the 10th tip that I find most helpful is to reflect on your process and prep during and towards the end of it. And why this is important, because again, as social workers, we don't really focus on ourselves a lot of times. It's a profession that often does not give us the credit that we particularly need to do. And what I mean by that is we often are doing actions that we're not even given credit for, because it's what we quote unquote should be doing, which is desensitizing us to give ourselves credit, acknowledge the blessings and lessons that we contribute to a situation or that we get from a situation, because you're worth it. So my recommendation, if you're finding yourself feeling burnt out or overwhelmed, or you're not even sure if what you're doing is right, or you're freaking out about the test, is to reflect on who you were when you first started studying, who you are right now, and identify the growth that you've done. Because at the end of the day, proof is powerful. Your emotions and your feelings will try to tell you different things, but feelings aren't facts. Your emotions are just having you go through the motions. The facts and proof are going to make your doubt go poof, based on the fact that you've done everything up to this point right. But if you're not focusing and giving yourself credit and doing everything that you need to do for yourself, you're going to be in a different situation. So you have to be willing to give yourself credit, build yourself up, utilize positive self-talk. So if you're somebody that utilizes negative self-talk or overly negative on yourself, you may have to do a 2 or 3 to 1 ratio of doing 2 to 3 positive comments to a negative comment. So if I was thinking like, man, what I'm saying isn't helpful for anybody, people are just saying like, man, I just wish you would stop talking and get into the strategies of breaking down these questions. Positive reframe is somebody is gaining at least something from this. This is an important component of being able to pass the exam, as well as you're doing the best that you can and you are giving everything that you have to everybody that is willing to come. So those are just redirects on how you can get the job done. Of, man, I feel like I'm going to fail this test. I have an equal opportunity of failing or passing the exam, but I have to show up and give myself the credit. I've studied as much as I possibly could, and I can't go back and change anything. I'm a human and I can make mistakes, but I will not let that mistake take me outside of where I should be. Those are some positive reframes of giving yourself credit and celebrating yourself, because you need to be going to places that you're celebrated, not just tolerated. So if you're just tolerating yourself, you need to shift that mindset of like, man, it's such a blessing that I get to sit for this test. Man, I know this is my X amount of time taking this exam. I'm so grateful that I get to take this test. I'm so amazed at how many people I'm going to be able to help in the future. I'm such a gifted and uniquely talented individual that I'm going to be put into situations that only I can execute on the level to help the people. Not to say that I need to be narcissistic or high on myself, but I've been given the unique skills, talents, and experiences to help people that have been going through different experiences and talents. So, as a social worker, we have magical powers of being able to have empathy for individuals while also being able to simultaneously provide them strategies and techniques that they can utilize to become the best possible version of themselves. But if you're not doing the same thing for yourself, of giving yourself credit, also allowing for yourself to feel more rested, because if we look at the word stressed, if you take out all of the BS from the word stressed, it spells the word rested. Because if you're more rested, you are more with who you are. But if you're not giving yourself the time to reflect and take breaks, you are going to break under the pressure of whatever situation that you're put into. So keeping all of these things in mind are going to be important to you being able to go into the exam and pass. But at the end of the day, if you're so focused on the things that you haven't been doing, then you're going to be focusing on the areas that you have no business entertaining, based on the fact that it's not what you specifically need to do for you. So those are the tips that I find most helpful for people to go into the exam, to kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. Let's now review the most common reasons why people fail the exam. And some of these are going to be overlaps, but for different reasons of why they have failed the exam. So the first one up to bat, and as I stated before, the number one reason why people fail the exam is second guessing themselves, even when they know the answer. And that's why I put it in this list of most common reasons why people fail, is because you may even know the answer. You may have the answer in your heart, but you just go away from it. So that is, again, you doubting yourself, because it's easier for you to doubt yourself and tell yourself that you didn't give 100% than for you to give 100% to answering the question and maybe not getting the result that you wanted to. Because if you give 100% to something and you fail at it, it's more painful than if you're like, man, I only gave 70% and I still failed. So if I would have gave 100%, I would actually be able to destroy this thing. So it's oftentimes that people fall out of rhythm and they want to identify ways for them to feel comfortable. And if you start feeling comfortable within the situation, that may be a warning sign that you have to slap the brakes and ensure that you're not just going into autopilot mode, and that you're actually breaking down the questions in the way that you would want to. So again, you may know the answers, but if you're in autopilot mode and you find yourself naturally second guessing yourself, and you don't have that gauge of whether you're second guessing yourself or not, you may actually be leading yourself down the path of failure without actually acknowledging what you're doing. So my biggest push is, if you know the answer, to go with the answer that you think it is, not to overthink, not jump to conclusions, not go with what this other program said, not to go with this other thought that was once in your head, but to identify what is actually on the paper. And if it's not on the paper or on the screen, then you can't go with it. Because again, you want to be able to connect the answers that you think it is or are back to the question to make sure that what you're doing. So if it's the answer that you think it is, then making sure that you can connect it back to the question, because the recipe for the answer is in the question. You can't just answer the question based on only the question, but only on the answers. It's a connection of both of those things. So that's why people typically fail, is they are oftentimes overthinking, jumping to conclusions, adding details, taking details away, and getting themselves to question themselves. And that's what the exam is good at, is it's a pressured situation. And when sometimes people are put under pressure, they try to make things as sure or certain as they possibly can. The second reason why people typically fail the exam is adding details to the question or applying the real life clients to them. So don't get this twisted, because this is a myth that people typically like to spread, that you cannot utilize any of your real life experience inside of the exam. That's a myth, because this exam is how you actually get the job done. How you do what you do in real life is what the exam is based on. What gets people into trouble is they say, well, this is how my agency does this. This is how this other situation told me to do this. This is what this other question did. Or this is what this other program told me that I should generalize to. But at the end of the day, every single question is unique to that specific process. So a lot of times people will say, well, I have to rule out medical first. And this says child protective services, adult protective services, right to self-determination, and all these different things within the situation. But at the end of the day, you have to make sure that what you're doing is actually there. Because again, not every time that the question says child protective services, adult protective services, right to self-determination, assess, gather information, facilitate discussion, feelings, all these different things, ruling out medical, ruling out substance use, doing a dance on top of the desk before you answer every single question. So you have to make sure that what is in the question you're identifying, but also not overemphasizing the different topics that you see within inside of the question. And this is very tough for a lot of people because we like to try to memorize and compare things, but every single question is unique to itself. So you cannot generalize to a specific situation. However, if you have a real life client named Penn, and Penn struggled with depression, and you had to assess for suicidality, and in the question, the person has episodes of depression and a history of suicidality, you may be able to pick the answer that says assess for suicidality if there have been changes in their depression. However, that does not mean that every single question that involves somebody that has episodes of depression equates to them having suicidality. So that's where people often get themselves in trouble, is they want to jump. They want to jump to what is certain and not what is actually in the question. The third reason why people typically fail the exam is experiencing negative self-talk or self-doubt during their preparation and throughout the rest of their exam. Because at the end of the day, if you allow for doubt to seep into your situation, it is going to cause you to do things that you otherwise wouldn't have done if you were super comfortable and confident within the process. And what this looks like is if you're degrading yourself or dragging yourself down based on things that you don't even know that are important within the situation, you're going to be less likely to go with what you think because you've conditioned yourself not to be connected with what you think, but be connected on with what somebody else told you, what other questions have told you, what other videos or practice exams have told you that you should go with. But again, combating it with positive self-talk, because of more positive thoughts, positive vibes equal positive results, versus allowing for your negativity where you think you should be, take you outside of the blessings and lessons within your current moment to get you going. And the easiest way to be able to conceptualize this is if we look at the word doubt, it's telling you what you specifically should do. What do I mean? Because if we look, the word doubt says, do you and be about with what you say. So if what you're doing is not what you think you should be doing, making the adaptations to be about what you think is right, because a lot of us have let other people tell us what we should be doing, and that's not what you think you should be doing, because you have to be willing to focus entirely on your needs, not what somebody told you, not what you think is best, but what is actually best with and for your situation. So not let one thought, one situation, one person take you outside of what you know to be true, because you're uniquely gifted and talented within your own right. And you have to do the right thing and fight for yourself to have the right to get inside the exam to do exactly what you know that you need to be doing. But if you're overly focused on the things that you're not doing well, or you think that you're not doing things well, and you try to predict the result of something that is uncertain, because the only thing that dictates whether you pass or fail the exam is the actual exam. It doesn't matter what a program, a practice exam, or previous question, or anything says. It's only what you think at that given moment. And that is going to allow for you to be able to get into this situation in the best possible way that you can, because you're going to build yourself up to be the best possible version of yourself, because the more positive thoughts, positive vibes equal negative results if your environment isn't right. But again, more positive thoughts, positive vibes, and positive environments create more positive results. But on the other end of the spectrum, negative thoughts, negative vibes equal negative results. Negative thoughts, negative vibes, and negative environments equal negative results. However, negative thoughts, negative vibes, and a positive environment equates to positive results. So making sure that you're not just becoming the best possible version of yourself, but you're in an environment that's building you up and allowing for you to become a better version of yourself than degrading and tearing you down in some way, shape, or form. And the fourth reason why people typically fail is allowing previous questions into our exams to dictate how they navigate current questions. So if you've taken the exam before and you're like, man, this exam had a lot of community on it, so I have to overly focus on community, you may be setting yourself up for a bad moves, bad vibes type situation based on the fact that your next exam may not have any community on it. And if you don't focus on all areas, you're going to be in a totally different situation. So don't let a previous question or previous exam or anything take away the focus on what you know you need to be doing in the moment. Because as humans, we may be like, well, this question said that it has a subpoena in it. And the last question that I had a subpoena in it, it was assert privilege. So every time I see the word subpoena, I should assert privilege, because there are different factors and different things that can lead and dictate on how you navigate every single question. So giving yourself the opportunity to gain what is in the question, not taking anything outside of the questions, not doing anything wild, but staying in those questions to believe in yourself. Because if you believe in yourself, you're going to achieve what you know that you can for yourself, and not letting one thought, one situation, or anything take you outside of what you know to be true. Because at the end of the day, if you have a recipe or a process, the process is going to allow for you to get the job done versus going with what you feel, because feelings aren't facts and they will convince you to do actions that you otherwise would not have done if you were put into a situation that you felt more comfortable and confident within your situation. Because at the end of the day, there's not a single question that is going to tell you the answer of a question that you're in front of right now, because every detail is different, every situation is different. So you have to view this exam as 170 unique individuals, and not letting a previous question dictate a current one, or the current question to dictate a future one. Because if you do that, you're viewing this exam as a comprehensive exam, and you're not going to comprehend what's actually in front of you at that given moment. And the most common reason why people fail the exam, in addition to second guessing, is overwhelming themselves with materials, techniques, and strategies. But as humans, it's natural to feel like I need more, because people view more materials or more processes or more experiences as a positive. But when it comes to preparing for the exam, less is more. Because if you're feeling overwhelmed, or like, man, I don't have enough time to study all of this, or I have so many materials that I could create a library within my life for other people to come in and access it, you need to make sure that what you're doing actually aligns with what you know to be true. And in my wilder days, I'm still wild, but in my wilder days, somebody told me that they had 4 or 5 different programs and materials. And what I told them to do is look through all the materials and processes that they've been repping and rocking with, and to identify the 1 or 2 processes and strategies and techniques that work for them, and to go into the backyard and burn the rest of it. Because if you have so many materials that you have no idea what to do with them, but you feel like you need to study all of them, you're going to get more benefit from burning those materials and getting warmth from it than allowing for those materials to create warmth inside of you, aka anxiety, because you feel pressure that everything that you have in front of you or everything around you that you should absorb like a sponge. But at the end of the day, as long as you find a process or strategies and techniques that work for you, you're going to be in a better position than feeling like you have to go into the exam, have 3, 4, 5 different things in the situation, because you need to know what your slingshot and stone are in order to get the job done. because just because something works for somebody else doesn't mean that it's going to be working for you. So you have to identify what you specifically need within the situation and how you can get that done. So if you're somebody that has a lot of materials, you need to identify what works for you, what doesn't work for you, and open the door to giving yourself the opportunity to do things that you know to be true versus doing what other people have told you that you need to be doing with and for your situation. The next reason why people typically fail the exam is going rogue when getting into the exam room. And what this looks like is you practice one way, but then when you get into the exam, you throw all the strategies and techniques to the side and say, you know what? I'm just going to do what feels right today because I just wasted my time doing everything outside of the exam, even though I should be doing everything that I need to be doing. So, for example, if you're an auditory learner and you're not reading the exam out loud to yourself, you're robbing yourself of your superpower. If you're a tactile or kinesthetic learner and you're not jotting down details within the question, or you practice reading the question out loud or jotting down details in practice, but then when you go into the real exam, you're not doing any of those things. It's as good as if you didn't do them when you were practicing, based on the fact that half of the version of that you could be is showing up to the exam versus the best possible version of yourself because you're doing what you know to be true for yourself. So you need to be intentional and deliberate and go into the exam and do exactly what you know to be doing versus getting into this mode of where you have to be everything to everyone and not doing exactly what you know to be true within the situation. So if you find yourself again wanting to go off course, asking yourself, is this going to help me pass or fail the exam? And redirecting yourself, because there's no shame in the game if you find yourself getting distracted with inside of the exam because you're a human, but having ways and adaptations to redirect yourself is going to be the most important thing that you can do with and for your situation. And a lot of times people don't realize that they're doing this. So what you need to do is not let anything distract you while you're doing it, because you don't want to be having your eyes closed and just going through the exam and taking a nap in there. You want to be the best possible version of yourself of like, who is my person? What's going on? What are they bringing in? What do they need from me? And what do the answers say that are my choices versus, all right, I'm just going to look for the answer that I think is right. I'm going to go with the buzzwords. I'm a B. I'm going to get stung and I'm just going to get the hell out of here because I'm so overwhelmed and burnt out within the situation. So you need to make sure that what you're doing is leading you to be the best possible version of yourself when you're in that actual exam process. And the last reason why people typically fail the exam is overthinking the process, questions, and or their abilities. Because a lot of times we may think that we have to be doing everything all the time, or we may feel like I need to be doing all these things, or man, this question's asking me a different question than I think that it is actually asking me, or man, there's not enough details in this question. So let me construct a story that I think fits within this situation to make myself feel comfortable. But if it doesn't say in the question, then you do not need to apply it to the exam. If you are not getting the scores that you think that you should be getting, you have to redirect yourself and say, I'm not the main determinant of whether I pass or fail the exam. The only thing that dictates whether I pass or fail is the questions that the exam wants to show me the day that I show up to the exam. And some of us may be like, man, I struggle with feeling like I should even be able to pass this exam, or man, I'm afraid of the opportunities that I can get after this exam, or man, I've heard this word imposter syndrome, and I feel like that I do that because I don't feel like that I deserve to be in these situations, or I don't have enough information, strategies, and techniques to be able to get the exam done. I may not be smart enough, or I have all these barriers and all these different things that are holding me back from being able to pass the exam. Well, if that's the case, my biggest thing is that you should impose your will on whatever you do. Whatever you're trying to do it, you have to make sure that you're given 100%. Because if we look at the word imposter, we can take the word impose outside of it. And the word impose is to force something unwelcome or unfamiliar to become accepted or put into place. Because for some of us, we're the only people that have ever done this in our own situations. So we may feel a lot of pressure on our backs or on our shoulders. So we have to let that go, embrace who we are, and ensure that we're not running the race, but we're giving ourselves grace to become the best possible version of ourselves. And sometimes this process can be uncomfortable, but we have to be intentional, deliberate, and focus on how we specifically can get the job done. So again, don't let one thought one situation or one person take you outside of what you know to be true, but also reminding yourself of why you're doing what you're doing. Because a lot of times we get so overwhelmed with what we want to do that we forget the process that we took in order to get the job done. So again, reflecting on why you're doing what you're doing versus just letting things flap in the wind and doing what you know to be true. So don't let the process or this exam make you doubt how amazing and gifted and talented that you actually are, because some of us have promised ourselves that this is something that we want to do. However, we've let things come into our mind and allow for us to compromise on the things that we know to be true. Because again, it may be uncomfortable, it may not be something where we want it to go, but we have to embrace where we're at today, because where we went through or where we've been is leading us to where we need to go. And what you're doing today is going to lead to what you're going to do tomorrow. But if you do not take what you know to be true with inside yourself into every interaction that you're doing, you're not going to be the best possible version of yourself. So you have to force something unwelcome or unfamiliar to be accepted or to be put into place. So you have to put yourself in the places that you know and get yourself in the spaces, in the situations that you need to be in to become the best possible version of yourself, and not letting one thought, one situation, or one person take you outside of why you know to be true and why you're doing this. And I can't say it enough. Why you're doing this is way more important than what you want to do. So, for example, a lot of times people always say, like, man, this dude likes to talk a lot. He always has a lot of energy. He's always flying off the handle. It's never a moment that he just isn't like super wild. But that comes from why I'm doing this. I'm not doing this because I like to hear myself talk. I'm not doing this because I wanted to have a business and do all these wild things. I'm doing this because of wanting to show people that even if they are not where they want to be, that they can always get there. And those that have been repping and rocking with my videos or other groups know this already, but if this is your first interaction with me, this is going to be new for you. But every single time that I do a group, I remember why I started. And why I started wasn't for me. Why I started is because I wanted to create an impact. And what this looks like is when I graduated from the University of Michigan, I wanted to go back to become a professor. And they told me that you couldn't do it because you have to be out of school for 5 years. And I took that as you're not good enough, you don't know enough information, and that what you're doing sucks. So stop. So then I started working multiple jobs to pay off my student loans. And throughout that process, it was very difficult because I passed my exam. I was like, man, I'm on the top of the world. I should be able to do all of these different opportunities, but every single door was closed. So I was focusing on the one thing that was in my control, but I was still getting opportunities to do guest lectures and show up and have opportunities. But then I started making YouTube videos. So if you've seen them, the first couple of videos that I did, the first one was on post-traumatic stress disorder. And the second one was on 5 ways to be active in recovery, because I'm in active recovery. But at the end of the day, no one really watched them at that time. No one really watched it. So it reinforced this thought of like, man, you suck. Just stop. You're not going to make an impact in any way, shape, or form. Just focus on what you need to be doing. And then somebody in my real life was like, you know what? I'm struggling to pass this test. Can you help me? So then I tutored them and they passed their exam, but that still wasn't enough to show me like, hey, what you're doing actually works. But what I did was just kept doing the guest lectures and kept working both jobs to pay off my student loans. And then there was one particular moment that changed everything. So as I was driving home from the second job that I had, because again, I was working too to pay off my student loans, those in my life knew that I was super duper busy all the time. And I received a phone call. Hey, are you busy? Can you talk? And I was like, sure. And then on the other line of the phone, it was like, hey, I have cancer and I'm not sure how long I'm going to live. And at that moment, I almost like crashed my car because that phone call was from my mom. And I really did not have any idea whether she was or not at the time. And I was like, damn, you're doing everything and you're winning in other areas of life, but you're not winning in areas that you wanted to do at the end of the day. So it was at that given moment after the call that I was like, you know what? You have to start showing the people that came before you that their investment isn't lost. So that's why every single video that I do, every single study group that I do, or every single session that I have with other people, or every opportunity or every day that I get to do something, I'm giving 100% because I never know when my last day is. You don't know when your last day is. You don't know when the people around you's last day is going to be. So you have to do it as if it is your last day. And you could look them in the face and say, I gave everything that I have at that given moment to show you that what you poured into me is worth every single shot. Because there are people in this session right now that are like, man, yeah, there are people in my life that they wanted to see me succeed. So I'm living on their dream and goal through me in order to get the job done. So that's why I always say, don't let one thought, one situation, one person, or where you think that you should be take you outside of the opportunities and situations that you know that you need to be in, because you're uniquely gifted and talented. So this exam is just a process of being able to help you get there, but don't be so blinded and forget why you're doing the things that you're doing. So those are, again, the most common reasons why people fail the exams, but also the tips that are so helpful for people to go into the exam. So don't let any of these things be lost on you. But if they don't work for you, that's 100% okay. Because again, you have to be the best possible version of you to give 100% going into the exam, to kick it directly in the chest, to get the job done, because you deserve everything that this exam is going to give you. So again, don't let one thought, one person, or one situation, one question, even one of your own experiences in the past dictate where you know that you should be at in the future. So again, hopefully those tips were helpful and help you go into the exam to kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. Let's segue now into the topics that can be tricky for people. And a lot of these topics are very similar to one another, with just very small differences. But again, the goal is never to memorize any of this, but be able to simply recognize and apply it to exam questions. Because a lot of times people will beat up on themselves and say, well, I don't know this enough, or I should know this better. We're all learning in at different processes. And even in the exam, you may see things that you don't 100% know, but always giving yourself credit or permission to get things incorrect, because again, you can get 44 to 54 wrong and still pass the exam. The first topic that we'll go over is going to be the difference between subpoena versus a court order. And a lot of times when people see these terms, they often get them mixed up, or they kind of like generalize the processes or steps needed to take when we see them. The first one up to bat is going to be a subpoena. And I'm a huge manipulator of words. So let's break this topic down by simply the name that is provided. So if we look closely at the word subpoena, we can identify both the word sub and the word peon. So sub equals a substitute teacher. Because if you're similar to me when I was in school, when there was a substitute teacher, I was cutting up and I didn't respect them at all. So similar to a subpoena, if we receive a subpoena from a lawyer, we can view that lawyer as a substitute teacher. So we do not respect them and we can exercise privilege over them. A peon, on the other hand, is somebody that we are above. So if we are above them, we have privilege over them. So a subpoena from a lawyer is one we can assert privilege or have privilege over them. However, where it gets tricky is if you see a subpoena from a judge, because a subpoena from a judge is a court order. So a subpoena from a lawyer is a subpoena. A subpoena from a judge is a court order. So being mindful that even if the question says a subpoena, we always want to ask ourselves, who is the subpoena from? Because who it is from is going to determine the steps that we have to take in order to remain an ethical social worker. So again, if it's a subpoena from a lawyer, it's a subpoena. If it's a subpoena from a judge, it is a court order. So the steps for a subpoena would be relevant only to the process of a subpoena from a lawyer. So again, sub equals substitute teacher because we don't respect them and we can exercise privilege over them. And a peon is somebody that we're above and we don't respect them and can exercise privilege over them. And some of you may be saying, what the heck is privilege? Well, privilege is essentially equated to privileged communication. And what that looks like is you respecting your client's right to confidentiality in the context of a legal proceeding. So if we're not in a legal proceeding and talking with a lawyer, privilege would simply mean that you cannot confirm or deny that somebody is a client based on the fact that you have to respect someone's right to confidentiality. So that is where terms are often utilized and can cause people to overthink. So if we receive a subpoena from a lawyer, the steps would be as follows. And the first step is to assert privilege on behalf of your client, essentially stating, I cannot confirm or deny that the person is a client at the agency. However, do not just turn your ears off and say, you know what? I have all that I need. First step is to assert privilege because the purpose of asserting privilege is to get your client's perspective on whether they want to provide a release of information or not. So if you see a question that is talking about a subpoena from a lawyer and you do not see assert privilege as an answer choice, but you see to contact your client regarding their perspective, that's likely going to be the answer. But again, we never want to generalize. We never want to jump to conclusions. We simply want to have pieces of information that we can apply to questions. So the first step is to assert privilege on behalf of the client. And the purpose of doing so is to buy time in order to see how your client would like to respond. The second step is we would need to consult the supervisor at the agency for guidance if needed, if needed, if needed. Why? Because the question may not need us to seek supervision. Therefore, we're not just going to automatically jump to conclusions and say, yep, said we asserted privilege, I'm now seeking supervision. Because if the question does not say that we do not have enough experience or that we're unsure how to proceed, supervision may not be needed, or if we're not a new social worker at the agency. Because if we're a seasoned clinician, we may already have the experience to respond to a subpoena from a lawyer. Again, the most important step is to contact the client regarding the subpoena request. Because again, the purpose of asserting privilege or saying I cannot confirm or deny that the person is a client at the agency is to identify whether your client would want to disclose the information or not. So the third step is the most important step because it's a two-pronged system. If the client would like for us to disclose their information, they have to sign a release of information because the main determinant on whether we disclose the information or not is whether our client wants us to or not. So if they want to, they need to sign a release of information. Without a release of information, we're not disclosing any information because, again, if there's no evidence for what is there, we're going to be put into a pretty difficult spot. We would prefer that it is a written release of information because, again, it provides us some proof. If the client does not want you to disclose the information, the process stops. Why? Because the client is the main determinant on whether you can disclose the information or not. So again, if your client does not want you to disclose the information, the process stops. So it would stop at step 3, but step 3, contacting your client, could be step 1, depending on the context of the question, because not every answer choice that says assert privilege is going to be the answer. However, if your client wants you to disclose the information, then you need to sign a release of information or have them sign a release of information. And then you need to exercise your best clinical judgment. So, what that means is that you disclose or provide the least amount of information to satisfy the requirements of the subpoena request. So, again, if your client provides a release of information, or you have a current release of information for that specific lawyer, then you're going to provide the least amount of information. You're then going to provide the least amount of information. You never, ever, 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 ever provide all of the information. It's always going to be the least amount of information. So the important part here is that it has to be a current release of information. So if you're working with a client and the release of information is expired, or they completed treatment, because when people complete treatment, the releases of information are voided, then you would not be able to disclose the information. So let's kind of do a quick review of a subpoena. Again, sub equals substitute teacher or peon, both of them we do not respect, and we can exercise privilege over them. And the first step of responding to a subpoena request is to assert privilege on behalf of your client, which is essentially saying, I cannot confirm or deny that the person is a client at the agency, because asserting privilege is you respecting your client's right to confidentiality. And we're only asserting privilege to buy ourselves time to understand whether our client wants us to disclose their information or not. And the second possible step is we need to consult the supervisor at the agency if needed, because this step may not be needed because we may have enough experience, or we've responded to subpoena requests in the past and we already know the process that we need to follow. And the third and most important step is we need to contact the client regarding the subpoena request, because your client is the main determinant on whether we disclose their information or not. So this step could actually be step one if the request is not direct communication from the lawyer. So if it's not a live phone call and it's only a letter, you may not need to assert privilege based on the fact that it's not the heat of the moment type decision. So again, the most important step within a request from a lawyer or a subpoena request from a lawyer is whether your client wants to disclose the information or not. So if the client wants us to disclose their information, then they need to sign a release of information. If the client does not want you to disclose their information, then the process stops, because we don't have consent to provide the information. If the client wants you to disclose the information, you need to exercise your best clinical judgment. Stated in a different way, you provide the least amount of information, but you have to ensure that it is a current release of information. But again, we never, ever, 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 ever provide all of the information. And it's always the least amount of information to satisfy the requirements of the subpoena request. Let's now go into the process for responding to a court order. So again, a subpoena from a judge is a court order. A court order is a court order. So a subpoena from a judge is a court order. A court order is a court order. So again, don't let the terms trip you up, because a subpoena from a lawyer is a subpoena. A subpoena from a judge is a court order. That's the important part to keep in mind, is that you don't let the words make you jump like a cat that got squirted with water to conclusions. So we cannot assert privilege or ignore this, since it's a direct order. So different from a subpoena, a court order is an order, and when somebody orders you to do something, you have to listen, because the judge has power and privilege within the situation. But again, don't just throw your hands up in defeat and say, it's over, I need to give the information, because there are processes and steps that we need to take, as well as making sure that our client is aware. So again, if it is a court order or a subpoena from a judge, which is a court order, these are the steps that we would need to follow. We would contact the client to inform them of the request and how we would possibly need to disclose information about their treatment. And you may say, Phil, what do you mean that we possibly need to? Well, you possibly need to because there are steps and processes that we can follow. And then we just don't throw our hands up and say, here, take everything that we have. Because again, we have to protect our client in the best way that we can. So if there's a problem, we're not just going to be like, yep, please harm my client. Because at the end of the day, we have to ensure that we have our client's best interest in mind. So we contact the client and say, hey, I possibly need to disclose information about your treatment. So that way they're not blindsided. And I'll get into why it's possibly that we need to in just a second. The second step, which is similar to the second step in responding to a subpoena, is we need to consult a supervisor if needed, since there is likely an agency policy or a legal team at the agency. But again, it's still an if needed type basis. And the question is going to let you know whether it is needed or not. So do not let the heat of the moment make you melt in the situation. So the third and main difference between a subpoena and a court order is the fact that you can advocate on behalf of your client to keep the records confidential or omit part of the records. So it's different than asserting privilege, because asserting privilege is like, I'm not giving you the information. But again, a court order is where it's a direct order. So we have to listen to it, but it does not mean that we just have to give the records immediately. And when we could advocate is if it is to protect a client from any harm. But that does not mean that a social worker can just be like, you know what? I'm just going to restrict the records. It's over. It's harmful. Bye now. Because it's by talking to the judge. The judge is the main component or person that determines whether we disclose the records or not. In a subpoena, the client is the main person or component on whether we would disclose the records or not. A court order, it's a direct order from the judge. The judge has privilege, so the judge determines whether we disclose the information or not. But the main caveat here is that it has to be some type of harm to our client. But we do so by talking to the judge. We don't just shoot from the hip and be like, it's going to be harmful, I'm not sharing the records, because that could get you incarcerated because you're breaking the law. If the judge is like, you know what, Phil, you don't have to disclose the records about Penn, it's not a big deal, or it's okay if you restrict part of the records, but we still need these parts of the records, then we move to the next step. Or if the judge is like, you don't have to disclose any information, the process stops here. But if the judge is like, I need all of the records that we requested, or I need part of the records, we then move to the next step, which is to exercise your best clinical judgment, which is the same within a subpoena, because you release the least amount of information to satisfy the court order. So it's the same process within a subpoena. We never give all the information. We never, ever, 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 ever give all of the information, because all of the information is not relevant. We only give the least amount of information to satisfy the requirements of either the subpoena request or the court order. So let's kind of do a quick review on the difference between a subpoena and a court order. So a subpoena, sub equals substitute teacher or peon, because we can assert privilege and we're above them. The main person that determines whether we disclose the records or not is the client, because they have to provide a release of information if they want us to disclose their information. So the process The assert privilege is just so we can buy ourselves time in order to see whether our client wants us to or not. So if our client wants us to disclose the information, they have to provide a release of information, and then we disclose the least amount of information. If they do not want us to provide their information to the lawyer, then the process stops here. A court order, on the other hand, it's a direct order, and we have to listen to direct orders. But before we get into that, a subpoena from a judge is a court order. A subpoena from a lawyer is a subpoena. So a court order is a court order. Subpoena from a judge is a court order. So a subpoena from a lawyer is the only time that is a 100% subpoena. And we cannot assert privilege since it's a direct order. And the main person that determines whether we disclose the information or not is going to be the judge. So this is where we contact the client, let them know that we possibly need to disclose the information about their treatment. And why we possibly need to, because if it's harmful to them or causes a detriment to their situation, then we can advocate to keep the records confidential, keep the records sealed, or omit part of the records. And the main person that determines whether we can do that or not is the judge. So therefore, if the judge gives us permission to seal the records or keep part of the records confidential or keep all of the records confidential, then we don't have to disclose any of the information. If they only are letting us keep part of the records omitted or denies our request to keep the records confidential, we then move to the next step, which is to release the least amount of information to satisfy the requirements of that court order. So those are the main differences between a subpoena and a court order. Let's move on to the stages of community organizing, because a topic that often blows people's minds or gets people uncomfortable, especially if you specifically only work with individuals, is community organizing or macro or community work. However, something that I would recommend that you do throughout the entire process of us drawing the parallel between community organizing or examining the steps of community organizing is to draw the parallel between community work and individual work, because at the end of the day, the main purpose of social work is to allow for people to become the best possible version of themselves. So therefore, whether it's community work or individual work, the main premise stays the same, of that we're trying to allow for that client system to become the best possible version of itself. So if we think of the individual therapy realm or individual client work or micro level, the first thing that we're trying to do is get to know the client and to establish rapport. Same thing with community. It's just your client is not one person, it's a lot of people or an entire community or entire system. So that's where the same goal in the first interaction with an individual is the same goal when it comes to the community. So within community, we need to develop a reputation or rapport with the community. And since it's multiple people versus one person, the process looks a little bit different, but has the same goal. Because the goal is for people to get to know us and for us to get to know the people. And oftentimes, we're going to do so by getting to know key leaders, because if a leader of a particular community states that this is a good individual, then it's going to be a lot easier for people to trust than if no one has any idea who you are. Influencers as well. So if somebody has influence over the community or has good decision-making power within that community, there's a higher likelihood that the community is going to trust you based on the fact that they trust that other individual. As well as those that are impacted by a particular issue and or area of interest is oftentimes going to be more likely to listen to somebody that is there to provide a solution as well. So, on the other side of the river, the community needs to get to know us as well so we can work and collaborate together to improve the identified concern, issue, and or need within the situation. So the important thing here is that we need to collaborate together. We're not coming in like a wrecking ball and saying, I'm here to help you and you need to listen to me. Because if you come into a community that tough and rough, they're likely going to be like, get out of here. So we have to understand what in particular they need, how we can collaborate together in order to help them get to the best possible version of themselves. So, common ways that we can establish rapport within the community are as follows: focus groups. So, an easy way to be able to recognize and apply what a focus group is key emphasis on focus, because this is where we get people together and try to identify a focus or multiple focuses that they want to address and assess. So that's why it's done at the beginning and helps establish rapport, because if people feel heard and like you understand them, they're going to have a higher likelihood of trusting you. So a focus group is where you get people together and identify a particular focus or multiple focuses to address and assess within that community. Another way to establish rapport is based on one-on-one meetings. Because if you get onto an intimate level with somebody, or they feel like you understand them or you're willing to hear them out, they're more willing to trust you than if you're speaking to an entire crowd and generalizing in some way, shape, or form. In addition to that, observation as a participant or participant observation, whichever way you want to view it, is essentially where the social worker becomes a participant within that community to understand what it's like to be affected by that issue, concern, or area of interest within the situation. So, this is where you become an active participant in that community, experience what they are experiencing to understand what is their observations at that given moment. Because if you can come to somebody with an experience that they're currently experiencing, they're more likely to listen to you than if you're disconnected and have no clue what they're going through with and for their situation. Another way is through snowball sampling. So this is often connected with one-on-one meetings, but snowball sampling, the easiest way to be able to conceptualize this is picture a cartoon developing a snowball, aka you have a snowball at the top of a hill and it starts growing over time and starts gaining momentum. So what that looks like is you meet somebody, you tell another person about the person that you met, they tell another person about the person you met, they tell another person, they tell another person, and then it starts gaining a momentum of how direct word of mouth has started to help contribute a reputation or rapport for that particular individual. Because if somebody that you trusted tells you about somebody, you're more likely to trust that person because you trust the person that told you about that individual. So those are different ways to be able to establish rapport within the community realm. And the main goal is to identify strengths, resources, dynamics, issues, and the history of the community to establish rapport, because we need a well-rounded conception of what this community is going through, what they have right now, what they're doing well, what are things that can be improved on, and what are resources that we can help bring into that community to help them identify and improve the issue, concern, or need that they have. So if we think back to the individual client realm, after we already establish rapport with that individual, we then start doing an assessment and identifying what is the thing or multiple things that they want to address and assess while working with us. Same thing with the community. So we've established rapport, and this is where we have to start doing an assessment to identify what are things that we can help them with, or what are things that they want to address and assess with and for their situation. So let's look at this a little bit closer. So this is where we work with community members to figure out what change they want to see or improve. And why this is important, because if we come in again like a wrecking ball and say, okay, well, now that you know me, I'm going to lay the hammer and heat and tell you what you particularly need within the situation. They're then going to be closed off and say, screw you, I don't want to do it that way. And you're not listening, because again, we need to collaborate and work together with them, not come in as a savior with our capes on, trying to rescue everybody. We also need to gauge their interest or motivation in changing the identified issue and or multiple issues of concern. Because again, not every issue that exists is something that they want to solve. So again, we all have different areas of improvement within our life, but just because somebody from the outside tells you that you should improve it doesn't mean that you intrinsically want to improve it for yourself. Same thing with the community. Just because you start to know somebody doesn't mean that you get to start to make decisions for them as well, because that's bad moves, bad vibes. Because we can't tell somebody like, hey, I noticed X, Y, and Z, and we need to improve this situation. Not the case, because it's all up to the community what they want to address and assess. Similar to the individual client realm, we may establish rapport, and then we may start identifying different presenting issues, but it's up to what they want to focus on with and for their situation. And an important factor here is we don't just stay in the current moment, but we also need to explore past attempts at change or even current attempts to better guide our efforts. Because if we have no clue what went on in the past, it's as good as if it didn't happen. But again, we're all a product of what we went through in the past, what we're currently going through, in order to help project us into the future. So as a social worker working with the community, you want to identify what are things that have been done before, what worked, what didn't work, and what are ways to improve that process. In addition to understanding, is the community already doing things that they've tried or putting forth actions that they've tried to improve the situation? Because it's a lot easier to build off of what they've created than to try and create something 100% unique or trying to reinvent the wheel. So after we've established rapport and we've identified the issue and or multiple issues that they want to address and assess, we then need to create a treatment plan in the individual client realm, but more or less within the community, it's a treatment plan, but it's just categorized as goals as well as objectives. So in the individual client realm, like I stated, we establish rapport with somebody. We identify the issue and or multiple issues that they want to address and assess. And then we create a treatment plan to start having accountability with and for the situation. In the community realm, we're just simply going to identify goals and objectives that we can help collaborate with them and identify in order for them to see the change and or multiple changes that they would like to see. But again, it's based on the identified issue and or multiple issues of our particular community members. It's up to the community whether they make the changes or not. So at 0 points in this process do we start taking the wheel and being like, I'm going to do what I think is right with and for the situation. So this stage is to lay the groundwork to make the intended change or multiple changes or impact or multiple impacts on the issue and or multiple issues being experienced by the community. However, if we're doing participant observation, we've also experienced the issue and or multiple issues firsthand. So let's get into what different goals and objectives can look like. So goals are overarching changes the community organizing project will accomplish. So if you think back to science class, there was that skeleton. It's just bare bones. That's what goals are. They're just bare bones and structures that we want to accomplish. But without skin or action steps, it's not actually going where. It just stays there and is just stiff as a bone or dry as a bone. So goals are the structure of what we want to see. However, objectives, on the other hand, are the specific steps that need to be accomplished or to occur for the overall goal or multiple goals to happen. So think back to that skeleton in science class. It's just bare bones, and we don't really know what it looks like. But once we throw the objectives, aka the skin or flesh, onto that skeleton, we start to flesh out what the program or organizing project will look like. So goals, again, are the skeleton or structure of the project, but the objectives are the action steps or specific things that help the program look like what we need it to look like, aka the skin of a human. So this is where the social worker identifies the resources, people, and length of time that they believe will help promote and accomplish the overall goal. And you may be saying, Bill, I thought you said we never grab the wheel. However, this is where our clinical insight can help us help the community in the best way that we can. So, this is where we analyze, assess, and understand what the community wants to accomplish, what they currently possess. So, this is where we help them identify the intervention or different strategies that they can utilize in order to accomplish the goal, as well as execute the objectives in the best way that we can. So, this is like in the individual client realm. The client ultimately gets to decide their goals as well as the objectives, but the social worker or therapist is the one that's going to identify the modalities and different things that can help the client make the changes that they want to make. The client isn't coming in and being like, hey, I need you to utilize these strategies and techniques in the way that I think that you should, because again, social worker or therapist has the experience of executing those things. Doesn't mean that the community can't identify the interventions, but it's up to the social worker to do the dang thing. So this stage helps to bring life to the intended change, aka putting the skin on the skeleton, and helps to inform the community of what can be done to address the issues and or multiple things that they want to address. So after we have established rapport, completed an assessment, identified a treatment plan, this is where we need to then start bringing everything together. We start bringing everything together in order to make the action steps more plausible to identify. So if we think about the individual client realm, as we are doing the treatment plan, this is where we would start identifying the supports and getting the objectives or the things needed for the objectives together in order for the individual client to execute or exercise the different objectives that they've identified to accomplish the goal and or multiple goals. The same thing within the community realm. Why? It's just on a bigger scale. So what this looks like is after we've identified the treatment plan while collaborating and working with the community, we bring it back to the community members to see if it is what they actually want to do. So this is where we identify and mobilize specific individuals and create a task team or task force team. So this is where we bring the Autobots together and we get ready to start kicking some butt. So this is where we gather the key members of the community to ensure that they are aware of the roles that have been identified within the treatment plan and to confirm the goals and objectives that the social workers created based on the feedback of the community. So again, we took the wheel for a second, but the best way to visualize it is we're in the driver's seat of the car, but they're telling us where to turn and where to go. We just have supplied the car to give us some drive to get us where we're going. So again, the community has to confirm the goals and objectives that we created in the previous step. So during this stage, community members can critique or change any of the intended issue and or multiple issues or how they would like to be addressed. Or they just pull the plug and shut the whole thing down because they no longer want to address and assess this particular thing. So again, picture that individual client. And if you've done this, I know what this has happened to me. We've created an awesome treatment plan, got everything ready to go, get to the step of where we're about to execute it, and the client either doesn't show up, they just don't want to do it anymore, or they've kind of done an entire 180 and was like, you know what, I'm out. See you later. So this is what the community particularly could do. However, the main thing that the social worker needs to do if the community wants to continue is to confirm that community members, leaders, influencers, and or the people being affected by the identified issue and or multiple issues, aka the stakeholders, are okay with the identified goal or multiple goals, as well as the objectives. Because once we go to the next step, we're almost about to start to do the dang thing. Because again, we're getting everything together to make this plan as tangible as we already can at this given moment. So again, think back to the individual client realm. We've established rapport. We completed an assessment. We completed a treatment plan. We started to get everything together to start doing the dang thing. We then need to develop and finalize that action plan and start delivering the resources at that given moment, or we start identifying, is this what you actually want to do? We need to get a sense of accountability behind what we're doing. Same thing with the community. This is where we start to develop and finalize the action plan. So this is where the social worker creates a detailed plan with steps, actions, and resources needed to accomplish the agreed upon objectives to reach the identified goal or multiple goals. Again, this is the biggest thing of, again, key emphasis on act, because this is where we start to identify what we need to act out in order to get everything going. So this is where we don't just start troubleshooting and saying, hey, this would be really great if this happened. This is where we start putting the rubber to the road and identifying potential barriers to accomplishing the identified goal, as well as the implementation of the objectives. Because if we don't have any accountability, where we never envision what could potentially go wrong in a situation, we're going to be unprepared and unwilling to make adaptations if things were to occur. So during this stage, we must identify and start to enforce particular standards and procedures to guide the delivery of the action plan. So that's where, again, we start identifying measures. How do we know if a program's successful or unsuccessful? How do we start making adaptations to what is, and what are things that we know that would make us successful or unsuccessful within our efforts? So again, this is in the individual client realm where we're getting everything together and starting to deliver some of the strategies and techniques. The next step is to execute and then start evaluating whether the progress was made or not, or adaptations and level of care have to be made. Same thing within the community realm, because the next step is to do the dang thing. Because this is where we start to execute, and not just execute on what we thought or do what we think is right. This is where we also execute and evaluate how the delivery of the action plan went, and if the community has their needs met or not, or if they even want to continue addressing and assessing their particular issue. So, stated in a different way, this is where we start to deliver the resources, services, and strive to meet the identified goals or goal by executing the objectives in the best way that we can. So we start to monitor and amend any issues with the efforts and or plan to accommodate for any unforeseen issues. Why? That's why we identified the potential barriers in the previous step, so that way we don't have this thing entirely punch us in the mouth and knock ourselves off the path. We also need to start gauging whether the plan of action met the goals or fulfilled the objectives, because it's not too hard to execute the objectives in the best way that we possibly can and not meet our goal or multiple goals, based on the fact that just because we thought something would work doesn't always mean that it is going to work with and for our situation. So this is where, again, we might have executed the objectives in a very awful manner or made mistakes, but we still succeeded in the goal that we had, which is whatever issue they wanted to improve. So again, it could be one way or the other. So we need to make any changes for future efforts if future issues exist. So that's important too, because you might have not have executed the objectives in the way that you wanted to, but you still accomplished your goal. So there's no need to continue doing something if there's no longer a need that is being satisfied by the execution of the program. So this is where we also need to identify if the current issue and or multiple issues were not adequately addressed. But again, the most important determinant of whether we continue doing something or not is if the community wants to continue addressing the issue and or multiple issues. But the important thing to keep in mind is it's not the overarching community, it is the target population that is being served by our particular program. So this is again where we have to decide whether the issue is addressed. And if not, we may need to revisit a previous step. And we pray that it's not the first step of having to establish rapport again. Because if your program really ticked the community off, you may have to go back to the step of establishing rapport because they no longer trust you. But as I stated, if the community wants to continue addressing or assessing the particular issue at hand, would you continue going? Because we're not just going to keep driving something down the community's throat if they no longer want it or if it's no longer a need. Just because it's convenient for us doesn't mean that it's what is going to be the best thing for the community. So let's go through each step and have a quick review of the stages of community organizing, but give you a real life example to hang on to as we go through it. So you guys being in this session or reviewing this session is you being a part of a community organizing project, whether you know it or knew it or not. Why? Because the Fill in the Gaps community is essentially a community organizing project, whether I knew it when I was developing it or not. So for example, the first step of developing a reputation or rapport came from me creating YouTube videos. It's not a mystery on who I am or if my style will work for you or not. So that's why I created the YouTube videos, was not to create a business or not to create this massive community, but to show individuals who I am, how I teach, what are different ways that you can go into the exam to kick it directly in the chest to get the job done, while also addressing and assessing the mental health or mental component of the exam. So if you're in this session or reviewing this session, I likely didn't tell you about myself. Either your friend told you about me, your colleague told you about me, your supervisor told you about me, Google told you about me, or somebody close to you told you about me. Based on the fact that word of mouth is the most powerful tool. And that's how I always wanted to create the Fill in the Gaps community is I don't want me to sell you on something. I want you to understand if this works for you. And if so, ride it all the way to the sun and slice the exam's neck off its body, but also knowing that at the end of the day, the rapport or reputation was created before anything. So again, the reputation rapport was me not just shouting from the top of the mountain, rep and rock with me. No, other people likely told you about me, and I didn't directly be like, hey, I think I could be helpful for you. Based on the fact that word of mouth is the most powerful thing, an organic connection is better than any other connection within this situation. However, when I created the YouTube videos, I didn't just stop there and be like, hey, everything is great, because there's one individual within the course of what I do that changed everything. So what do I mean by this? So when I was pumping out YouTube videos, somebody reached out and said, you know what? I'm struggling to pass the exam. This is like my 10th time of taking the exam. I'm really struggling. I like the way that you explain things. I feel a connection when you're breaking things down. Do you provide individual tutoring? I had no idea what individual tutoring was at that moment. So I told them, I was like, man, I've never really done this before. I've only done it with one individual in my real life. So I have no clue if I'm going to be helpful to you or not. But they were like, you know what? I think I'm going to take a shot on it. So then we started doing individual tutoring. And as we were going through it, she was like, man, I really struggle with doubting myself and breaking these questions down. I have a lot of information and strategies and techniques, but nobody tells you on how to actually take this dang test. So then I started putting a lot of focus on how to break down the questions, how to push past the mental barrier of being able to go in, or if this is not your first time, convincing yourself that this is your first time of being able to address and assess and pass the exam and to go in and kick it directly in the chest. So again, through working with that individual, they told another person and another person told another person. So then somebody connected with me and did tutoring, and then they walked in the exam and passed. And that kind of opened the gate of somebody being like, man, this person has a different approach. So again, while working with individuals, I was doing individual tutoring, still uploading YouTube videos. And then somebody was like, hey, I think the way that you break down the information is non-traditional, and it makes a lot more sense to me than this book or this other program. So you should start doing study groups. So then I started doing study groups. So in addition to the YouTube videos, I had individual tutoring and then the study groups. So then I was still establishing a reputation and a rapport, and then identifying the issues and concerns for people. Because again, people were like, man, we don't know how to break down these questions. Or man, the way the content is displayed doesn't really make sense to me. Or man, the way that you break this down makes a lot more sense. So then I started getting more into the needs of what people particularly needed. So then, if you've been repping and rocking with my videos or have seen some of the older videos, I started creating goals and objectives within this situation. So the goal that I had from the very beginning, once I created a goal, was to help 100 social workers go into the exam and pass. I thought if I could touch 100 individuals' lives, that it would just be like my career would be complete and everything would be a-okay. So that was the goal. The objectives that I laid out: do bi-weekly YouTube videos, do Sunday study groups. So every single Sunday, it's not a mystery of whether I'm doing a study group. It's what is the topic going to be. I started doing a podcast based on the fact that people were like, man, I think I really need this done. And I was like, man, how can I get this podcast going? So then I had bi-weekly YouTube videos. I had a group on Sunday, every single Sunday. I had one time per month free study groups, which would fuel the podcast. So that would allow for people to be able to hear what are things that people struggle with, but also bringing people back to pass their exams in the best way that we can. So them providing insight of what worked for them, what didn't work for them. And then 100 people passed, and then 250 people passed. And then I asked the community how many people they thought that we could get to pass. They said 500. 500 people passed their exams. And then 1,000 people passed their exams. And then somebody was like, man, people are doing these day courses and they don't really make sense to me. Or man, it's never recorded. Or man, I never am able to stay focused and they still aren't really telling me how to break down the questions. So then I started doing one-day courses on how to not just break down the questions, but break down the mindset of what it would take to go into the exam to kick it directly in the chest to get the job done, while also breaking down tricky topics and telling you all of the ways that you can break down a question when your back is against the wall. So then I was doing bi-weekly YouTube videos, a study group every single Sunday, doing a one time per month free study group, one time per month, one day course, doing podcasts, doing individual tutoring, and doing all of that consistently to make sure that everything could stay the way that it needed to. So then at this given moment, over 2,000 people have passed their exams. I'm still doing bi-weekly YouTube videos, still doing Sunday study groups. So it's not a mystery on a Sunday. Is he going to do a study group? It's nope. At 7 p.m. Eastern time, he's going to be doing a study group. It's just a matter of the topic he's doing. Individual tutoring is still getting done. The one-day courses are still getting done. The podcast is still getting done. And that is where it's, again, staying in steps 1 through 3. Because at this given moment, the reputation or rapport hasn't really stopped. The person that is in the YouTube videos is the person that's doing the study groups, that's doing the individual tutoring, that's doing the one-day courses, that's doing all these different things. Which again, where the process kind of gets tricky is because step 4 doesn't really exist within the fill in the gaps community. So what do I mean by that? Because as I was kind of saying, I'm the person that's doing all the individual tutoring, doing all the study groups, doing all the YouTube videos, doing the editing for the YouTube videos, answering every single email. So if you've ever gotten an email from me, it's 100% me. So all the thoughts that I have, I'm the one that's doing all these different particular things. So step 4 isn't really relevant because everything that is getting done within the Fill in the Gaps community is things that I am actually doing. And then steps 5 and 6 are similar to steps 1 through 3. Why? Because I've 100% tried keeping the reputation and rapport the absolute same, because the energy and who I am is consistent throughout all the different entities. The identifying the issue and or multiple issues of the community has never left my mind. I've never just been like, I'm just going to do whatever I think is right. But in addition to that, making sure that double checking for feedback. So throughout whatever I do, I never am just like, man, I think that was successful. I'm always identifying ways that the community wants it different and how I can actually get it done, but also still doing the dang thing. So if at one point in time somebody was like, Phil, you suck, the way that you help us break down the questions is no longer relevant, we don't need any of the energy or motivation that you have anymore, then I would kind of have to either quit doing what I'm doing or go back to steps 1 and 2 and identify. So if the community no longer wants anything, you can't just keep driving or beating a dead horse. So that is a real life example of what the community organizing steps would look like and that you've been a part of, whether you knew it or not. So those are different ways to be able to recognize and apply the different steps of community organizing while also drawing it the parallel to micro or individual therapy work. Let's segue now into operant conditioning, or positive and negative reinforcement or punishment. So that is going to be the trickiest topic that we'll probably go over, based on the fact that this one kind of blows people's minds. But again, if you're like, I already know this is not going to be the trickiest topic for you, but it may be tricky for other individuals. But before we do it, the favor that you have to do for yourself is disconnect yourself from the meanings of what these words mean to you at this given moment. Because the way for us to easily break it down is to come in with an open mind and identify the shortcuts for the word, not what you think the word means. So, for example, when people think of the word positive, they think of happy or joyful or desired result. Not in this context, based on the fact that positive is simply putting something in. If you think of a positive transaction, it's adding something into the situation. So let's get into this to make it make a lot more sense than it did prior to you listening to it. So we're going to be manipulating the words and then going through multiple different examples on how you can conceptualize this. So within positive, P equals putting something into the situation. So whenever you see the word positive, don't think of a desired result or happy or joyous. Think of simply putting something into the situation. So if something's being added, it is a positive. Negative, on the other hand, N equals nabbing or removing something outside of the situation. So if you think of a negative, think of something being removed. It doesn't mean that is something that's undesirable or something that you need to avoid, because positive and negative, positive is simply you putting something in, negative is simply you taking something out. So if you think of a positive number in addition, it's adding something into the situation. If you think of a negative number within the situation, it is taking or subtracting something out. Where the meaning of positive and negative come from is going to be whether it's a reinforcement or punishment within the situation. So let's look at this a little bit closer. So reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood of something happening. So positive is going to be putting something into the situation. Reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood of something happening. So if you think of something being reinforced, it's being strengthened. And if you're strengthening something, it's going to last longer than something that has not been exercised. Punishment, on the other hand, P equals push down or reduce or decrease the likelihood of something happening. So punishment, think of something being pushed down out of existence. Reinforcement, think of something being built up and strengthened within the situation. So positive reinforcement is you putting something into the situation. Reinforcement to increase, raise, or strengthen the likelihood that that behavior occurs in the future. Positive punishment, positive, P equals putting something into the situation. Punishment, P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood that that behavior is repeated in the future. Negative, N equals nabbing or removing. So again, think of something being taken outside of a situation. Reinforcement, R equals raises, increases, or strengthens the likelihood that a behavior is repeated in the future. So negative reinforcement is where you're taking something outside of the situation to promote another behavior to occur in the future. Negative punishment, negative, N equals nabbing something or removing something or subtracting something outside of the situation. Punishment is to push down, decrease, or reduce the likelihood that something is repeated in the future. But let's look at these topics a little bit closer and provide examples so that way it makes a lot more sense. So let's start with positive reinforcement. So positive, P equals putting or adding something into the situation. In this situation, it's going to be something desirable. Why? Because if it's something desirable, people are going to want it to happen again. So therefore, reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood that this situation is going to happen in the future. So positive, P equals putting something into the situation. So we're adding something. Reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood of something happening in the future. And if we're giving somebody something and we want them to repeat it, we're going to give them something that they enjoy. So let's look at a couple of examples to articulate this a little bit further. Getting $20 for a correct answer on the exam to increase the likelihood of future correct answers. So getting $20, so that is what is being put into the situation. P equals putting or adding something in. It's based on somebody getting a correct answer on the exam. If you do not get a correct answer, you're not getting cashed out. If you get a correct answer, you're being cashed out. And the purpose of being cashed out or given $20, R equals raises or increases the likelihood that you get correct answers. So if you like being paid, you're going to be trying to hit the fence every single time because you want to get paid. So again, positive is putting something in. So $20 is what was put in based on the fact that you got a correct answer, which is going to reinforce or strengthen the likelihood you get future correct answers. Another example, being able to talk with a friend when you answer 5 questions correctly, which will increase the likelihood you answer questions correctly in the future. So positive is putting something in. So being able to talk with a friend is what was being put into this situation. It's based on the fact that you answer 5 questions correctly. If you did not answer the 5 questions correctly, you did not open the privilege to be able to talk with a good friend. So again, reinforcement, R equals raises the likelihood. So if you're able to talk with a friend when you get questions correct, you're more likely to get questions correct in the future. Of course, you have to like the friend, but if you don't like the friend, of course, you're not going to be getting questions correct. But I digress. In the last example, getting money for completing homework to increase the likelihood you complete the homework in the future. This time, the amount of money is not specified, but what was added or put into the situation is getting money. It's based on the fact that you completed homework. You don't get money if you don't complete the homework. If your homework's undone, you're not getting paid. But getting the money is not just because somebody likes you, but R equals raises or increases the likelihood. So you getting money is going to increase the likelihood that you complete the homework in the future. So positive reinforcement, positive P equals putting something into the situation. Reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood or strengthens the likelihood that a behavior is done in the future. So let's look at negative reinforcement. So negative, N equals nabbing or removing something outside of a situation. So again, it's something that is being removed from the situation. And the difference here is that we're not removing something desirable, we're removing something undesirable. So this is the category that people oftentimes get confused. So the biggest thing that you have to remind yourself is not, is something being added? And if it is being added, why is it being added? Because we're taking something away to promote something else to happen. So again, don't let it get you twisted, because reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood that something happens in the future. So negative reinforcement, negative, N equals nabbing or removing something undesirable. Two, reinforce, R equals raise, increase, or strengthen the likelihood that a behavior happens in the future. Because again, these examples are going to appear that something's being added. And if something is being added, you have to ask yourself why it's being added. It's being added because something was removed outside of this situation. So let's look at a couple of examples to articulate this a little bit closer. Putting your seat buckle on in the car will eliminate an annoying sound and increase the likelihood that you put your seat buckle on in the future. And you may be like, well, what do you mean? I added the behavior of putting my seatbelt on. Why though? Because something was removed. So let's look at this a little bit closer. So putting your seat buckle on in the car is what happened. But why did it happen? Because it's going to eliminate an annoying sound. So if you have ever done this, you have to think about that annoying sound. Ding, 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 ding. I don't know about you, but I hate it. It's like, all right, I'm getting to it. Sometimes I don't even have enough time before I have to holler at it and remind myself that I'm talking to myself. But you put it in the seat buckle on in the car, if you're fast, is going to eliminate the annoying sound. So you don't even have to hear the annoying sound to know that you're preventing it from happening. But what you put in your seat buckle on and this annoying sound not being played is going to raise or increase the likelihood that you put your seat buckle on in the future without the annoying sound being played. Again, you may say, well, I'm putting the seat buckle on, so it's something that was added. But why was it added? To eliminate, remove, or subtract something that is undesirable, such as the ding, 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 because it's not something that we enjoy. We don't have it in our ears all the time. That's like, I'm dancing to ding, 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 ding. Bad moves, bad vibes. So the next example, taking out the trash, even when you do not feel like it, will cause your partner to stop nagging you about it. Therefore, you are more likely to take out the trash in the future. So let's look at it. Taking out the trash, even when you do not feel like it. It's something you hate. You're like, I'm done. I'm not taking it out. But you taking it out will remove, nab, or take away something that you do not enjoy. Because again, negative, N equals nab, remove, or subtract something outside of the situation. So you taking out the trash, even though you don't feel like it, will cause your partner to stop nagging because you're like, it's peaceful. So therefore, it's being reinforced because reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood of something happening in the future. Because negative reinforcement, nabbing or removing something undesirable from the situation to increase the likelihood of a behavior occurring in the future. So the last example, you do not like asking for help, but when you reach out to people, it helps to reduce the amount of stress in your life. Therefore, you are more likely to reach out in the future. You do not like asking for help. So this is the thought that you have is I hate asking for help, but when you reach out to people, it does help, but what does it help? So you're doing something that you don't enjoy because it's going to reduce the amount of stress in your life. N equals nab, remove, or subtract something from your life, which is going to be the amount of stress. Therefore, you are more likely to reach out in the future. Why? Reinforcement R equals raises, increases the likelihood or strengthens a behavior in the future. So, quick review of the reinforcements. Positive, P equals putting or adding something in. This time it's going to be desirable. Reinforcement R equals raises, increases the likelihood of a behavior happening in the future. Negative reinforcement, N equals nabbing or removing something away. This time it's going to be undesirable because we do not enjoy the behavior. So when it's removed, we like our lives a lot better because the purpose is to reinforce R equals raises or increases the likelihood that something occurs in the future. So let's go to the other side of the river to see where we are particularly at. So positive punishment, positive, P equals putting or adding something into the situation. Again, we're adding something into the situation. This time it's going to be undesirable. So we're putting in something that people do not enjoy. The purpose is punishment. P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood of something happening in the future. So let's look at a couple of examples to articulate this a little bit further. Spanking a child for misbehavior, the spanking would decrease the likelihood that the child will behave in a negative manner in the future. So positive, P equals putting or adding something in. So spanking a child is what was put into the situation. So the spanking is what was added. It was based on misbehavior. The child didn't misbehave, it wasn't going to get spanked. Misbehaved, he got spanked. The purpose, positive, P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood that it'll misbehave in the future. Another example, every time that you second guess yourself while answering a question, you have to pay someone $1. The monetary fee that was added to you will decrease the likelihood you second guess yourself in the future. So every time that you second guess yourself while answering a question, you have to pay someone $1. So positive, P equals putting something in. So the monetary fee is what was put onto you. The fine of $1 is what was put into the situation. The fine or fee that was put onto you was put there to punishment. P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood you second guess yourself in the future. The last example, someone will hit you with a baseball bat every time that you yell at them. This would decrease the likelihood you yell at them in the future. Someone will hit you with a baseball bat. So that was what was put into the situation. Positive, P equals putting something in. So the baseball bat hit was put into the situation. It's based on the fact that you're yelling at someone. You don't yell at someone, you don't get the baseball bat. But you yell at them, you're getting hit with the baseball bat. The purpose of being wailed with the baseball bat, someone's not trying to just be violent, but the purpose is to increase the punishment, aka punishment. P equals push down, decrease, or reduce the likelihood that you will yell in the future. So that's the purpose of adding something undesirable. Because I don't know about you, but getting hit with a baseball bat is not my life goal. In the last category that we'll look at is going to be negative punishment. Negative, N equals nabbing something from the situation. In this situation, it's going to be something that is desirable. Why? Because we want somebody to feel the impact of not having that particular item. And the purpose is to push down, decrease, or reduce the likelihood. Why? Because punishment, P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood that a behavior is repeated in the future. So let's look at a couple of examples to articulate this a little bit further. Taking a child's video game away from misbehaving will reduce the likelihood they misbehave in the future. So taking a child's video game away N equals nabbing or removing something, and children love their video games, which is making it a desirable thing. It's based on misbehaving. So when they misbehave, they lose their video game. When they lose their video game, they must have misbehaved. And the purpose, punishment, P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood they misbehave in the future. Another example, losing a paycheck when you violate a work rule will reduce the likelihood you violate the rule in the future. So N equals nabbing or removing something. So losing the paycheck is what was removed. It was based on the fact that you violated a work rule, and the purpose is to punish. P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood that you violate the rule in the future. And again, it's an undesirable thing. I don't know about you, but getting a paycheck is a very desirable thing and brings excitement for a lot of people. In the last example, not being able to talk with a good friend when you lie to them to reduce the likelihood that you lie to someone in the future. N equals nab or remove something out. So not being able to talk with a good friend is what was removed. So the privilege of talking to that friend is no longer there based on the fact that you lied to them. You don't lie to them. You can talk to them as much as you want. You lie to them and you're not going to be able to talk with them. The purpose is to punish. P equals push down, reduce, or decrease the likelihood that you do the behavior in the future. So let's do a quick review of positive and negative reinforcement and punishment. Positive, P equals putting something into the situation. Reinforcement, R equals raises or increases the likelihood of something happening in the future. So therefore, positive reinforcement is putting or adding something desirable into the situation to increase the likelihood of a behavior occurring in the future. Negative, N equals nabbing or removing something from the situation, aka subtracting something. Reinforcement, R equals to raise, increase, or strengthen the likelihood of a behavior happening in the future. Therefore, negative reinforcement is nabbing or removing something undesirable from the situation to increase the likelihood of a behavior occurring in the future. Positive, P equals putting or adding something into the situation. Punishment, P equals to push down, decrease, or reduce the likelihood of a behavior occurring in the future. Therefore, positive punishment is putting or adding something undesirable into the situation to decrease the likelihood of a behavior being repeated in the future. Negative, N equals nabbing or removing something outside of the situation. Punishment, to push down, decrease, or reduce the likelihood of a behavior happening in the future. Therefore, negative punishment is nabbing or removing something desirable from the situation to decrease the likelihood of a behavior being repeated in the future. Let's segue into when to refer somebody or when to seek supervision. Because a lot of times people will get these mixed up and then say, man, I'm not really sure what I'm looking at. Or, man, this one question said this, but this other question said that. So let's look at a couple of examples when you would need to seek out supervision versus when you would need to refer. But before I get into this, it's not 100% exhaustive, meaning I can't list every instance or situation that you would need to seek supervision or seek out a referral, based on the fact that every situation and every question is so diverse and there's multiple different things and differences between social workers and the knowledge base that they possess. But the easiest way that I can boil it down in a pot and have it bare bones is as follows. So before we get into that, we need to identify the difference between supervision and consultation. So if we look closely at the word supervision, it'll tell us specifically what we're looking at. So supervision, S equals specialized, because if we're seeking supervision, it's going to be specialized information from that particular individual, as well as the word super, because we are going to get specialized information that is going to give us superpowers and empower us to become the best possible version of ourselves. So consultation, on the other hand, C equals coworker. And if we're consulting, it's not an ongoing relationship. And it may not even give us superpowers. We're just consulting with somebody to double check if what we're doing is actually helpful or not. While supervision, S equals specialized, because it's specialized information that gives us superpowers. And again, this list is not exhaustive. It's not 100% every situation or opportunity that you could see when you're in the exam. So let's look at particular instances of when you would need to seek supervision. When the social worker does not have the appropriate education training to treat a client, but they do have a base knowledge. They'll think of trying to build a house. You have the base or some of the structure, but you need to fill in the gaps of that information. Well, that would be seeking supervision to give you specialized information to give you superpowers. So if you've seen a question that it says that you have little experience, it's likely, not 100%, but likely that you need to seek supervision versus you needing to refer somebody out. Because if you have base knowledge, it's easy for you to supplement that information versus you trying to build a house, having to get the foundation and then all the materials in order to build the house and have it look like how you want to. So if you have little experience, you can seek supervision to get specialized information to supplement what you already know. Another time is when the social worker does has the appropriate level of training, but does not have confidence in their ability and wants feedback on what they have done or they plan to do. Because there's no shame in the game with consulting with somebody to double check with what they have. But who better to get information from than somebody that specializes in what you are struggling with and can give you superpowers to make yourself feel more confident in your abilities. So even if you have the appropriate level of training, but in the question it says that you feel unconfident in yourself or that you're not really sure if what you have done is correct, seeking supervision could be a good way because you wouldn't be like, man, I did an intervention with my client. I'm not sure if it worked out. I'm going to refer them out to somebody else because it would blindside your client and you'd almost be abandoning your client at that given moment. Another time would be when the social worker feels uncomfortable in a situation. So anytime that a social worker or therapist is bringing something into the session, they have to seek supervision because you wouldn't penalize your client for stuff that you're experiencing with and for the situation. However, if the client is bringing in what is making you feel uncomfortable, then it would not be your responsibility to handle it. So let's look at this a little bit closer because what we're describing when we're bringing something into this situation that's not directly what the client is talking about is going to be considered countertransference. And a lot of times people will get countertransference and transference mixed up. But let's give you an easy way to be able to differentiate the two from one another. So the easiest way is to manipulate the words. So the easiest and most basic way to do that is to identify the first letter of the word. So what do I mean by this? So if we look at countertransference, the first letter is C. C is going to equate the client. Why? Because this is where the social worker or therapist is putting it onto the client. And 100% of the time, it's going to be counter to the therapeutic process. So you bringing a previous experience into a therapeutic session is never going to be beneficial to that client because you're viewing them as somebody that they are not. So countertransference, C equals client, because that's where the social worker or therapist is putting it onto the client. And it's 100% counter to the client's progress in that situation. So again, transference on the other hand, and we'll get more into that when it comes to referral, but T equals therapist, because that's where the client is going to put it on the therapist or social worker. And it's not always counter to the therapeutic process. But for now, we're staying with countertransference because countertransference is where you seek supervision. You would not refer somebody else out when you're experiencing countertransference because it's your responsibility to handle your own business. The next time when you would seek supervision is whenever the social worker has a reaction or previous experience similar to the client's that could get in the way of their treating of the client, which again would be countertransference. C equals client because this is where the social worker or therapist is putting it onto the client. C equals client, and it's always counter to the therapeutic process. So countertransference, C equals client, because the social worker or therapist is putting it onto the client, and it's always counter to the therapeutic process. Another time when you would seek supervision is when the social worker brings anything into the session that could jeopardize the client's progress. We're sexually attracted to the client. We have a dual relationship. Maybe we have a conflict of interest. So that would be an ethical time where it's like, man, I really need to process this out because it's going to negatively impact the client's situation in some way, shape, or form. Which sexual attraction could be countertransference, or simply could be you being attracted to that individual. So you would seek supervision. You wouldn't refer your client out because it's something that you're experiencing and not that something they brought in. And another time in concept that we need to break down is dual relationship or conflict of interest. So you would seek supervision for a dual relationship or conflict of interest that is unavoidable within the situation. So let's look at the difference between a dual relationship as well as conflict of interest. So dual relationship, dual is where it is multiple. So a dual relationship is where you have multiple roles within a client's life that could negatively impact within their situation. But it doesn't always have to be something that we refer them out for. Why? Because it may be unavoidable. So, like, let's say our kids go to the same school, but they're in different grades and they don't really interact with one another. That would be considered a dual relationship, but we could seek supervision on what would be the most ethical way to parse that out, but it wouldn't directly impact the client's situation. But we don't gain anything from the client's child going to the same school as our child. However, a conflict of interest, emphasis on interest, because if you think of an interest, it's something that you benefit from. So, conflict of interest is where you have two relationships with a client and you're gaining some benefit from knowing the client. So, for example, let's say our client's child goes to the same school as our child does, and our client's child feels inclined to do our child's homework based on the fact that our client has told their child that we've helped them so much, so they have to help our child in exchange. Conflict of interest. We didn't tell the client that they should tell this to their child, but we're gaining interest from the situation. Another example, let's say I need to get work done on my car and I take it to a garage. I see my client is the mechanic that is going to be working on my car. A dual relationship is simply the client is the person working on my car. A conflict of interest is they're like, man, Phil's really helped me out so much. I'm going to shave $200 off of their bill. It's conflict of interest. I'm gaining interest from knowing the client and having another role, such as their social worker or therapist. So those are differences between dual relationships as well as a conflict of interest. However, the rule of thumb, when in doubt, seek guidance based on the fact that you don't want to make a mistake in any way, shape, or form. But the key thing here and why a supervision is specialized or gives you superpowers is because your supervisor should have the expertise, credentials, and experience to assist you in your practice, and they should have more experience than you do within the context of whatever you're seeking guidance from them for. So again, supervision, S equals specialized because it's specialized information that can give us superpowers. Anytime that we bring something into the session, we have to handle it, which would lead to us seeking guidance from somebody that has more experience than we do. Countertransference, C equals client because it's where the social worker or therapist is putting it onto the client, and it's counter to the therapeutic process. Dual relationship, we have dual or multiple relationships with the client. We don't really gain benefit from them. Conflict of interest is where we have multiple relationships with the client where they're therapist and they're in another role, but they're trying to give us something or we're gaining interest from knowing the client. Let's go to the other side of the river and identify when we need to refer a client out. So whenever the client brings in something to the therapeutic relationship that could prevent their progress in some way, shape, or form. So, for example, they have sexual attraction to the therapist, or they are acting inappropriately in some way, shape, or form. They're making sexual advances, they're making sexual comments, they're trying to touch you or do anything wild, they're trying to hurt you in some way, shape, or form. That would be considered transference. So we've already identified countertransference, but transference can utilize the same trick to tell us what is specifically going on with and for the situation. So T equals therapist or social worker, because this is where the client is going to put it on the therapist or social worker, but it does not always equate to being counter to the therapeutic process. So, what do I mean by this? So, let's say I'm working with a client and they view me as a brother figure and they had a good relationship with their brother. Well, they may trust me and establish rapport faster, but that would not be counter to the therapeutic process because they're not overstepping boundaries. However, let's say I remind them of their brother and they have a negative relationship with their brother and they hate their brother. Well, that would definitely be detrimental to us being able to collaborate and work together because I'm trying to help them and they're viewing me as a barrier or somebody that's trying to hurt them in some way, shape, or form. So transference, T equals therapist or social worker, because this is where the client's putting it on the therapist or social worker, and it's not always counter to the therapeutic process. Another time when we would need to refer out is when the social worker does not have any experience in treating a presenting issue and or the person requires more specialized treatment. So again, we would seek out supervision when we have little experience in a situation, but if we have zero experience, zero experience, then we would need to refer them out because we're not going to view our client as an experiment within the situation. Or if they require more specialized treatment, substance use treatment, eating disorder treatment, or they're requesting in a particular modality that we don't have experience in, EMDR, DBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, etc., then we would not be able to treat them based on the fact that we have zero experience. But if we have little experience in some of those issues, then we can go to a supervisor, S equals specialized, so we can get the specialized information and get superpowers based on associating with our supervisor. But again, if we don't have any experience, it's difficult to build the house without the materials and the base that we would need. Another time when you would refer somebody out is when the client and social worker have a dual relationship and or a conflict of interest. And you may say, Phil, you just said a dual relationship or conflict of interest would be seeking supervision. What's the dealio? Well, if the dual relationship and or conflict of interest could be a barrier to treatment. So as I stated, if our client had a child and our child is in the same grade as the client, we would likely refer them out because it's going to cross wires because we don't want our client's child at our house. We don't want our child at the client's house. So again, that would be an instance where a dual relationship would be bad moves, bad vibes. Conflict of interest could also be an unavoidable thing where the client's always trying to give us things or trying to give us discounts in some way, shape, or form. So if it's unavoidable, such as in a rural setting, or if we're the only treatment provider, etc., then we're not going to be able to refer them out to Casper or nobody. So when in doubt, we likely need to seek supervision, and our supervisor may tell us to refer them out in some way, shape, or form. But again, when you see dual relationship or conflict of interest, and it's not a specialized situation, such as a rural setting, you're likely going to refer them out. However, countertransference, on the other hand, is where you seek supervision. And another time that people often forget about is when the client and social worker do not mesh well, and the client wants the transfer. So that's the important thing is if the client wants the transfer, then we have to make the adaptation. We're not just going to hang on to the client because we want to work with them or because we want to experiment with them or we want to get the experience with working with that particular population. If the client wants to be referred out, they 100% can, because they have the right to self-determination unless they're danger to self, danger to others, there's abuse, neglect of a vulnerable individual. So again, we don't want to be a barrier to the client's progress or success based on the lack of knowledge that we possess or based on the preference that they have. So again, quick review: supervision, S equals specialized, because we're getting specialized information that could give us superpowers. If we're bringing something into the therapeutic process that could be a barrier to the client, then we would have to make the appropriate adaptations and do our due diligence and seek supervision. While referral, R equals no return, because we're going to be sending them out to somebody else and they're not going to be returning to us based on the fact that the client has brought something in that we can't seek supervision around, aka the client's sexually attracted to you, they're making advances, or there's that dual relationship or conflict of interest that's unavoidable. Maybe our kids are in the same grade. Maybe we have somebody that's a legal professional and we need assistance in that legal position, and we can't really draw the line or create boundaries or barriers. In addition to that, if our client wants to be referred out, then we have to respect their wishes, because everybody has the right to self-determination unless there's danger to self, danger to others, abuse, and neglect of a vulnerable individual. So those are the differences between when you need to refer versus seek supervision. But again, the list is not exhaustive, and you can see a multitude of different issues and things within questions. So not generalizing, not jumping in conclusions, and not getting yourself riled and dialed up, but simply being able to recognize and apply the concepts when you see them inside of the questions should be the goal. Never memorizing, never generalizing, but simply being able to recognize and apply them inside of the exam. Let's segue now into the different personality disorders, because a lot of times people will get those mixed up as well on, man, I thought this meant this, or what does this mean? So as we're going through, I'm going to be drawing parallels to a lot of the ones that people get mixed up or that they have different meanings for. So as we're going through them, it may seem like I'm bouncing around, um, but I want to make sure as we're going through them that the different characteristics that stick out for them is going to be able to help you understand which ones mean which ones versus other ones. And again, as I've said throughout all the different topic areas that we've covered so far, do not try to memorize anything, but be able to recognize and apply them. So as we're going through the different diagnosis, the personality disorders, the schizophrenia spectrum, bipolar 1 versus bipolar 2 disorder, and the different medications, the goal is not to memorize all of them. But when you're in a question, simply being able to understand, what does this mean versus what does this other concept mean? Because all you have to do is be able to identify the answer. You don't have to be able to teach it and explain it. But let's start with this. Personality disorders, first up to bat, they're mixed into clusters. And the first cluster is the odd and eccentric behaviors. They're considered the odd and eccentric behaviors because they're non-traditional behaviors that we would see exemplified by the people that are in cluster A. So the first diagnosis up to bat is going to be paranoid personality disorder. So key emphasis on paranoid, because this individual is paranoid or worries that other individuals are going to utilize the words that they say, the actions that they do against them in some way, shape, or form. So they're always thinking that somebody is going to exploit them without any evidence in any way, shape, or form. That's what makes it paranoia, is there's no actual evidence for the claims that they're making in some way, shape, or form. So stated in a different way, it's when somebody is paranoid that other people are going to utilize information and or situations against them, and there's no actual evidence for the claims that they're making, which kind of makes it almost like a delusion, which is a false belief not based in reality, even when presented with factual information. So this is going to cause them to not have a lot of relationships because they're going to be accusing other people of other things. They're always going to think that their partner's trying to leave them or cheating on them in some way, or they avoid social situations for the sole fact that they feel like if they engage in social situations, that the people around them are going to misinterpret or utilize their actions or words against them in some way, shape, or form. So a lot of times people will get paranoid personality disorder and avoidant personality disorder mixed up because they're like, well, they're not engaging in social situations. Well, the reason why they're not engaging in social situations is totally different. Paranoid personality disorder is they don't engage in social situations because they are paranoid that other people are going to utilize or exploit them or hurt them in some way. Well, avoidant personality disorder is where they avoid social situations because they do not feel like they're good enough to be in them. So their paranoid personality disorder is where they're always paranoid about other people's thoughts or actions and how they are going to utilize them against them in some way. The next one up to bat is going to be schizoid personality disorder. And a lot of times people get schizoid personality disorder and schizotypal personality disorder mixed up. But the easiest way to be able to recognize and apply them and differentiate them from one another is by manipulating the word. So if we look closely at schizoid personality disorder, key emphasis on zoid, because when you see the word zoid or think of a zoid, think of a robot because beep, boop, boop, because a schizoid personality disorder, they are similar to a robot, beep, boop, boop, based on the fact that they are programmed to do one particular thing and similar to a robot. They're cold. They don't really have any emotions, and robots aren't able to make relationships with other people. So people with schizoid personality disorder do not desire to have relationships with other people. So again, schizoid, key emphasis on zoid, think of a robot, beep, boop, boop, because schizoid personality disorder is where somebody is going to act as if they are a robot. So stated in a different way, it's where somebody does not care about having relationships or being close to other people. They may be close to their immediate family, but even then, they don't desire to have connections with their immediate family in any way, shape, or form. So they prefer to be by themselves or in solitary activities, and they do not care about the criticisms of other people because they have one purpose, such as a robot does. They don't really care what people think about them because they don't really want to form a relationship with other people. So this person is going to be kind of like a loner or prefer to work like a night shift and stay to themselves and not really desire to have any emotional connections with anyone in any way, shape, or form. So picture a robot. They're cold emotionally. They're programmed to do one thing, and they don't really communicate or stay connected to other people in any way, shape, or form. Not to mistake it for another diagnosis that looks really similar, which is schizotypal personality disorder. So schizoid, key emphasis on zoid, think of a robot, beep, boop, boop. Schizotypal, if we look closely at the name, schizotypal, we can make out the word typical because this person is not a typical individual and they're non-conventional in their thoughts, beliefs, and the activities and appearances that they have. So schizoid, again, zoid, think of a robot, beep, boop, boop. They don't really want relationships. While schizotypal personality disorder, they want relationships, but nobody wants a relationship with them because they have odd and eccentric ways of thinking, talking, behaving, and appearing to other individuals. So, stated in a different way, it's where somebody has ideas of reference. So, an easy way to be able to recognize and apply the term ideas of reference, key emphasis on reference, because their idea of their own reference point is higher than it actually is. They think they have magical powers and that they are better than everyone else. Magical thinking is where they think their thoughts have magical powers of if I think of something happening and it occurs, that I must have caused it to happen. And I kind of created a magical thinking type situation at the beginning of the session where I said, man, somebody told me to drink honey. I drank honey and I went into the exam and passed. So the honey is what must have caused me to pass, not my own abilities. It's magical thinking. You put magical powers onto thoughts and behaviors that do not possess those magical properties. And they also experience delusions, false beliefs not based in reality. They have odd ways of speaking and presenting themselves. They may utilize made up words. They may have their own language. They may wear a witch's hat or a bathing suit to a therapy session, which would be out of the context of what we'd be expected within that social situation. But they also tend to be anxious in social situations and they want relationships, but nobody wants to be around them due to their behavior and the way that they conduct themselves. Because again, they're not a typical person. They don't view themselves as a typical person because they feel like they're better than everybody and possess magical powers like a wizard does. So schizoid personality disorder, key emphasis on zoid, think of a robot, beep, boop, boop. Schizotypal personality disorder, think of not a typical person or somebody that wears a witch's hat or a wizard's robe, and they think that they have magical powers. So those are the differences between the diagnosis among cluster A. But again, the difference between schizoid personality disorder and schizotypal personality disorder as well is that they want relationships, but nobody wants to be in a relationship with them. Let's segue into cluster B. The majority of times people understand and are able to recognize cluster B, but there are similarities among the diagnosis that makes it a lot easier to differentiate them because cluster B is going to be the dramatic, emotional, and erratic cluster. And most times people are going to be able to recognize and apply these diagnoses a lot easier because the actions that people do in cluster B tend to be a lot wilder than in any of the other clusters. But let's look at them a little bit closer. The first one up to bat is going to be borderline personality disorder. So the easiest way to be able to recognize and apply borderline personality disorder or differentiate it from the other diagnosis is key emphasis on border, because this individual is on the border of one relationship and ready to go to the next relationship based on the fact that they do not feel like they're receiving enough love and acceptance from the other individuals. So that's going to be the main difference between borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, independent personality disorder, is that they are seeking love, 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 and acceptance. So borderline personality disorder, it's all about love because they're seeking love from another person. Another way to be able to differentiate it is line, key emphasis on line, because they are willing to cross the line in a relationship unless you create a boundary. So they lack boundaries within the situation. So borderline personality disorder is where somebody is on the border of one relationship, ready to go to the next relationship because they don't feel like the person loves them enough, as well as line because they're willing to cross the line of a relationship unless you check them and set the boundary. Stated in a different way, it's where someone has a fear of abandonment, will do anything to ensure that people do not leave them. They will buy things, do favors for people, anything to ensure that somebody wants to have them around. So the person will have mood fluctuations from euphoria to uncontrollable anger. They may feel like people are spiting them or that people are out to get them or trying to hurt them in some way. And the person also ranges from idealization to valuation. So the difference between idealization and devaluation, idealization, it's the ideal situation. This is the greatest job ever. This is the greatest person ever. I love them so much. They're so gifted and talented. To devaluation, it's where it doesn't have any value. I hate this person. I never wanted this job. It's the worst job. They're the worst person. I can't believe I ever got tricked by that person, which causes unstable, frequent relationships. Because if somebody does something you don't like, you're immediately like, I hate this person. I'm done with them. To, I love them so much. I would do anything for them. And if you're watching somebody that has borderline personality disorder do this, it's like, didn't you just say that you hated this person about 10 minutes ago? No. You misheard. I love this person. Don't ever say anything bad about them. But anything bad that happens, like, man, I can't believe this. I hate this person. So it's the ebbs and flow. They can also experience suicidal ideations as well as have self-mutilation as a manipulation tactic in order for people not to leave them in a relationship. They may threaten to kill themselves if somebody doesn't want to be in a relationship with them. But again, They're looking for love and acceptance from another individual. So borderline personality disorder, it's all about love and not about anything else. They want somebody to love them, so that they'll do anything in order to maintain and initiate and gain a relationship in some way, shape, or form. The next personality disorder up to bat, and a lot of times people will get borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder mixed up because they're rather similar. But the easiest way to be able to differentiate histrionic personality disorder from borderline personality disorder is by manipulating the name. Because if we look closely at histrionic personality disorder, key emphasis on history, because if somebody has histrionic personality disorder, they're trying to make themselves about a part of history, and they want everyone to look at them and give them attention as people that are a part of history are receiving. So borderline personality disorder is about getting love and acceptance, while histrionic personality disorder, they may have frequent relationships, but it's based on them getting attention and acceptance. So borderline personality disorder, they're looking for love. Histrionic personality disorder, they're looking for attention. So if somebody's willing to give them attention or talk about them or give them affirmation, they are then going to rep and rock with them. But if they don't feel like they're getting enough attention from somebody, they will go to the next individual. While borderline personality disorder, they're looking for love and acceptance. So histrionic personality disorder, another way to look at it as well is you think about historical figures in history, like the Roman statues and stuff, they're all naked, similar to people that have histrionic personality disorder. Not that they're all naked, but they will utilize their appearance to get attention and acceptance from other individuals. So, stated in a different way, it's someone who is uncomfortable when situations are not about them, people aren't talking about them and telling their stories. So they will do anything for attention. They want everyone to have all eyes on them 100% of their days. And if something's not about them, they're about to make it about them in some way, shape, or form. So the person will utilize their body and sexual seductiveness to get attention from other individuals. So the person has mood swings and times will be self-dramatizing. Think about it. They want all eyes on them. So they're going to create a drama or show so that people pay attention to them. So they are going to create a theater act in order for people to dream and strive and thrive and give them attention. They're also moldable the situations for people to give them acceptance, because if they're going to get attention from every single individual, they must have relations to every single individual as well. So a good example of somebody that has histrionic personality disorder is somebody that is always trying to one up another individual, regardless of how awesome this situation or opportunity is. So let's say you were getting ready to go on a trip with your family and you're like, man, we're going to go to Florida. It's our first time going to Florida. We're so excited. And then this coworker has histrionic personality disorder. And they're like, Florida schmorda. I went to Florida when I was 3 years old and I rolled the back of a dolphin and it did a backflip and kissed me on the lips. And I knew that I was destined to go to Florida. I've been to Florida 1,000 times. Psh, you should try to go into this other country that I'm going to. I did that when I was 12, but I'm going to go back and do it again based on the fact that the first time I only got to ride the back of a dragon. Now I'm going to go on the back of the dragon while riding a horse and slaying the dragon's throat. So again, creating this historically wild scenario, and you're like, dang. But again, if you've been around somebody that has histrionic personality disorder, it's like, okay, this person's about to make this situation about them, so I'm not even going to try and engage with this person. So if you don't give somebody attention that has histrionic personality disorder, they'll just move on to somebody else. So the difference between borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder is borderline personality disorder, they're on the border of one relationship to go to the next relationship because they're looking for love and acceptance, while histrionic personality disorder is looking for attention and acceptance from other individuals. And now where we kind of like draw the line and where cluster B becomes a little bit different is going to be antisocial personality disorder, and narcissistic personality disorder. So, antisocial personality disorder is where people will often mistake it for avoidant personality disorder. Because if you remember when we were talking about paranoid personality disorder and avoidant personality disorder will avoid social situations. But the main difference is that paranoid personality disorder, they're avoiding social situations because they're paranoid and unsure of other people's intentions. While avoidant personality disorder, they're going to avoid social situations because they feel like they're not good enough. But antisocial personality disorder, even though the name sounds like they don't want to be social with other people, it's to the contrary, based on the fact that antisocial personality disorder is where they do not respect the social norms and rules that are set in place, and no one wants to interact with them based on the fact that they're trying to harm and violate other individuals for their own personal gain. And it's kind of like try and stop me type mentality. So when we think about like serial killers or people that are incarcerated, this is the type of personality disorder that we're looking at. So key emphasis on social, not that they don't want to socialize with other individuals. Other people don't want to socialize with them based on the fact that this individual is trying to break social rules and norms and write their own rules and norms to benefit themselves in some way, shape, or form. So, antisocial personality disorder is where someone fails to conform to social norms and they will break the law and hurt people for their own personal gain. So, the person lacks remorse for their actions and they do not have any regard for the safety of themselves or other individuals. So, this is a person that will always push everything to the limit. They have impulsivity issues and they don't really care about themselves or other individuals. They just simply want to do things that they think is a good idea and they feel like they should be able to do anything and that rules and norms are kind of stupid. So they're going to do what they do. So they also find it hard to fulfill responsibility and lack impulsivity control based on the fact that they think about the moment and not really being able to plan ahead in some way, shape, or form. So, antisocial personality disorder is not that they don't want to socialize with other people don't want to socialize with them because they're willing to break the rules and norms and violate people's boundaries for their own personal gain, such as breaking the law and justifying it in a certain manner. So, again, antisocial personality disorder often gets mistaken for narcissistic personality disorder. However, antisocial personality disorder will admit the things that they do wrong. It's kind of like try and stop me if you can. I'm unstoppable. Narcissistic personality disorder, on the other hand, they'll never admit that they're wrong. They'll convince you that you're wrong and that what they did was right and that you remembered it incorrectly. Antisocial, on the other hand, it's like, yeah, I did that. So what? What are you going to do about it? It's like the person that's willing to get out of their car because you took their parking spot and they're ready to cut your head off. Narcissistic would convince you that that parking spot wasn't yours and that they have a reason better than yours to be in that parking spot. So, again, not to mistake antisocial for avoidant. Antisocial is somebody that is incarcerated or in prison. In segueing into the next personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, there's not really a clever way to be able to recognize and apply that personality disorder. And if somebody had narcissistic personality disorder, they'd be kind of mad because they like to feel like they're special and that they're better than everybody. So, not being able to break it down and recognize and apply it in a special manner would probably offend somebody that had narcissistic personality disorder. Not to stigmatize and degrade anybody, but let's get back into the content. So, stated in a different way, narcissistic personality disorder is where everything is about them. And they have this mentality of like, I need to be respected and loved and have power in every situation. And people are my tools to get to where I want. And if people aren't going to pay attention to me and they're not going to affirm what I have to say, I will find somebody else that will. So, the difference between antisocial personality disorder and narcissistic is antisocial personality disorder is somebody that's incarcerated or in prison, while narcissistic personality disorder is like a politician or a CEO of a company based on the fact that they are only worrying about themselves, and they're willing to harm people and sacrifice people if they need to get their needs met in some way, shape, or form. So, stated in a different way, it's somebody who is preoccupied with success, money, love, and acceptance from other individuals. So, this person will get into relationships and only associate with people that they feel are on the same level as them because they view themselves as being special. So, if you're not going to talk them up in their capabilities and give them credit for who they are because they're special, they're going to manipulate you, degrade you, and make you feel like you're less than based on the fact that they've been given special powers within this situation because they have a grandiose sense of self. So they feel like they're better than everybody and they are never wrong in a situation. So if you have evidence that somebody that has narcissistic personality disorder is wrong, they may gaslight you and convince you that the way that you interpreted the situation is incorrect and that they can't possibly be wrong and that you are the problem, not them. And so the person feels like they are special and that they will manipulate and hurt people without any empathy or remorse to advance themselves in some way, shape, or form. So they always need somebody to be giving them credit or fueling them up. And if they aren't getting the credit or getting fueled up by the person, they will simply just discard the person and move on to the next person that will give them that fuel that they are seeking in some way, shape, or form. So they always need to be affirmed and admired in some way, shape, or form. But deep down, if somebody has narcissistic personality disorder, it's that they have insecurities and they are getting those needs met to make themselves feel whole by utilizing manipulating other people in order to make themselves feel better about themselves. So again, that is going to be cluster B. Borderline personality disorder is where somebody is on the border of one relationship and ready to cross the line into another relationship because they're looking for love and acceptance. Histrionic personality disorder is where they're trying to make themselves a part of history and they're looking for attention and acceptance. Antisocial personality disorder, key emphasis on social because they're breaking social rules, norms, and laws, and they don't really care about other people. They just simply want to live life on the way that they can because it's kind of like a try and stop me type mentality. While narcissistic personality disorder is where they're going to utilize other people for their own gain. They always need to be looked as better than everybody. They need love, power, and prestige in every situation. And if they're not viewed as the most powerful, they're going to degrade and drag people down in order to make themselves look better in some way, shape, or form. The last cluster that we'll go over is cluster C, which is the anxious and fearful cluster. So, this is the anxious and fearful cluster because people are afraid of bad things happening or they view as themselves not good enough to be in particular situations. So, the first one up to bat is going to be avoidant personality disorder. Again, key emphasis on avoid, and we've drawn the parallel between each personality disorder, but let's do it again to make sure that we have a comprehensive overview because a lot of times people will get avoidant personality disorder, paranoid personality disorder, and antisocial personality disorder mixed up. But again, paranoid personality disorder is where somebody is paranoid of other people's intentions and they feel like somebody is going to manipulate, exploit them, or utilize them in some way, shape, or form without any evidence for the beliefs that they have. Antisocial personality disorder is not that they don't want to socialize with other people. Other people don't want to socialize with them because they're willing to break rules, social norms, and laws for their own personal gain. Well, avoidant personality disorder is where they will avoid social situations because they do not feel like they are good enough to be in those situations in some way, shape, or form. So, paranoid, they avoid social situations, but it's because they feel like other people's intentions or what other people will gain from the situation and how they will manipulate and utilize them. Avoidant is where they avoid it because they don't feel like they are good enough or that they are going to make a mistake in some way, shape, or form. So, stated in a different way, someone avoids social situations because of their own self image. They are always worried about being judged by other people and they avoid activities that they know that they're not going to be good at. So, they stick to what activities they've done for a long time or only do new activities around people that they trust and know that they will not be judged by. So the person will only spend time with people that they know that they will be accepted by, yet are reserved with sharing personal information. So they have low self esteem and view themselves as inept without any evidence. And that's the key part here of how people will get paranoid and avoidant personality disorder mixed up, because they have low self esteem and view themselves as inept or not equipped for situations. Regardless of how talented and gifted they are, they always tell themselves that they're not enough based on feedback or previous experiences that they've had associated with who they are within a situation. But there's no evidence for the current moment that they're inept in any way, shape, or form. So avoidant personality disorder is where they avoid social situations for fear that they're going to make a mistake or that they're not good enough to be in the situation in some way, shape, or form. And the next personality disorder up to bat is dependent personality disorder. So key emphasis on depend. Why? Because this person depends on other people to strive and thrive. However, a lot of times people will get borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, and dependent personality disorder mixed up. However, they get them mixed up because they're all associated with relationships. But remember, the main difference of why somebody wants to be in the relationship will make or break whether it is borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, or dependent personality disorder. Borderline personality disorder is where somebody is looking for love, and acceptance. Histrionic personality disorder, they're trying to make themselves a part of history, so they're looking for attention and acceptance from other individuals. Dependent personality disorder is where somebody is going to get into a relationship so that way they can depend on that person to satisfy their needs in some way, shape, or form. So, dependent personality disorder is where somebody will get into a relationship to get their basic needs met, initiate projects, or make decisions for them, even if they have the capability of making them for themselves. So, stated in a different way, it's someone who finds it difficult to make decisions without feedback and assurance from other individuals. The person finds it difficult to initiate projects or do things on their own and will seek out assistance and tasks that they can complete on their own. And the person fears being alone. And if somebody is to leave them or to pass away on them, they will engage in relationships where they can be taken care of and get their needs met in some way, shape, or form. So that's the difference between borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, and dependent, is they may engage in frequent relationships, but it's to get their basic needs met and for other people to take care of their needs in some way, shape, or form. The last personality disorder that we'll look at is going to be obsessive compulsive personality disorder, not to mistake it for obsessive compulsive disorder. So, obsessive compulsive disorder is where somebody will have obsessive or intrusive thoughts and have a compulsion or behavior that they do in response to the obsessions or intrusive thoughts that they experience. So, again, obsessive compulsive disorder is where it affects the individual internally. Obsessive compulsive personality disorder is where somebody is obsessed with being the best, and they are so structural that they're going to tell other people what they should be doing in their life. So, again, obsessive compulsive disorder is where the individual internally has intrusive thoughts and they will have compulsions or behaviors that they do in response to that. While obsessive compulsive personality disorder is where somebody will impact other people's situation based on the fact that they're telling them what they should do with and for their situation. So, key emphasis on obsess, because this person is obsessed with being the best individual that they can. So, stated in a different way, it is somebody who is overly structured and focused on rules to the point where activities can be delayed or worsened by it. So let's say you're playing Monopoly with your friends, and one of your friends has an obsessive compulsive personality disorder. Regardless if you're just trying to have fun and make some adaptations to the rules. They're willing to pet the pages of the pamphlet to tell you that you're playing the game wrong and that they want to have it played right, or they're not playing at all. So the person is focused on being perfect and overly devoted to work and being productive at the expense of leisure activities. So they're kind of utilizing asceticism. Shout out to Freud. Asceticism is where somebody has a set way of doing things and will delay pleasure in order to accomplish a particular goal. So the person finds it difficult to discard worn out items and hoards money when it is not a financial necessity. So if somebody is hoarding money for a potential crisis, they would not qualify for obsessive compulsive personality disorder. So this person will hoard money, not discard worn out things for the sole fact that they feel like it could have a purpose in some way, shape, or form. So let's do a quick review of the personality disorders, and then we will segue to the schizophrenia spectrum. So paranoid personality disorder is where somebody is paranoid of other people's intentions, so they avoid social situations for fear that people are going to utilize them, exploit them, or hurt them in some way. Schizoid personality disorder, key emphasis on zoid. Think of a robot, beep, boop, boop, because this person is going to act as if they are a robot. They're programmed to do a particular thing. They do not want relationships with other people. They're emotionally closed off and cold. Schizotypal personality disorder, key emphasis on typal. Think of typical, because they're not a typical person, because they have odd and eccentric ways of doing things, and they want relationships, but other people don't want relationships with them because they're just strange. Cluster B, the dramatic, emotional, and erratic cluster, borderline personality disorder, is where somebody is on the border of one relationship and ready to go to the next relationship because they don't feel like their current partner loves them enough, and they're looking for love and acceptance. Histrionic personality disorder is where they're trying to make themselves a part of history. So they're not looking for love and acceptance. They're looking for attention and acceptance, and they will do anything for other people to tell their story and talk about them and give them attention in any way, shape, or form. Antisocial personality disorder is where somebody will break social rules and norms and have no regard for other individuals. They're willing to break the law for their own personal gain. Narcissistic personality disorder is where they feel like everyone is below them and they're better than everybody because they're gifted and talented, and everybody should look up to them and give them excessive admiration. And if people aren't willing to give them the admiration that they feel they deserve, they're willing to degrade and discard other people for their own personal gain. The difference between antisocial and narcissistic: antisocial, somebody's incarcerated or in prison. Narcissistic, they are a politician or a CEO of a company. Cluster C, the anxious and fearful cluster, avoidant personality disorder, key emphasis on avoid because they avoid social situations for fear that they were going to be judged in some way, or they do not feel like they're good enough, even though there's no evidence for the claims that they make. And dependent personality disorder, key emphasis on depend because they depend on other people to strive and thrive within their environment. And not to mistake it for borderline personality disorder or histrionic, but they will get into frequent relationships to get their basic needs met. And the last one is going to be obsessive compulsive personality disorder, where they are obsessed with being the best, or they feel like they have the best way of doing things. So they try to tell everyone else how they should be living their life. So those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply the personality disorders. Let's segue now in the schizophrenia spectrum. So a lot of times people will get mixed up or tripped up on the schizophrenia spectrum. The easiest way to be able to recognize and apply the different diagnoses within the schizophrenia spectrum is to recognize that the symptoms are rather similar within the schizophrenia spectrum. And the main difference is going to be the length of time for the diagnosis. So let's look at it a little bit closer to see what I'm talking about. So brief psychotic disorder, key emphasis on brief. So when you think of brief, think of a short amount of time. So a brief amount of time is going to be 30 days or less. So brief psychotic disorder is going to be a brief amount of time. So it's 30 days or less. So once it crosses the threshold of 30 days, yet less than 6 months, it's going to be schizophreniform. So if we look closely at schizophreniform, we can kind of see the word pre because it's the pre form of schizophrenia. Brief psychotic disorder, brief amount of time, 30 days or less. Schizophreniform, it's the pre form of schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is 6 months or longer. So if you think of a sandwich, brief psychotic disorder is a bun. Schizophreniform is like the meat, or whatever you want to put on the sandwich. And then schizophrenia is the other bun. And therefore, brief psychotic disorder is 30 days or less. Schizophreniform, longer than 30 days, yet less than 6 months, because schizophrenia is 6 months or longer. So the main difference is going to be the length of time that we see. Brief psychotic disorder, brief amount of time, 30 days or less. Schizophreniform, it's the pre-form of schizophrenia. So it's longer than brief psychotic disorder, so longer than 30 days, yet less than schizophrenia, which is 6 months or longer. So schizophreniform is longer than 30 days, yet less than 6 months, because schizophrenia is 6 months or longer. So the main difference is going to be the length of time. So the symptoms that we can see within the schizophrenia spectrum are as follows. Delusions, which are false beliefs that are not based in reality and that the person refuses to give up even when presented with factual information. And that's what makes it a delusion, because oftentimes as humans, we have beliefs, but if somebody provides you evidence or facts to change your opinion, you oftentimes make adaptations to your thoughts or the opinions that you have. Delusions, regardless of what you tell somebody that has a delusion, they are going to believe what they think is right based on the fact that they feel like they know more than the person does. So delusions are false beliefs not based in reality. Even when presented with factual information, they will defend them to the death of them. Hallucinations can be auditory, visual, tactile, or olfactory. So auditory, hearing; visual, seeing; tactile, feeling; olfactory, smelling, things that are not actually there or that other people are not able to experience as well. Disorganized speech, saying things that do not make sense; utilizing made-up words that have no meaning, and or tangential speech, where somebody skips from topic to topic to topic with no common theme. An easy way to remember disorganized speech: think of a room that's disorganized and you have no idea what any of the stuff means, but the person that lives in that room or operates in that room can tell you everything in the meaning behind the things, whether they don't make sense or not. Tangential speech is where somebody's going from topic to topic to topic to topic. So let's say I'm talking about passing the exam. I start talking about candles, start talking about laundry, start talking about dishes, start telling you how to change a tire on a car. And then I get back into telling you how to pass the exam. You'd be pretty lost of how a candle, laundry, dishes, changing a car would be relevant to being able to pass the exam in some way, shape, or form. The other symptom that we can see of the positive symptoms: grossly disorganized or catatonic behavior. So repetitive, senseless movements, rocking back and forth, flapping about, adopting a pose that can be maintained for hours. Or if the person is trying to be moved, they will resist efforts to be moved. Or if they are moved, they will assume the new position for hours as well. This person can be pacing back and forth, walking in circles, writing constantly, or writing letters to people of power that they feel like they can connect with. Also having repeated movements with no rhyme or reason. Again, rocking back and forth, walking around, flapping about, doing all these different things. So that way, again, disorganized, has no order in any way, shape, or form. Catatonic, think of something that is majorly depressed, and catatonia is just flatlined. And the negative symptoms, because again, Delusions, hallucinations, disorganized speech, and grossly disorganized or catatonic behavior are going to be positive symptoms, because if you think of somebody that's positive, they're upbeat and they're everywhere with high energy. So that's what somebody's mind is like when they're experiencing the positive symptoms. Negative symptoms, think of somebody that is overly negative or degrading themselves in some way, shape, or form. So again, the negative symptoms, low energy, beating themselves down, are as follows: lack of energy, poor hygiene or lack of grooming, not adhering to their activities of daily living, loss of interest in things that they would have enjoyed, or getting less pleasure from things that they would have enjoyed, withdrawal from family, friends, as well as social activities, or a change in their behavior when they are in active phase symptoms. So again, the schizophrenia spectrum, the main difference is going to be the length of time. Brief psychotic disorder, brief amount of time is 30 days or less. Schizophrenia form, it's the pre-form of schizophrenia, so it's longer than 30 days, yet less than 6 months, because schizophrenia is 6 months or longer. Delusions, false beliefs not based in reality, even when presented with factual information. Hallucinations, auditory hearing, visual seeing, tactile feeling, olfactory smelling, things that are not actually there, or other people cannot experience them as well. Disorganized speech, think of something that's disorganized, there's no rhyme or reason. So saying things that do not make sense, using made up words that have no meaning, or where their mind skips from topic to topic to topic. Grossly disorganized or catatonic behavior, so repetitive, senseless movements with no rhyme or reason. Adopt in a pose for hours, and if they're in that pose, they may resist being moved, or if moved to a new pose, they may maintain that pose for hours. Pacing, walking in circles, writing constantly, or writing letters to people of power that they feel they can be influenced. Negative symptoms: lack of energy, poor hygiene or lack of grooming, not adhering to their activities of daily living, loss of interest in things that they would have enjoyed, or withdrawal from family, friends, and social activities. So those are the differences between the diagnosis within the schizophrenia spectrum. Again, the main difference is the length of time, because the symptoms are rather consistent among the different diagnoses. Let's segue now into the difference between bipolar 1 and bipolar 2 disorders. So, the main difference and the way to organize it is to categorize them based on hypomania and mania. But the tricky part here is bipolar 1 disorder can have both mania as well as hypomania. However, the main difference is that bipolar 2 disorder can only have hypomania or hypomanic symptoms. But the way to categorize them is mania and hypomania, because bipolar 1 disorder has primarily manic symptoms. It can have hypomanic symptoms, but it has to have at least one manic episode. Bipolar 2 disorder, on the other hand, can only have hypomanic episodes or hypomania. So let's look at this a little bit closer, because again, when we're talking about mania, we're talking about bipolar 1 disorder. When we're talking about hypomania, we're talking about bipolar 2 disorder. So mania, bipolar 1 disorder, bipolar 1 week or longer. So the name of the diagnosis will tell you the length of time that is required in order for somebody to meet criteria for bipolar 1 disorder. Bipolar 1 week or longer. It may require necessitation of hospitalization. They may be exhibiting psychosis, as well as it requires a negative or clinically significant impact on someone's functioning. So the necessitation of hospitalization could be suicidal, homicidal ideations, as well as exhibiting psychosis. So if somebody's experiencing suicidal ideations, homicidal ideations, or psychosis, they cannot have bipolar 2 disorder, because that is by definition a manic episode. As well as, the main difference is that bipolar 1 disorder or mania has a negative or clinically significant impact on someone's functioning, as well as it does not require that somebody have an episode of depression. It does not mean that somebody will not have an episode of depression, but it is not required to be diagnosed with bipolar 1 disorder. So bipolar 1 disorder, bipolar 1 week or longer, it may require the necessitation of hospitalization, suicidal or homicidal ideations. They may be exhibiting psychosis, as well as it requires a negative or clinically significant impact on someone's functioning, but it does not require somebody have an episode of depression. So a couple of examples of what bipolar 1 disorder looked like. So Britney Spears, when she was going after paparazzis and shaving her head, those were manic episodes or manic type symptoms. Another example is Charlie Sheen when he was saying that he had tiger's blood and that he was better than everybody. That inflated sense of self of what they're particularly looking at. Kanye West when he says that he has these wild ideas and running for presidency. Manic episodes. Hypomania on the other side, again, we're associating that with bipolar 2 disorder. Hypomania, bipolar 2 disorder, because again, bipolar 1 disorder can have manic as well as hypomanic episodes. However, bipolar 1 disorder primarily has manic episodes. However, bipolar 2 disorder can only have hypomanic episodes. So again, similar to bipolar 1 disorder, we can manipulate the name to tell us the length of time that is required to diagnose bipolar 2 disorder. So there are two ways. So whichever one reps and rocks with you, I'd recommend utilizing it. So bipolar 2 disorder, 2 plus 2 is 4 because it's 4 days or longer. So bipolar 2 disorder, 2 plus 2 is 4 days or longer. Or if you're somebody that watches a lot of movies, think about how the first version of the movie is often way better and offers a lot more than the second version or sequel of the movie. Because again, bipolar 1 disorder, the first edition has both manic and hypomanic episodes, while bipolar 2 disorder, the sequel or the second edition has half as good of information because it's half of the diagnosis that bipolar 1 disorder is. So half of a week is 4 days or longer. So those are different ways to be able to manipulate the length of time. Again, bipolar 2 disorder, it's the second version, so it's half as good as the first. So half of a week is 4 days or longer. It does not require negative or clinically significant impact on someone's functioning. So if somebody has the necessitation of hospitalization, suicidal ideations, homicidal ideations, psychosis, then by definition, it would be a manic episode and it would not be bipolar 2 disorder. However, it does require someone have an episode of depression. So again, those are the main differences between bipolar 1 disorder and bipolar 2 disorder. Bipolar 2 disorder, 4 days or longer, so half the length of time. It does not require negative or clinically significant impact on someone's functioning, and it does require someone have an episode of depression. So what this would look like is someone that was overproductive at work, they get fixated on tasks, and they are often more productive with their time. And yet they find it difficult to do one thing at a time, and they always get involved in multiple things and can never really stay focused. So there are periods where they're overly productive. They accomplish a ton of things, but they're often doing 2 to 3 different things at the same time. And then there are times where they're not able to accomplish the same amount and they are able to stay focused on one thing. So those are the difference between bipolar 1 and bipolar 2 disorder. So let's look at these symptoms that make up both bipolar 1 and bipolar 2 disorder, because the criteria for bipolar 1 disorder and bipolar 2 disorder are the absolute same, besides the clinically significant impact and the requirement of depression. Because again, bipolar 1 disorder is mania, bipolar 2 disorder is hypomania. It's just the impact that it has on somebody that makes it a manic or hypomanic episode, or bipolar 1 versus bipolar 2 disorder. So the symptoms that we're looking at: inflated sense of self-esteem or grandiosity, They think they're better than everybody and that they're more capable than the things that they are. But what makes it different than other diagnoses is that there are periods where they have this inflated sense of self-esteem, and then other times where they do not. They also will have periods of decreased need for sleep. So feeling rested only after 3 hours or going multiple days in a row without sleep. They're more talkative than normal, where they feel pressured to have conversations with every person that they meet. So they're always talking, they're always talking, they're always talking, regardless of who's around them. They may experience flight of idea where their mind is on 1,000 miles an hour, or it's like a kaleidoscope of thoughts going through their head of just like, and it's not that they can slow them down in any way, shape, or form. So they have a ton of ideas going through their head, but they're not able to ever keep up with them. They can have distractibility or find it difficult to stay on track. So they may start multiple different tasks that they want to complete, but they're bouncing from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing, which also can lead them to have increasing goal-oriented activities of where they want to accomplish just a particular goal out of nowhere. They want to find a particular item or particular object, or they want to succeed in their career in one way. And then again, if they have distractibility, they then veer off to that course and they never actually fulfill some of the things that they want to complete in some way, shape, or form. They can also has excessive involvement in activities with high potential for painful or negative consequences, spending money they do not have, engaging in a lot of sexual behavior or increased sexual activity. So increased sexual activity would depend on the person. So we can't stigmatize somebody that has more sex than somebody else, but it would be what impact does them engaging in the sex have on them? What substance use? Are they abusing or utilizing substances? Or are they coming up with foolish business ideas that now have them at risk of losing their housing and their sustainability within life? And you may say, Phil, how am I going to be able to remember the different symptoms of bipolar disorder? I'm glad that you asked, because there's an acronym that you can bring into the exam with you if you see bipolar disorder and get struggled in between the different symptoms that you can see. And that is dig fast. So each letter of dig fast is going to symbolize a symptom of mania or hypomania. So let's look at that a little bit closer. So D equals distractibility. I equals increased in goal-oriented activity. G is grandiosity. F is flight of idea. A is activities that could be risky or dangerous to the particular individual. S is sleep disturbance or going multiple days in a row without sleep. And then T is going to be talkativeness or forced talkativeness with everyone that they meet. So if your back is against the wall, picture somebody that's digging fast and never really getting anywhere, because if somebody is manic or hypomanic, they may be super excited and pumped up and motivated, but never finish the task that they start based on the fact of the distractibility or the increasing goal-oriented activity, or they go into a depressed state and never really able to maintain or gain the things that they want. So an easy way to be able to recognize and apply the symptoms of bipolar 1 and bipolar 2 disorder is the acronym dig fast, because if you picture somebody digging fast and never really going anywhere, that is what mania or hypomania can look like to somebody on the outside looking at somebody exhibiting a manic or hypomanic episode. Let's segue now into easy ways to be able to recognize and apply the medications. But again, do not try to memorize all of these medications, but I'm going to give you ways to recognize and apply both the generic and the brand names. And you may be wondering, Phil, do I have to know the generic or brand names? The exams vary, so you may have to know both of them, but don't put the pressure on yourself to be able to memorize them, because you're not a computer. So I'm going to give you easy ways to be able to recognize and apply both of them. But similar to the names, generic medications are going to be general ways or ways to generalize that class of medications. A brand name, so if you think of something that is a brand name, it's a way to distinguish that product from another product. So let's start off with the antidepressant medications. So the generic names for the antidepressant medications can be generalized because they often have INE at the end of the name. But again, if you see INE at the end of a medication name, it does not guarantee that it is an antidepressant medication, because there's another medication class that we'll go over in just a little bit that likes to be a pain of our tail and wants to stop us from being able to generalize with INE at the end of the med. However, if you see INE at the end of a medication, the likelihood of it being an antidepressant is more likely than if there is not INE at the end of it. Now, the brand name side is where we have to come up with clever ways to be able to recognize and apply them from one another. So if you already have different ways to be able to recognize and apply the brand names for the antidepressants, I would recommend repping and rocking with those. However, if you're looking for a way to be able to recognize and apply them, this is what I would recommend. So Zoloft, key emphasis on loft, because it helps to loft the person's mood, because when somebody is depressed, they're looking to loft their mood higher. Cymbalta is not a clever way that we can be able to break that one down, but Effexor positively affects the person's mood. Wellbutrin helps the person to feel well. Trazodone helps the person's depression to be done. Celexa helps to positively select the person's mood. Lexapro helps the person feel like a pro. And Prozac helps the person feel like a pro as well. So on the generic side, again, if you see INE at the end of the medication, the likelihood of it being an antidepressant is more likely than if it's not there. The brand name side, we have to come up with more clever names. So Zoloft helps to loft the person's mood to be higher. Effexor positively affects the person's mood. Wellbutrin helps the person to feel well. Trazodone helps the person's depression to be done. Celexa helps to positively select the person's mood. Lexapro helps the person to feel like a pro. And Prozac helps the person feel like a pro as well. So those are clever ways to be able to recognize and apply both the generic and brand names of the antidepressants. Let's look at the next class of medications, which are the anti-anxiety medications. Again, the generic side is going to be a general way that we're going to be able to recognize and apply the names. In the brand name side is going to be where we're able to identify more distinguishable ways to be able to recognize and apply both the names from one another. So the generic side on this one is going to be more general ways for us to be able to do that. So if we look closely at the generic side, we can see the words PAM and LAM at the end of the anti-anxiety medications, because PAM needs anti-anxiety medications to handle our LAM because it's out of control. So PAM needs anti-anxiety meds to handle our LAM because it's out of control. So if you see PAM and LAM at the end of a medication, the likelihood of it being an anti-anxiety medication is more likely. Now, on the brand name side, again, with brand names, we have to come up with more clever ways to be able to distinguish them from one another. So let's look at those right now. So Xanax helps to X out the person's anxiety. Klonopin helps to put a pin in the person's anxiety. Volume helps to turn down the volume of the person's anxiety. Ativan, this one's a little more violent, so forgive me. Ativan beats the person's anxiety up, throws it into a van, and drives it away. Buspar helps the person to feel more on par. And Librium helps somebody to have a more equilibrium. So on the generic side, Again, a more general way to be able to recognize and apply the anti-anxiety medications. Pam and Lam, because Pam needs anti-anxiety meds to handle her lamb. On the brand name side, Xanax helps to X out the person's anxiety. Klonopin helps to put a pin into the person's anxiety. Volume helps to turn down the volume of the person's anxiety. Ativan beats up the person's anxiety, throws it in a van, and drives it away. Boost Par helps the person to feel more on par. And Librium helps them to have a more equal equilibrium. So those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply both the generic and brand names of the anti-anxiety medications. Let's now go into the ADHD medications. Again, the generic side is going to be a more general way to be able to recognize and apply the terms, while the brand name is going to be a way that we have to come up with clever ways to be able to recognize and apply each class from one another. So if we look closely at the ADHD medications, we can see the word feta and phen in the middle of the medications because people fiend for their feta cheese and it's difficult for them to stay focused. So people fiend for their feta cheese and it's difficult for them to stay focused. So the generic side, if you see feta and phen in the middle, the likelihood of it being an ADHD medication is more likely. On the brand name side, this is where we have to come up with clever ways to be able to recognize and apply the medications from one another. So Adderall helps to bring in all of the information. Concerta has two different ways. So we can have con equates to concentrate because Concerta helps the person to concentrate, or cert because it helps to certify the information that the person is experiencing at that given moment. So that is where con equals concentrate, and then cert equals certify the information that they're hearing. Ritalin helps to bring in all of the information that the person is experiencing at that given moment. Vyvanse helps the person to view this situation more clearly. So on the generic side, if you see the word feta and phen in the middle of a medication, the likelihood of it being an ADHD medication is more likely because it's like a little omelet because people fiend for their feta cheese and it's difficult for them to stay focused. On the brand name side, Adderall helps to bring in all of the information. Concerta helps the person to concentrate or certify the information that they are hearing. Ritalin helps to bring in all of the information that they're hearing. Vyvanse helps the person to view their situation more clearly. So those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply the generic as well as the brand names of the ADHD medications. Let's segue into the antipsychotic medications. And within this situation, this is the class of medications that I was talking about that were going to be pesky and cause problems. So what do I mean by this? So if you remember back to the antidepressant medications, the medications that have INE at the end had a high likelihood of being an antidepressant. Well, the antipsychotic medications are the other class of medications that if you see INE at the end of them, it's either going to be an antipsychotic medication or antidepressant medication. However, another way to distinguish antipsychotic medications from other medications is if we look at the term done, because when somebody takes their meds, they are done. So if you see the INE or done at the end of the medication, the likelihood of it being an antipsychotic medication is more likely. Because when people take their antipsychotic medication, they are done. On the brand name side, we have a couple of ways to be able to recognize and apply the different concepts, but we do not have some for all of them. So the couple that I have are as follows. Thorazine when people take their antipsychotic medication, they stop thinking that they have superpowers like they are Thor. Invega helps to push in the person's psychosis. Clozaril closes the door on the person's psychosis. Abilify helps to improve the person's ability to function with psychosis. Seroquel puts a quill into the person's psychosis to write their story more clearly. So on the generic side, we have INE or done, because when people take their antipsychotic medications, their symptoms are done. But again, if you see INE, the likelihood of it being an antidepressant or antipsychotic are more likely, so you have to be careful. And on the brain name side, Thorazine, when somebody takes their antipsychotic medications, they stop thinking they have superpowers like Thor. Invega helps to the person's psychosis inside. Clozaril closes the door on the person's psychosis. Abilify helps to improve the person's ability to function with psychosis. Seroquel helps to put a quill into the person's psychosis to write their story more clearly. And I have AP up here because the mood stabilizers also can be treated with antipsychotic medications. And the mood stabilizers, I do not have that many clever ways to be able to recognize and apply the medication. So being able to identify them is going to be more helpful than identifying ways to be able to recognize and apply it. So lithium, Depakote, Lamictal. So if we look at Depakote, key emphasis on coat because it kind of puts a coat on the person's psychosis as well as their mood symptoms. So let's do a quick review of the medications. Antidepressant medications, the generic side, we have INE. And if you see INE at the end of the medication, it has a high likelihood of being an antidepressant med or antipsychotic med. The brand name side, Zoloft helps to loft the person's mood. Effexor positively affects the person's mood. Wellbutrin helps the person to feel well. Trazodone helps the person's depression to be done. Celexa helps to positively select the person's mood. Lexapro helps the person to feel like a pro. And Prozac helps the person to feel like a pro as well. Anti-anxiety medications, generic side, PAM and LAM at the end of it, because PAM needs anti-anxiety meds to handle her LAM. The brand name side, Xanax helps to X out the person's anxiety. Klonopin helps to put a pin into the person's anxiety. Volume helps to turn down the volume of the person's anxiety. Ativan beats the person's anxiety up, throws it into a van, and drives it away. Buspar helps the person to feel more on par, and Librium helps them to have a more equilibrium. The ADHD medications, they have Feta and Phene in the middle of the generic name. So if you see Feta and Phene in the middle of it, it is having a high likelihood of being an ADHD medication because people fiend for their feta cheese and it's difficult for them to stay focused. On the brand name side, Adderall helps them to bring in all of the information. Concerta helps them to concentrate or to certify the information that they're receiving. Ritalin helps them to bring in all of the information they're hearing. And Vyvanse helps them to view their situation more clearly. And the antipsychotic medications, they have INE and done at the end because when people take their antipsychotic medications, they are done. So if you see INE at the end of it, it is either going to be an antidepressant or antipsychotic medication. On the brand name side, Thorazine, when people take their antipsychotic medication, they stop believing that they have special powers like Thor. Invega helps to push in the person's psychosis. Clozaril closes the door on the person's psychosis. Abilify helps to improve the person's ability to function with psychosis. And Seroquel helps put a quill in the person's psychosis to write their story more clearly. And the mood stabilizers, I don't really have a clever way to be able to recognize and apply those. Besides, Depakote helps to coat the person's mood and to help them calm down. So those are easy ways to be able to recognize and apply the medications from one another, including both the brand names as well as the generic name. But do not try to memorize them, but be able to recognize and apply them when you see them on the exam. Let's segue now into the trickiest topic that we will go over. And I know you're like, Phil, you said operating conditioning was going to be the trickiest, but the acronym oftentimes is the most mind-blowing thing for a lot of people. But before I get into it, the biggest recommendation that I have is to not get so structural that you view it as the 100% law of taking the exam, because no one is going to come into your exam, kick the door in, and arrest you for applying the acronym incorrectly. However, do not get such a structural manner that you start applying the acronym to every single question, or that you live or die by the acronym. Meaning you're like, well, the acronym says, the acronym is a tool, not the 100% law. So do not get yourself tripped up and say, well, the acronym is doing this or the acronym says that, because the most important thing that you can do in the exam is to compare each answer back to the question to make sure it aligns. Because I've definitely constructed questions that went against the acronym just to show people that the acronym is helpful, but it could also be just as harmful if you're not focusing on the details of the questions. So I always like to plant the seed before going over the acronym and saying that, because I know a lot of times people are like, man, well, I just live and breathe this, but I don't understand why this is like a hierarchy, but it's never followed. Well, just because a hammer is a helpful tool doesn't mean that I'm going to hammer a screw into the wall, or me changing a tire with a hammer and putting a hole in the tire based on the fact that I'm wailing on it with a hammer is not going to be as helpful than if I utilize the tool in a correct manner in the right situation. And we'll get into this in just a little bit, but the acronym is only for application questions. So it's not built for every single question. So if you're trying to utilize it with every single question, bad moves, bad vibes. So each level of the acronym is different from one another, but there's not an easy way to just read the answer choices and say, this is this based on this one word, because the meaning of the answer choice or multiple answer choices is more important than what the words actually say. Because a lot of times people get into this rhythm of like, Phil, it's an action on our end, so it has to be an intervene. Why are we doing the action? Us gathering information is an action on our end, but if we're gathering information and it's clinical data, it's going to be an assess over the other levels. So just to paint that picture before hopping in, that it's a tool, not the law, and no one is going to arrest you in the exam. So be careful as we go through it, because the acronym is safety, feelings, assess, refer, educate, advocate, facilitate, and intervene. And it is a hierarchy, but do not generalize or overthink what this exam actually means in the context of the questions. So let's look at it, starting at the absolute top with safety. So safety involves any considerations of abuse, neglect, self to harm, self to others, substance use, medical, and or mixture of all of them. But do not fall into this pattern of, Phil, this is a medical issue, or Phil, there's substance use here, there's abuse here, there's this here. What is the context in the question? And how is that relatable to what we're actually going through? Because again, there may be multiple different safety issues, but we have to be able to prioritize and say, what is the most immediate or foreseeable danger at this given moment? So if it's not something that's imminent or foreseeable danger, we do not have to jump like a cat that got squirted with water and restrict somebody's right to self-determination, because everybody has the right to self-determination unless there's danger to self, danger to others, abuse, neglect of a vulnerable individual, or psychosis in some way, shape, or form. So in different questions, we need to inquire about a situation to gain more information and insight when it is not clear in the question. We cannot assume anything. Every line in the question is going to lead us there, but we can't say, well, this line says this, so it's safe to assume. Assume makes a butt out of you and me. Bad moves, bad vibes. But we do not investigate the situation when it comes to any aspect of a particular case. But assessing and investigating are two different things. Assessing and gathering more information so you have more of a due diligence to complete is totally different than you drive into the person's house to investigate what somebody is saying in a particular situation. Because we do not take over cases, but we don't assume anything within a situation. So don't overstep your boundaries, but don't do less if you can actually simply go with the answer that's just simply getting more information. So we'll start with the first category of abuse and neglect. So there are two categories of abuse and neglect. There's child abuse and neglect and adult and abuse and neglect. So child abuse and neglect is for anyone from the ages of newborn to 18 years old. Once they turn 18, they are no longer protected by Child Protective Services. So newborn to 17 years old in 364 days is protected. 17 and 365 days, which would be 18, no longer protected. So abuse can be physical, mental, emotional, sexual, and or mixture of all of these different types of abuse. But a lot of times people only look for the heavy hitters of physical or sexual abuse in the questions. Mental and emotional abuse are also reportable issues that they can be done. So being careful that you're not downplaying or adding your situation of like, man, I experienced this when I was growing up. Just because you experienced it doesn't mean it isn't equatable to abuse. So making sure that if you see something, you have to say something, because if you don't say something when you see something, there won't be nothing, because you are a mandated reporter, but mandated reporting is only for abuse and neglect of vulnerable individuals. So neglect, on the other hand, is any aspect of their basic needs being unmet: shelter, food, transportation, supervision, clothing, etc. Any of their needs being unmet. But the main caveat here is that we need to go to the child first if they are of the age of being able to communicate. What I typically say is 3 years old and older, the child is likely going to be able to communicate unless they've been neglected to the sole fact that they're not able to communicate in some way, shape, or form. So age doesn't always equate to us being able to communicate them or not. But again, the main thing here is we're going to go to the child first. We're not going to go to a child's assailant, ask them if they're being abused or not, because they have every ability to deny it and be like, nope, child's lying. And then again, if we don't say something when we see something, there won't be anything. On the other side of the river is adult abuse and neglect. And this is where a lot of times people will get tripped up because they're like, I didn't even know adult abuse and neglect was possible. Or, man, I didn't know that that particular population would fit in. Because adult abuse and neglect is for anyone from the ages of 65 years or older, but don't turn your ears off yet, or anyone who has an intellectual or cognitive disability. So if somebody is from the ages of 18 to 65, but they have an intellectual or cognitive disability, they would be protected and you would be able to contact Adult Protective Services. However, if somebody is in between the ages of 18 to 65 years old and they do not have an intellectual or cognitive disability, we would not be able to contact Adult Protective Services based on the fact that that would be considered a domestic violence relationship, and the victim of domestic violence would be able to determine whether they wanted to pursue the local authorities or not. So that's not a part of our mandated reporting based on the fact that everybody has the right to self-determination. So don't jump like a cat that got squirted with water when you see domestic violence. But again, knowing the limitations and the requirements of reporting is super duper important. So again, anyone from the ages of 65 years old or older, or anyone who has an intellectual or cognitive disability, because anyone that has an intellectual or cognitive disability is protected throughout the totality of their life. So if somebody has an intellectual or cognitive disability and they're younger than the ages of 18, it would be Child Protective Services. If they are above the ages of 18, it's Adult Protective Services. So similar to child abuse, adult abuse can be physical, emotional, mental, sexual, financial, and or mixture of all of these different types of abuse. And I added financial here because most children are not going to be getting cashed out. So in the adult realm, finances could be more restricted than if we're talking about children. Because if a child's finances are being restricted, we're oftentimes looking at neglect versus abuse. Neglect, on the other hand, is any aspect of their basic needs being unmet: food, shelter, transportation, connection, and financial. And I add connection and financial because elders are oftentimes less mobile and they have less chances of having connection, as well as, again, they're more entitled to financial obligations than a child, because a child can also have the opportunity to be connected via school. But again, those are the different classes of abuse and or neglect, but it's not enough just being able to identify it. But once we get the information, we have to know specifically what we need to do with and for the situation. So there are two possibilities when we have abuse or neglect that is reported to us. So the first possibility is anyone other than the person being abused tells us the information. So for example, we have a teacher, friend, parent, colleague, coach, pastor, concerned citizen, etc. If somebody tells us the information about the potential abuse and or neglect, and its potential, because we haven't directly heard it from the horse's mouth, so we can't gallop into victory, we need to speak with the person being abused and or being neglected first. If you notice, I didn't say the assailant or the person perpetuating the abuse, because again, people that are perpetuating abuse can lie and try to protect themselves in some way, shape, or form. So when we look at this, we have to go to the person first. So we need to ensure that we have enough information before proceeding. We need to have enough information to relay the information. And if we don't have enough information, we need to gather the information to be as specific as we possibly can. So if somebody says that they're being physically abused, but the behaviors aren't being described, we can't really contact Child Protective Services and say, yup, child's being physically abused, and them say, well, what is being done? I have no idea. How long's it been going on for? I have no clue. Who's perpetuating the abuse? I'm not really sure. Where do they live? I have no clue. Because it's just as much information as saying is water is wet. What water are we talking about? We need to be as specific as we possibly can, because we do not want to make blank statements, or we do not want to report hearsay or a report that is not going to go anywhere. So when you're breaking down a question, you need to ask yourselves, do I have enough information? Because if not, I need to get more information. But way too many people are seeing Child Protective Services, Adult Protective Services, local authorities, and they're getting so excited and they're reacting like a cat that's getting squirted with water and saying, whoo, there's my answer. I'm off to the races. Bad moves, bad vibes, because we do not want to report hearsay. The most ideal situation, on the other hand, is if the person being abused or the person doing the abusing reports the information to us, we can report it immediately. Why? Because we heard it directly from the horse's mouth, and we have to gallop into victory and get the job done. We heard it directly from the source, and we have enough energy from the source that we're powered up. We need to jump into action to protect them in the best way that we can. So it would not be considered hearsay because we heard it directly from the person. So if the person is not of the age of being able to communicate, which I referenced prior, less than 3 years old, but again, if they've been neglected, it may be higher in the age range. We can do it off a decent amount of observation because there are some telltale signs of what abuse and neglect can look like, but we never want to assume in any way, shape, or form. However, we just simply have to suspect that there's abuse and neglect within the situation, and then Child Protective Services would identify whether that is abuse and or neglect within the situation. But again, just because you want to generalize and be safe, you want to make sure that what you're actually seeing is actually happening with and for the situation. So it's not enough just to know the information. So again, quick review: child abuse and neglect, anyone from the ages of newborn to 18 years old. Once they turn 18, unless they have a cognitive or intellectual disability, it'd be considered domestic violence, because adult abuse and or neglect is from anyone from the ages of 65 years or older, or anyone who has an intellectual or cognitive disability from the ages of 18 to 65 years old. And if somebody wanted to report the domestic violence to the police, we would help coordinate that within the situation. Another instance that comes up is Tarasoff, which is the duty to warn, is where we have a reasonable suspicion that somebody has plans, means, as well as intentions to carry out violence towards somebody else. But again, there's a spectrum to violence or dangerousness within the situation. Because again, we want to ensure they have plans, means, intention to actually execute, because thoughts are not enough. Because if somebody has thoughts, we need to ensure, do you have intentions of carrying out your thoughts? Well, yes. Do you have the means to carry out your thoughts? No. Okay, well, we don't have a duty to warn within this situation. So that's what could fall in to the safety category as well. The next category that we'll look at is medical, because a lot of times people assume, jump to conclusions, and get themselves riled and dialed up and say, this program told me I had to rule out medical first. Well, if medical is not actually relevant to your client's safety, we're not going to jump to that, because they have the right to self-determination. So medical can be when it appears the harm has been done to our client. So if our client has been harmed, so for example, we have someone who has a broken arm in the session and their arm is dangling at their side, we would have them seek medical services rather than proceeding. We're not just going to be like, you know what? You need to suffer because I think that's a good idea with and for your situation. Bad moves, bad vibes. But again, they have the right to go on against medical advice. And as long as it's not going to kill them, they have every right to self-determination. It could also be their physical health in our office. So when it appears that their physical health is at a potentially dangerous level. So for example, someone is in our office, sweating, nodding out, and struggling to breathe. Some of us may be like, man, that may be some substance use intoxication and withdrawal. We'll get into that in just a second. But this could also be a medical issue as well. That's why a lot of diagnoses state that you have to rule out substance use and or medical conditions to ensure that what you're looking at is actually there. So we, as the professional, again, would suggest they seek medical services before proceeding. Because if we're not advocating for our clients, we're not going to be able to help our clients in some way, shape, or form. Because if your client falls out of the chair and dies in your office, what did you actually accomplish? Murder, bad moves, bad vibes. But again, if their medical is not posing a danger to themselves or other people, they have the right to self-determination. Again, imminent or foreseeable danger to a specific individual. Somebody having a broken arm in the session, they have the right to seek out medical services or not. Somebody's looking faint and ready to fall out of the chair, then they may lose the right to self-determination because it's danger to self, danger to others, abuse and or neglect of a vulnerable individual. The next category that we often see within safety is substance use. But not every time that you see substance use do you have to freak out or jump around or be like, I can't treat this person, because we have to identify what the substance use means with and for their situation and how we specifically can help them, and or if it's something that they actually want to focus on at that given moment. So a couple of examples to articulate this a little bit further Us as a social worker or therapist will need to assess for someone using any drugs or consuming alcohol within the session. Why this is important is because it'll give you an idea of what their use looks like and explore the potential dangers or drawbacks of their use. Because not every person that utilizes substances is addicted or abusing or dependent on the substances. So, a couple of questions to ask yourself if substance use appears in a question is, are they utilizing substances around their children? Because if somebody's intoxicated and or withdrawing around their children, they may be abusing and or neglecting their children in some way, shape, or form. If they're not utilizing substances around their children, or they have children but they're not utilizing the substances around them, we can't assume that they're abusing and or neglecting them in some way, shape, or form. We need to also ask ourselves, is their use putting them or somebody else in danger? Are they driving under the influence? Are they operating machinery? Are they becoming violent? Are they becoming suicidal when they're under the influence of a substance? If so, again, we need to protect life and protect other individuals and to ensure that our client is safe as well as those people around them. We also need to explore the impact their use has on their functioning. Is it negatively impacting their ability to strive and thrive to become the best possible version of themselves? Are they neglecting their activities of daily living? Are they harming their children? Are they harming themselves? Are they harming other people? Are they operating machinery? Are they operating a vehicle that could potentially kill somebody? If so, we have the duty to protect other individuals. And we wouldn't just be like, all right, Phil's a nice session. Hopefully you drive home safe, when we know that Phil's intoxicated all the hell. So we would have to ensure that we are not going to assume anything, but we're also not just going to let things fly if we see something. Because again, if you see something, you have to say something. If not, there won't be anything. Another thing that you want to assess for is for intoxication and or withdrawal within the session. Is their use putting them or somebody else in danger? If so, we have to interject and protect the other individuals. Such as if they're utilizing substances around their children, did they drive to the session? If so, do they have a safe way of getting home? Are they withdrawing in the session? Could they potentially die in the session? Because as we were going through medical, if somebody was sweating, nodding out, and just randomly fell asleep in the session, that could be them withdrawing, and they could die if we don't interject or intervene within the situation. We also need to ask ourselves, are they able to adequately benefit from services? And this is where the tenet comes from. If they're under the influence of a substance, you can't treat them. But when was the last time that they consumed the substance? Because if they consume the substance hours ago and they're no longer intoxicated, you're not just going to push them away, but you're also not going to let them consume the substance in the session in general. So we have to do our best clinical judgment, not our personal judgment, of how we can best assess and address the client's use with and for their situation. And the most important part around any treatment is, what is their motivation for change? Do they actually want to change their substance use? And if not, it's up to them, because they have the right to self-determination. But they don't have the right to abuse and or neglect somebody or harm somebody under the instances or influence of a substance and or while they're withdrawing. So again, it's not as black and white as any substance use we have to do this action, or any medical we have to do this action. Because with anything, we need to do our due diligence, assess, and identify what's going on. Because again, we always need to identify, is it present? If so, what intentions does the person have? What plans does the person have? What means does the person have? And what impact does it have on that person's situation with and for their situation? And I'm always reluctant to provide keywords, because a lot of times people want to generalize or go with the buzzwords and do all of these wild things. But at the end of the day, it oftentimes doesn't lead to positive results for people. But I always provide keywords. So if you're new to the acronym and you want to start to identify words that could lead you to mean that as a safety. But again, at the end of the day, you always want to not just read what the words say, but understand how each answer choice compares back to the question to make sure that what you're looking at is actually there. But the keywords are as follows: develop a safety plan, inquire more information about a situation, speak to X person, the person being abused or the person doing the abusing, if the person that's doing the abusing is your client, not if they're the aggressor and you're reaching out to them after you talked about to or about the person being abused. We may have to explore a setting, the setting someone underage is in, and or a setting that we're not entirely used to. We may need to gather more information if it's new information within the session. But again, do not jump to conclusions. Do not get yourself riled and dialed up. Don't get yourself jumping like a cat that got squirted with water based on the details that you think are in the question, because at the end of the day, you need to make sure that what's in the question is actually there. So my recommendation is to not just lean on the acronym, but compare each answer that you think it is or the two answers that you think it are back to the question to see if what you think is there is actually there. The next level of the acronym is going to be feelings. And a lot of times people will get feelings and assess mixed up. So as we're going through both of them, I will draw the parallels for you all. So feelings, key emphasis on F. Why? F equals fluid. Why? Because people's feelings are fluid and they're forever changing, which leads us to feelings being the client's subjective, key emphasis on subject, because subject information is subjective to change based on pieces of information. So subjective information is subject to change based on the person's experiences or what they've been through at that given moment. That's why F equals fluid, because somebody's experience could be fluid based on the information or services that you're providing them today. So the feelings category is the client's subjective point of view of their situation and what is currently going on within their life and their perspective of where they would like to go and what they want from services or to accomplish. So at the beginning of the session, you may have been thinking, man, is this going to be helpful for me to pass the exam? Am I going to get benefit from this? Or man, hopefully we go over difficult enough questions. Or man, I'm way more confused now than I was at the beginning, and I feel like I need to reschedule my exam. Or on the other side of the spectrum, man, I feel a lot more comfortable and confident going in the exam to kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. But again, it's subject to change based on the information and experiences that you have. So stated in a different way, it is the client or patient's point of view that is subject to change based on their situation or information that they have received from the social worker or therapist. It is the client's direct feelings, their perspective of the situation, or simply information that can be a starting point for treatment. So this is where the social worker or therapist needs to recognize where their client is and where the client would like to go, not where we think they should be, not what is convenient for us to do, but where does your client actually want to be within the situation? So it's asking ourselves, where does the client want to go? So we need to start where the client is, not where they think they should be. So we always need to ask ourselves, who is our client and what does my client need? So this is where the social worker will engage with the client to begin developing a therapeutic relationship or rapport with the client. However, we have to be aware of who the client is or who your clients are based on the fact that the client can be one person or multiple people. For example, let's say you're working with the family, but the question is entirely about the son. The client would not be the family, but it would be the son. But on the other side of the spectrum, let's say you're working with a boy and then he's talking about his family. The client would not be the boy per se, it may be the family. So not being stuck on at the beginning of the question, it says this, because if somebody's bringing somebody else into the situation, we may have to mobilize that information to help them get their needs met in some way, shape, or form. So feelings, F equals fluid, because their experience and feelings and emotions are forever fluid, and it can change based on the information that we provide them today. So subjective information is subject to change based on the person's situation or what they would like to gain from services. And as I stated before, I'm always reluctant to provide keywords because I don't want people to go with the buzzwords. I don't want them to overgeneralize. I don't want them to get themselves riled and dialed up. And so, well, Phil said, because the keywords can be a guide, but do not jump to conclusions. Do not get yourself riled and dialed up. Do not react like a cat that's getting squirted with water and jump to conclusions because it gets you exhausted within the exam. But be able to read the meaning of the answer choices, compare back to the question to make sure that it connects. But the keywords are as follows: validate, recognize, inquire, gather, elicit, etc. But again, we need to ensure that we're getting our client's perspective and not assuming anything, not jumping in conclusions, but meeting them where they're at that given moment. The next level of the acronym is going to be assess. So key emphasis on A equals as is, because we're meeting the person as they are and identifying what they possess today and what they actually need with and for their situation. So the assess category is not just getting their direct perspective, not just where they would like to go, but it's how we can directly help them to get to where they want to go. Stated in a different way, it's the clinical or objective information or data about a client's situation and what their presenting needs are. It can provide us, the social worker, more information on the client's situation beyond what has already been told to us. So I always say key emphasis on object. Why? Because objective data is similar to an object. If I wanted to change an object, it would take great deals of force to change it because it is something that is solidified. So the objective data about our client is data that is difficult to change based on the fact that it's collected based on fact and direct observation and not just an opinion of an individual. So stated in a different way, this information could be difficult to change since it involves direct observation and evidence for what has been and what is right now. So as a social worker, we may utilize screening tools, contact family members. If we have a release, we're not breaching confidentiality just to get information. In addition to that, we also need to explore clients' history. What's their mental health history? What's their treatment history? Is this their first time in services? If not, what did they do before? Are they on medications? What supports do they have? Do they need supports? What's their physical health like? Is their physical health at a safety level? This would actually be a safety consideration if that's the case. If not, it's just an assess. That's why we don't jump like a cat that gets squirted with water based on particular topics, as well as identifying a client's previous behaviors and attempts to improve their situation. Because there's no need to reinvent the wheel, because if our client has already started working on something, we're not going to assume that they're having difficulties or that we know what is best with and for their situation. So we need to meet them where they're at, not where we think they need to be, because this is going to be the starting point of the social worker and client working together to develop a plan of action to address the client's identified needs and or wants. So again, it takes it a step further because feelings, or the feelings category, is the client's subjective point of view and their perspective of where they are at right now. While assess is similar because you may find gather information in both of them, but the purpose of gathering the information is not just to identify where the client is, but how can we help them get to the level that they want to be. And as I always say, I'm reluctant to provide keywords because a lot of times people will generalize, get themselves riled and dialed up, jump to conclusions, go with the buzzwords. They're not a bee, they're getting stung, it hurts. But if you're new to the acronym and you're looking for some words to be mindful of, the words or keywords that I would recommend keeping in mind are as follows: assess, inquire, gather, delve, explore, contact, etc. But again, do not generalize, do not jump to conclusions, do not get yourself riled and dialed up, but understand the meaning of the answer choices, not just the words that are in them, and connect the answer choice that you think it is or the two answer choices that you think it are back to the question to make sure that the answer connects to with what is actually there. Because you don't want to get yourself into this practice of, well, I can assume or I can add this, or this is a keyword that is always equated to this, because we can't make generalizations basis on pieces of information that are not in the questions. Stay in the dang question. Because way too many people are going to step outside of the question, answer the questions how they think they should be answered, and get themselves riled and dialed up. The next level of the acronym, in the only optional level of the acronym, or the only optional option in the acronym, is going to be the refer level. Why? Because you're not always going to refer out. So similar to what we went through when we compared supervision versus referral, this is what we're looking at when we're looking at refer within the acronym. So you're not just 100% going to be like, okay, well, it's not assessed, so it has to be refer, so I'm shipping them out. Bad moves, bad vibes. And the easiest way to be able to recognize and apply refer from another acronym level that is very similar is R in refer equals no return. R equals no return, because refer involves providing referrals to other professionals within our agency or finding professionals outside of the agency to directly influence the client's situation and to elicit change that they are looking to get out of services. Also, this can involve connecting the client to community resources and services that can help supplement treatment. And I'll get into that in just a little bit, but the referrals that we're providing are not to professional entities. But the caveat here is referrals to other professionals are based on the social worker not having the appropriate experience to treat the client. So the social worker is exploring their limitations and finding ways to supplement them. So this is the big thing, is referrals to other professionals are based on the social worker not having the appropriate experience to treat a client, which we went over earlier. But just to reiterate it, is you're not going to experiment on your client based on the fact that you think it's a good idea. So you're going to refer when you do not have any or the appropriate experience to treat a client. So there are two possibilities. A referral to a professional within our agency would involve finding someone with the appropriate knowledge and expertise within a particular area of interest to better help the client with improving their identified issue and or need. So the first possibility is we would start within our agency, because we know all of our coworkers' expertise and the things that they're good at. So why send somebody to a different agency if they can still be serviced at the same location just by a different provider? But the main thing here is that the other professional will have more experience than you do, because the referrals are based on the social worker not having the needed information, resources, and services to treat the client, aka the other professional has more experience than you do in that practice area. So for example, the client needs substance use services and Phil does not have experience with treating clients with substance use disorders. However, Becca has experience with substance use treatment and could better treat the client. Therefore, Phil would refer the client to Becca for services. So the important part here is that Phil does not have any experience with treating substance use disorders. Becca does. Therefore, Phil would refer the client to Becca for services because Becca has more experience than Phil does treating substance use disorders. So we, as the professional, need to provide the information to the client on the necessity of the referral. But if that client doesn't want to address their substance use disorder needs, then we would not have to refer them out based on the fact that whatever they want to work on would be in the scope of our practice. But again, we want to inform the client, not blindside them, not abandon them in any way, shape, or form. So the other side of the river is where we would make a referral to a professional outside of our agency. And that would occur when no one at our agency is able or about to treat or serve the client in an appropriate manner. So we, as the professional, need to make sure the professional that we are sending our client to is competent and the location is available and accessible to the client of interest. So that's the important part, is that we, as the professional, need to have a warm handoff, aka giving the client the heads up and the professional the heads up that we are sending an individual there, and to ensure that the client is getting services from a professional that is competent in the services that they need. So, for example, someone needs trauma treatment and Phil does not have the experience with treating trauma, and no one at his agency does either. Phil would need to find someone with trauma experience and make the referral to the person that could better treat the trauma. So again, Phil does not have any experience, none, but Phil would need to find someone with trauma experience and make the referral to the person to ensure that the client gets their needs met. So we, as the professional, need to inform the client of the necessity of the referral and ensure the referral is made appropriately. And this could involve that we follow up with the professional that we refer the person to ensure that the client followed through and that they're receiving the appropriate services at that given moment. So again, those are going to be the main basis of when we would refer when we do not have any experience. No one at our agency does either. We would then send the person outside of our agency. Other appropriate times that we would refer somebody out, and we've kind of already addressed this previously in the difference between referral and supervision, but to review it again, when a client brings something into the services or treatment that the social worker cannot seek supervision around. So the client is sexually attracted to the social worker. We're not able to be like, you know what? You're sexually attracted to me. I'm still going to treat you because I have the experience to treat somebody that has your presenting issue. Again, that would be transference on the client's end, T equals therapist, because the client is putting it on the therapist, and it's not something that we can seek supervision around. The client knows the social worker outside of the agency, a conflict of interest or dual relationship. Again, key emphasis on interest, because the social worker gains interest from knowing the client. In a dual relationship, the difference between conflict of interest and dual relationship simply means two, and this is where we occupy two relationships with the client, but we don't actually gain interest from knowing them. Or the social worker is connected to the client in another manner outside of the agency. That is unavoidable in some way, shape, or form. In addition to that, beyond the ethics, the social worker may refer somebody when there's a community resource that could benefit the client, such as support group meetings, food banks, housing resources, etc. But the biggest difference here is the referrals that we provide and refer to community resources versus another level of the acronym, facilitate, is that the professionals that we're referring them to and refer when it comes to community resources, not a direct provider, is that they are non-professional entities. So a support group meeting is not professionally ran. Doesn't mean that it's not beneficial like AA or NA, but it's not run by a licensed professional. So the main caveat here is if we're providing them to a community referral, they're not being run by a licensed professional. So again, I'm reluctant to provide keywords, but again, it's easy for people that are newer to the acronym to grab onto it when they have starting blocks. But again, do not word associate, do not jump to conclusions, do not get yourself riled and dialed up. Do not go with the buzzwords. You're not a bee, you're going to get stung. but understanding the meaning of the answer choices can prepare it back to the question to see what we're looking at. And the keywords for refer are as follows: refer, connect, coordinate, link, deliver, etc. But again, do not generalize based on one word, but understanding the meaning of the answer choices comparative to the question to ensure that what you think is in the question is actually in the question at that given moment. The next level of the acronym is going to be educate. And educate is going to be very similar to another level of the acronym, which is very close to it. So educate and advocate are very similar levels of the acronym. However, educate is where we're providing them information and services, and they are going to utilize that information in the session today. So if you think of institutional educational systems, colleges, schools, such as that, they often happen indoors, similar to when we're educating the client about a particular issue. Why? Because the educate category involves providing information about services that the social worker will provide, another person will provide, and/or any areas of interest to the client. So the goal of this level is to ensure that the client is aware of what to expect, and so they can provide informed consent. If somebody's not informed, it's impossible for them to provide informed consent. They'd simply be blindly consenting. So at the end of the day, we need to be able to provide them information about what we're about to provide, services another professional is about to provide, or any areas of interest with and for their situation. So this is going to allow for the client to be able to know what to expect and what is actually possible in their situation versus what they believe may be possible, because they're not always equal. So it also involves for the client to have knowledge and competency around their own services and treatment. So it would allow for them to provide informed consent and to have the right to self-determination with and for their situation. So stated in a different way, educate allows for the client to be able to adequately know what to expect while in treatment, or to better inform them on their ability to make sound decisions for themselves. Additionally, it allows for the client to become more aware of a particular topic of interest, such as marijuana use on their medications, anger management techniques, positive strategies for anxiety, etc. They're going to utilize that information in the session today. And as a mental health and substance use therapist, when recreational marijuana was passed in Michigan, because that's where I live and practice, a lot of clients were asking me, Phil, what's the difference between indica and sativa? What impact could this have on me? So me being the competent provider that I am, I had to provide them the information to allow for them to make an informed decision, to allow for them to right to self-determination with and for their situation. So educate is us providing them information that they can utilize in the session today. The next levels of the acronym tend to be the trickiest for people, but plot twist, advocate, facilitate, and intervene all mean the same thing. So advocate, facilitate, and intervene all mean the same thing, with the main difference being who's providing the services to and for the client's situation. So what do I mean by this? Because I was drawing the parallel between educate and advocate. Well, advocate is when the social worker gathers the needed information, resources, and services for the client, and the client delivers the services to themselves. So educate is where you're providing them information that they can utilize inside the session. Advocate, on the other hand, is where the client is going to utilize the information on their own in their own environment. And an easy way to be able to recognize and apply this is A equals all by themselves. Why? Because the social worker is going to provide the needed information, resources, and services to the client, and A equals all by themselves because the client is going to deliver the services to themselves. So this is where the person determines whether they will utilize or benefit from a particular part of their treatment. So it allows for somebody to have control and reinforce their work while in treatment. Because again, the biggest determinant of whether somebody makes progress or does not is their motivation to change with and for their situation. Another way to view it is think of an advocacy rally. People are outside fighting for the right to operate and to become the best possible versions of themselves. So that is the level of advocate, is gathering together for a cause, but it's up to the person to exercise and fight for the right to strive and thrive to become the best possible version of themselves. Educate is where people are getting information, resources, and services, and they're going to utilize them in the session today. Advocate, you may be providing information to a client, but they're going to utilize that information on their own. So this is where the client will be the main factor in their progression, regression, or stagnation. Progressing, they're progressing and going forward. Regressing, they're going back to old behavior. Stagnation, somebody that's stagnant, they're not really going anywhere, and they're kind of not making any progress. So a couple of examples to articulate this a little bit further. Phil has problems with time management and would like to be able to improve it. A social worker provides him a planner that he can utilize while at home. So Phil has a problem with time management and would like to improve it. So that's the presenting issue within the situation. A social worker provides him a planner that he can utilize while at home. What makes it an advocate is that he can utilize it at home. The social worker and Phil are not filling out the planner in the session right now. They are having Phil do it on his own. Stated in a different way, it is up to Phil to fill out and utilize the schedule to improve his time management skills. Advocate, A equals all by themselves, because the social worker provides the needed information, resources, and services, and the client delivers it to themselves. Another example, Phil is doing a study group on the acronym and walking through practice questions with social workers who are preparing to pass their ASWB exam. Phil provides them information for the acronym and leaves it up to the participants to utilize it or not. So Phil is doing a study group on the acronym and walking through practice questions with people who want to go into the exam to kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. The intervention is Phil provides them information and leaves it up to them to utilize it or not, provided the information, but it's up to the individuals to utilize the information or not. Stated in a different way, the participants have the information regarding the acronym, and it is up to them whether they will utilize or benefit from it in the best way that they can. Advocate, A equals all by themselves. The last example, Rebecca has been struggling with balancing studying for the social work licensure exam and handling her anxiety while answering practice questions. Phil provides Rebecca information on how to break down the questions, combat her anxiety, and to remain focused while preparing to get the exam directly in the chest. It is up to her whether she utilizes the information or not. So the presenting issue is Rebecca is finding it difficult to balance the responsibilities of studying for the exam and handling her anxiety. Phil provides her the information, and what makes it advocate is it is up to her whether she utilizes the information or not while preparing for the exam. Advocate, A equals all by themselves, because it's when the social worker provides the needed information, resources, and services to the client, and they go in their own environment to strive and thrive to become the best possible version of themselves. The next level of the acronym is going to be facilitate, similar to advocate, but the person that's delivering the services is going to be different. So facilitate is when the social worker gathers the needed information, resources, and services for the client, and another professional delivers the services to and for the client's situation. And what I say, F equals a friend, because this is when the social worker provides the needed information, resources, and services to the client, and a friend, aka another professional, is the person that's delivering the services to and for the client's situation. So this is where somebody is influencing the likelihood that someone will benefit from the services and or the client's needs are being met. So it helps add a level of accountability to the client's situation. So it's the act of someone assisting a client with getting their intended result and or multiple results from services. So the professional serves as a sense of accountability. F equals a friend because the social worker provides the needed information, resources, and services to the client. And that other person works with the client. But the main difference between refer and facilitate is refer, R equals no return. Facilitate is where the social worker connects them to another professional and they still work with the client on their own. So, stated in a different way, it's where somebody helps connect you or facilitates a connection with someone else to get further along in the process while still working with you. So advocate, A equals all by themselves, because that's where the social workers providing the needed information, resources, and services, and the client's doing it on their own. Facilitate, F equals a friend, because that's where the social worker provides the needed information, resources, and services, and another professional, aka a friend, helps the client get further along in their process. A couple of examples to articulate this a little bit further. Phil gets a list of anger management techniques from his therapist to try at home, and Darlene is contacting him daily to inquire about the utilization of the techniques provided. So Phil gets a list of anger management techniques from his therapist to try at home. If it stopped here, this would be an advocate. However, the act of Darlene contacting him daily to inquire about the utilization is what makes it a facilitate. F equals a friend because Darlene, a professional, aka a friend of the social worker, is following up with Phil. Stated in a different way, someone is following up with Phil to ensure that his needs are being met or increasing the likelihood that he reaches his identified goal to decrease his anger in this situation. Another example, Phil is working with a client who struggles with depression and who recently lost his housing. Phil connects the client with a housing specialist at his agency to ensure that his client gets his needs met. The client would still work with Phil, but they are getting additional assistance. So Phil is working with a client who struggles with depression and they lost housing. Phil connects the client with a housing specialist to ensure the client gets their needs met. Phil is still working with the client related to their depression. So the client would still work with Phil while getting the housing resources that they need. Stated in a different way, Phil was working with the client and he connected them with another professional to get his needs met. This level, aka the facilitate level, is like utilizing case management services. The social worker provides the primary treatment, while the case manager will provide supplemental information with and for their situation. Another example to articulate a little bit further. So, Barb has been working to pass her ASWB exam and has not been successful. Barb's friend Jody recently passed her exam by watching Phil on YouTube and suggests she reaches out to him for assistance. Barb reaches out to Phil to increase the likelihood she would pass her exam. So Barb's been working to pass her ASWB exam. She's not been successful. Barb's friend Jody recently passed her test by watching Phil on YouTube. She suggests that she reaches out to Phil for assistance. Barb reaches out to Phil to increase the likelihood she passes the exam and goes in the exam to kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. So Barb has been trying to pass the exam on her own. Jody connected her to another person in the situation. They facilitated the connection. In the act of Phil following up and providing guidance would complete that connection and increase the likelihood that she goes into the exam to kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. So facilitate. F equals a friend because it's where the social worker provides the needed information, resources, and services to the client, but they connected them to a friend, aka another professional, for assistance to help supplement the services. And different than refer, because refer R equals no return. So that's where the social workers having limitations in services and referring them to somebody else, and they would no longer be working with that client. The last level of the acronym, and every single person's favorite, is intervene. Why do I say it's everyone's favorite? Because everybody likes having a cape on and doing actions to help people progress to be the best possible version of themselves. So the easiest way to differentiate intervene from advocate and facilitate is intervene, I equals I do something. Why? Because this is when the social worker will gather the needed information, resources, and services for the client, and they, the social worker, will provide and deliver the services for and to the client directly. So whenever the social worker does an action to elicit change or promote change in a client situation to ensure that the need and or wants are being addressed, it would be considered an intervene. But do not get that twisted that just because the answer choice sounds like an action does not mean that it is an intervene, because the words are not as important as the meaning of the answer choice relative to what the question is saying at that given moment. So when the social worker helps the developer deliver plans for or with the client, they, the social worker, will work with the client to ensure they are getting closer to their goals. So a couple of examples to articulate this a little bit further. Phil wants to better handle his anger. So the social worker he is working with provides him a list of anger management techniques that they identified together. The social worker will follow up with Phil to ensure that the positive strategies are improving his anger. So Phil wants to better handle his anger. So the social worker he's working with provides him a list of anger management techniques that they identified together. They're not giving him a generic list. They're not giving him anything. They collaborated together to identify this. So the social worker will follow up with Phil to ensure that the positive strategies are improving his anger. So they are the ones that are directly following up. So that's the important part, is it's not somebody else, it's the social worker in general. So the social worker worked with Phil to identify the positive strategies, and they are following up with him to ensure his anger is addressed. Intervene, I equals I do something. This is where the social worker will gather the information, resources, and services for the client, and they, the social worker, will deliver them directly to the client. Another example, Rebecca has been feeling more depressed since her brother moved away, and she meets with a therapist to discuss it. The therapist works with Rebecca to identify positive strategies to improve her depressive symptoms. So the presenting issue is Rebecca's been feeling more depressed. The therapist or social worker works with Rebecca to identify positive strategies to improve her depressive symptoms. So rather than providing a generic list or connected to another professional, generic list, advocate, connecting with another professional, facilitate, the social worker assisted her by themselves. Intervene, I equals I do something. So this is where the social worker will do something to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. The last example, Jackie has been struggling with understanding how to break down questions and to stay motivated to study for her ASWB exam. She reaches out to a guy named Phil for assistance. Phil connects with her and works with her on how to break down questions and to remain motivated throughout the process. So Jackie's been struggling with understanding how to break down questions and to stay motivated. She reaches out to a guy named Phil. Phil connects with her and works with her directly on how to break down questions to remain motivated, to go into the exam, to kick it directly in the chest to get the job done. So Phil directly interacted with Jackie rather than just providing feedback or having another professional assist her. He impacted her situation directly. Intervene. I equals I do something. So anytime the social worker does an action, it is an intervene. But again, do not just say, well, this is an action, it must be an intervene. What is the meaning of the answer choice relative to the question to make sure that you're able to connect your answers back to the question to make sure that what you see in the question is what is actually there versus assuming, jumping to conclusions and getting yourself riled and dialed up. So, a quick review of the acronym. The main thing to keep in mind is that the acronym starts with the client and moves towards the social worker because we are the last resort. So, let's look at this a little bit closer. So, safety is focused on the well being of the client and potential harm to them or somebody else. It's not focused on our safety, but the safety of the client. And again, any imminent or foreseeable danger to the client or somebody else, suicidal ideations, homicidal ideations, and then the spectrum of if they have thoughts, do they have plans, do they have means, and do they have intentions on acting on the plans and means that they have. Feelings is focused on the client's view and their needs of the situation. F equals fluid because the client's experiences and thoughts and emotions are fluid and can change based on the information and services that they receive. Assess is focused on the client's history and their situation. Assess, A equals as is, because we are assessing the client as they are in ways that we can help them get to the level of functioning that they would like to see with and for their situation. Refer is the only optional option on the acronym. R equals no return because it's focused on the client getting their needs met in the best way that we can. But if the social worker does not have the needed experience or knowledge on how to help the client, we have to connect the individual directly with a provider that can best help them with and for their situation. So refer, R equals no return, because this is where the social worker would no longer work with the client. Educate is where it is focused on increasing the client's competence and informing them about their situation and treatment to allow for them to have more competence and allow for them to provide informed consent within their situation. Educate is where they're going to be utilizing the information that we provide in the session today versus out in their own environment, which is different from advocate. But again, advocate, facilitate, and intervene all mean the same thing, with the main difference being who provides the services for and to the client's situation. So advocate, A equals all by themselves, because this is where the social worker provides the needed information, resources, and services, and it's up to the client to deliver it to themselves. So it's all about the client taking control of their situation. A equals all by themselves, which is different than educate, because educate, they're going to be utilizing the information in the session today. Advocate, they're going to be utilizing the information in their own environment. Facilitate, F equals a friend, because this is where the social worker is going to provide the needed information, resources, and services to the client. So it's still focused on the client, but it's focused on the client working with another professional to get their needs met. F equals a friend because another person is going to help them get the job done. Intervene, I equals I do something because it's where the social worker will provide the needed information, resources, and services to the client. And the social worker is going to be working with the client to get their needs met. So it's still focused on the client, but we, as the social worker, are the last resort. So that's an easy way to be able to recognize and apply the different levels of the acronym, not jumping to conclusions, not getting yourself riled and dialed up, but staying focused with and for your situation to better treat the client. So asking yourself, who is my client and what do they need? And if you're like, man, it's really difficult for me to be able to recognize and apply the levels of the acronym, well, an acronym that you can utilize, or kind of a story that you can utilize to be able to recognize and apply the levels of the acronym, are as follows. Savvy farmer Aladdin raises expensive apples from India. Savvy safety farmer feelings assess Aladdin, raises refer expensive educate apples advocate from facilitate India intervene. But if you already have a way to recognize and apply it on your own, then I would recommend utilizing that. But this is an easy way that you can recognize and apply the levels of the acronym when your back is against the wall and you're in the heat of the moment. Savvy farmer Aladdin raises expensive apples from India. And as I stated before, the acronym is only for application questions. So do not apply the acronym to every single question, because that's bad moves, bad vibes, and you need to stay in the question. The acronym is only for application questions. So do not attempt to apply the acronym to every single question. And you may be wondering, what are the different types of questions that we possibly can see? Well, there are 3 types of questions. There are recall, application, and reasoning questions, each of them having different content or materials that could be recovered. Let's look at the first category, which is recall. Recall is going to be the content related questions that every single person loves, based on the fact this is what the majority of other programs are going to tell you that you have to memorize. But again, the goal is never to memorize anything, but again, R in recall is to recognize and apply the information when you see it. So recall questions are any questions that we have to identify specific social work terms, theories, concepts, ideologies, etc., and they tend to be more specific and ask for one-worded answers. So for example, Freudian theory, medications, diagnosis, Kohlberg's, Erickson's, etc. And again, the goal is never to memorize anything, but be able to recognize and apply them when you see them. And as I stated, the recall questions are the content-based questions that every single person loves, but the exam does not stop there. So don't expect to see every single question on the exam to be content related or recall question, because you are going to be thoroughly let down based on the fact that the exam contains all 3 types of questions. The other types of questions that we can look at are application and reasoning questions. So application questions take it a step further. So key emphasis on apply, because application questions are not just where you have to recognize the information, but this is where we need to apply the specific social work terms, theories, concepts, and ideologies to specific client situations or scenarios. These are the types of questions that the majority of people hate because they're not as black and white. They're very fluid, like a river. So you have to keep your eyesight on everything that's going on, not just being able to recognize and apply the information that exists. So these tend to be clinical write-ups and ask for the social worker to respond in an appropriate manner. So this again is where people typically are like, man, I hate those questions. But again, getting comfortable with being uncomfortable is going to allow for you to be more comfortable in those uncomfortable situations. So for example, let's say you have a client that presents with depressive symptoms, anxiety symptoms, they are homeless, they're utilizing substances, and they have high blood pressure. So a lot of times people are automatically going to have an answer based on the small little scenario. They're going to be like, all right, I have my answer. But if we look at it, we have multiple different presenting issues. We have depressive symptoms. We have anxiety symptoms. They are homeless. They're utilizing substances and they have high blood pressure. But again, each of these could be the answer to the question. And you may be like, what are you talking about? I already have my answer. No, you don't. Based on the fact that you can't answer the question because there needs to be more details that are provided, because each of these presenting issues could be the answer depending on what are the accompanying details within the situation. So, for example, if somebody was presenting with depressive symptoms and they had suicidal ideations, homicidal ideations, or their basic needs or activities of daily living are neglected to the sole fact that it's detrimental to their health, then the depressive symptoms would be the primary. However, if they're not experiencing suicidal ideations, they're not experiencing homicidal ideations, they're not exhibiting psychosis, their activities of daily living are not below the standard, or they're not negatively impacting their situation, the depressive symptoms would not be the primary issue. The anxiety symptoms could be the primary issue if they have paranoia or they have feelings that people are out to get them, they have delusions, or they have agoraphobia that is causing negative impacts to their basic needs. However, if none of those are within a question, we're not going to identify anxiety symptoms to be primary. And you may be like, all right, homelessness is the primary. I know my boy Maslow talks about the hierarchy of basic needs. Homelessness has to be it. However, if your client doesn't want to focus on their homelessness, we can't make them, because everybody has the right to self-determination unless they're danger to self, danger to others, abuse, neglect of a vulnerable individual, or imminent or foreseeable danger to somebody. But homelessness to you may be different than homelessness to them. And if they're not asking about homeless or housing resources, you can't really help them in that particular way. Substances could be the primary issue. But again, as we talked about in the safety category, if their use is not putting them or anybody else in danger, or it's not something they really want to focus on, or they're not abusing and neglecting a vulnerable individual, we're not going to be focusing on the substance use and equating it to addiction every single second of our life. But again, unless they're intoxicating and withdrawing, we're not focusing on that either. Again, high blood pressure, you might be like, man, I've heard I had to rule out medical first, so this has to be the primary. But unless their high blood pressure is not being medicated or maintenance on the client's end, the high blood pressure, if they're taking their meds and they're monitoring their physical health, it would not pose an imminent or foreseeable danger to this individual at this given moment. So again, each of these issues could be the presenting problem, but we can't assume or jump to conclusions based on what context or previous question that we have seen. So the application questions are first, next, best, most, and should. Reasoning questions, on the other hand, are where we need to come up with a specific solution to a problem. So typically, these questions require that we break down an ethical dilemma or address a problem within a client interaction. So these are going to be our ethics type questions. So if you see that it's an ethical situation, it's likely going to be a reasoning question, and you're not going to be able to utilize the acronym, because again, the acronym is only for application questions. Other questions that we can see within the reasoning realm: research questions, ethical questions, and clinical decision-making questions. In the reasoning questions can also be first, next, best, most, and should. And you may be like, Phil, first, next, best, most, and should is what you just said for the application questions. And I heard that first and next mean this, best and most mean this. Well, let me tell you something real quick. First, next, best, and most all mean the same thing. First, next, best, most, and should all mean the same thing. So do not let one word, one thought, or one situation dictate what you need to be doing within the question. So don't let the last sentence make you think a particular thing of like, man, if it was a first question, I would have answered this way. But since it's the best question, I have to answer it this way. Stay in the dang question. So what do I mean by this? Because I don't want to zing through this. Because a lot of times when people hear that, they're like, oh my gosh, I think my entire process is now in shambles. Well, let's look at it a little bit closer. Because first is essentially saying, what should the social worker start with in this situation? Next is what should the social worker start with when reacting to the situation that has already been described? Best is saying what should the social worker do first when responding to the situation? And most is saying what is the best explanation or appropriate action the social worker should take in the situation, aka where do you begin? First, next, best, most, and should all mean the same thing. In a scenario that's not related to the exam, but that could help paint the picture a little bit clearer. For those that know it, I love coffee. So let's say the first step in making coffee is grabbing the pot and filling it full of water. So Phil's getting ready to make coffee. What should he do first? Grab the pot, fill it full of water. Phil's getting ready to make coffee. He goes into the kitchen. What should he do next? Grab the pot, fill it full of water. Phil is getting ready to make coffee. What is the best thing for him to do in this situation? Grab the pot, fill it full of water. Phil is getting ready to make coffee. What is the most likely thing for him to do in this situation? Grab the pot and fill it full of water. First, next, best, and most all mean the same thing. So do not let one thought, one situation, one person, one program dictate how you break down these questions, because the details of the question are going to help lead you in a better direction than you just going based off of one word. And let's segue now into the 5-step process that I recommend every single person to utilize when breaking down every single question. And you heard that right. Every single question you can utilize this as long as it has details within the question. So let's look at it a little bit closer. The first question that you should be asking yourself is, who are you? The type of social worker that you are is going to determine what is expected of you and what expectations you have within the realm of treating an individual. So, for example, if you're an outpatient social worker, your job is going to be assess, stabilize, maintain over a certain amount of time or a great deal of time, and then discharge them after they've sustained the gains that they've gotten from treatment. So outpatient is more long-term. Hospital social worker, on the other hand, is going to be assess, stabilize, and discharge as fast as you possibly can. And you may be like, okay, well, what about inpatient hospitalization? Okay, well, it'd be assess, stabilize, maintain for about 28 days, and then discharge them as fast as we possibly can. A school social worker, on the other hand, is going to be assess, stabilize, monitor, monitor. They go to the next grade, assess, stabilize, monitor, monitor, monitor. They go to the next grade, assess, stabilize, monitor, monitor, monitor. They graduate, and then even beyond. So the type of social worker you are is going to determine what you are able to do as a social worker. And the second consideration, or the second step when breaking down a question, is to identify, where are you at? What type of setting are you in? Because the setting you're in is going to determine the information that you're able to gather or assess at that given moment. So, for example, if you're an office-based social worker, you're going to base all the information that you've gained from a client on what they tell you, as well as how the client is presenting themselves during treatment. You don't have a crystal ball, and you're not able to see the client's environment inside of the office unless they tell you or have pictures of their home environment. A community-based social worker or a home-based social worker, on the other hand, you get a totally different spectrum of how to gain information. So you're going to base all your work and information gathering on what the client tells you, as well as what you observe while meeting with the client. What's their home environment like? What's their financial situation? Do they have supports? Do they need supports? Are there safety issues? Is their home environment detrimental to them? Do they have children that they're abusing and or neglecting, etc.? So who you are and where you're at is going to determine the roles and expectations that are present for you, as well as how you can identify information. Because if you have questions after the question is providing the information and you're an office-based social worker, you're not just going to be able to observe the environment. You may have to go directly to your client to get their perspective of what's going on with and for their situation. But a lot of times people are like, okay, well, the question doesn't have the first two considerations, so the entire model is broken. Well, take a breath, because 3, 4, and 5 are going to be in every single question. Why? Because these are going to be the bread and butter on how questions are written. So what do I mean? So the third step is identifying who is or who are your clients, because the information that you're receiving and who you're receiving it from is going to determine how you base the work that you're doing. Because oftentimes the person that's providing you the information is who your client is. However, if the person that's providing the information is providing information about somebody else, then it may be the person that the information that is being provided about is actually your client. So the client will often be in the correct answer and allow for you to not generalize, not jump to conclusions and get yourself riled and dialed up, but it'll allow for you to be able to connect the answer back to the question to identify that what we see is actually present within the question. So the question will often tell you or be focused on the client of interest. So for example, let's say you're working with a couple and the question is entirely about the husband. The client may not be the couple any longer, but it may just be the husband. But let's say you're working with a boy and he's talking about his family. His family may be the client system and not him. But don't assume, don't jump to conclusions, but making sure and asking yourself and being intentional and deliberate, not just because the first sentence says a particular person, but who is the question about and what information is being provided within the question. And the fourth consideration is identifying what is being presented in the situation, what symptoms that are there, what situations are being discussed, what considerations are being brought up, or what are things that we have to be mindful of in the situation. So often we will be shown multiple factors, because if you've been breaking down application or reasoning questions, these questions include everything, including the kitchen sink, and oftentimes have you so twisted that you may have zero clue of where you have to go. So as the social worker that's taking the exam, we need to be able to prioritize the different presenting needs, to not assume, not to jump to conclusions, and not to get ourselves riled and dialed up within the situation. And then the fifth, and almost the most important step, not to say the other steps aren't important, but the step that people often struggle with is asking ourselves, what can we do, or what does the question want us to do about this situation or the different symptoms that are being described? Stated in a different way, how do we react to the symptoms and or situations that the client presents with? Oftentimes, the last sentence of the question will help guide the answer, but do not always base your answer off of the last question, because you have to stick with your own gut instinct, trust yourself, and identify what your client needs and what does your client particularly want. Because if you're not answering what your client wants, you're not answering the question in the way that you need to with and for the situation. And it's not in the original 5-step model. And I don't really have it listed in there because it's not relevant to every single question. But you also want to identify specific lengths of time based on the fact that it helps identify what framework the question is introducing. Because if the question says during the intake assessment and you've been working with somebody for 5 months, that was 5 months ago. So if you're trying to answer the question based off of information from 5 months ago, bad moves, bad vibes. So making sure that what's in the question, you're actually able to identify, is this leading me to the answer, or am I getting distracted with and for the situation? So a quick review of the 5-step process: identifying who you are, because who you are is going to determine the expectations that exist for you as the social worker in the question. The second step is identifying where you are at, because the setting you're in is going to determine the information that you're able to gather, as well as the services that you're able to provide. The third step is identifying who your client is, or who your clients are, to ensure that you're addressing and assessing all the clients that exist within the client system, and to ensure that you're able to connect the answer back to the question within the situation. The fourth step is to identify what is being presented, prioritize the different presenting needs to ensure that we're not assuming, we're not jumping to conclusions, we're not getting ourselves riled and dialed up within the situation, but we're being intentional and deliberate and not jumping to conclusions based on what we think or what a previous question has told us. And the fifth and final step is to ask ourselves, what can we do, or what does the question want us to do about the situation or symptoms? So how do we react in the most appropriate manner? What does our client want? And if our client is not a danger to themselves, danger to somebody else, abusing, neglecting a vulnerable individual, where there's no imminent or foreseeable danger within a situation, they have the right to self-determination. And whether we think it's what they should do or not, it's not up to us. So we have to meet our clients where they're at, not where we think they need to be. So those are different considerations to not add, not jump to conclusions, not get yourself riled and dialed up, and not blow yourself away, but stay in the doggone question to ensure that what is there is actually going to lead you to the next level, to go into the exam, to kick it directly in the chest, to get the job done. Do not let one thought, one situation, one person, or anything take you outside of what you know to be true. Let yourself and what you've been doing guide you to the next level. Not let one thought, one situation, one buzzword, or anything, but going with what you think, to go into the exam, to kick it directly in the chest, to get the job done, and do design a prep that aligns with what you intend to do, not what somebody else told you to do, but what you know that you need to do to go into the exam, to kick it directly in the chest, to get the job done and live the life that you want to see for your exact self. So hopefully that was helpful, and keep that in mind as you get ready and prepare for the exam, because again, we never want you to memorize anything, but simply be able to recognize and apply it to build yourself up, not tear yourself down, to go into the exam, to kick it directly in the chest, to get the job done. Question 1. A social worker in an outpatient clinic has been working with a 41-year-old female for telehealth sessions for the past 4 months. During her intake assessment, the woman informed the social worker that she is in an abusive relationship and that she fears for her life. Throughout treatment, the woman has been setting boundaries and communicating her needs in a healthy manner, which ended her abusive relationship 2 months ago. During the most recent session, the woman appears distracted and more anxious than normal. The social worker hears screaming in the background of the woman's audio. What should the social worker do first in this situation? A, facilitate discussion around the woman's presentation and identify factors that have caused the change in her presentation. B, gather information around the change in the woman's presentation and if she has seen her abusive ex-boyfriend to better understand her situation. C, comment on the screams that the social worker heard to better understand the situation to ensure that everyone is safe. D, inform the woman that the social worker noticed the change in her presentation and that she is going to contact the police to ensure that she is no longer in a dangerous situation. We're a social worker in an outpatient clinic. So that's who we are and where we're at. Working with a 41-year-old female. So that is our client for telehealth sessions for the past 4 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it always paints the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. We've been working with her for 4 months. And during her intake assessment, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So 4 months ago, the woman informed the social worker that she's in an abusive relationship and that she fears for her life. So that's what she told us during the intake. Throughout treatment, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So for the past 4 months, the woman has been setting boundaries and communicating her needs in a healthy manner, which ended her abusive relationship 2 months ago. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. During the most recent session, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. So what's going on right now? The woman appears distracted and more anxious than normal, and the social worker hears screaming in the background of the woman's audio. So that's what's going on right now. What should the social worker do first in this situation? Again, first, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So don't let that one word dictate how we're going to answer the question. This is going to be an application question. Why? Because it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way that we know how. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, facilitate discussion on the woman's presentation and identify factors that have caused the change in her presentation. Assess. Why? Because it's us gathering clinical data that can help us progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. B, gather information around the change in the woman's presentation and if she has seen her abusive ex-boyfriend to better understand her situation. This one is going to be an assess, but also bad moves, bad vibes, and we'll let the question determine that in just a second. C, comment on the screams that the social worker heard to better understand the situation to ensure that everyone is safe. This one is going to be a safety assess. Safety because there's a potential safety issue. Assess. Why? Because we're gathering clinical data to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. D, inform the woman that the social worker noticed the change in her presentation and that she's going to contact the police to ensure that she's no longer in a dangerous situation. This one is a safety. Intervene. Safety because it's a potential safety issue. Intervene because it's an action on the social worker's end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. So let's look back at the question and see what we're looking at in particular. So quick review. Social worker outpatient clinic. So that's who we are, where we're at. 41-year-old female telehealth session. So it's not in person. It's through the computer. We're on the cell phone for the past 4 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at during our intake assessment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So during her first session 4 months ago, the woman informed the social worker that she's in an abusive relationship and that she fears for her life throughout treatment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So for the past 4 months, woman has been setting boundaries and communicating her needs in a healthy manner, which ended her abusive relationship 2 months ago. During the most recent session, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So what's going on right now, the woman appears distracted and more anxious than normal. And the social worker hears screaming in the background of the woman's audio. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out B. Why? Because we do want to gather information about the woman's presentation, but we're not going to assume that because she appears more distracted and anxious, that she's been seeing her abusive ex-boyfriend. If it's not there, we're not going to assume or jump to conclusions. Bad moves, bad vibes. We're also going to rule out D. Why? Because that's way too quick. Way too quick. So we're going to take the safety out, and it's just an action on our end because we're assuming she's in danger. Nowhere in the question does it state that she's in danger. She did fear for her life at one point in time. However, she's ended the abusive relationship 2 months ago. So that's an important thing to keep in mind is she's not in the abusive relationship. So we're not going to assume and be like, I'm calling the police, you're in danger. Bad moves, bad vibes. Now we're in between facilitate discussion on her presentation and then attempt to identify factors that have caused the change in it, or comment on the screams directly and say, is everything okay? So now if we look at it, we've been working with her for 4 months. She's more distracted and anxious than normal. So she has a different presentation than normal. And then we hear screaming in the background. And it doesn't appear that the woman is worried in any way, shape, or form. She does appear distracted and more anxious, but we have no idea where the screams are coming from. Is she watching a movie? Is that why she's distracted? Is the screams the neighbor? We have no idea. So do we want to comment that she seems more distracted and anxious, or do we want to address the screams, which could be more of a safety? So for that reason, we're going to rule out A, and we're going to go with C and comment on the things that could be imminent or foreseeable danger within the situation, and not being like, hey, seems like you're distracted and more anxious. Because she simply may be watching a movie during the therapy session, which may explain why she's more distracted, but we're not assuming and jumping in conclusions. So A is incorrect because we have to address the more imminent and foreseeable dangers, such as the screaming, rather than the woman's presentation right now. And then B is bad moves, bad vibes, because we're not going to assume that she's been seeing the abusive ex-boyfriend. And then D is incorrect for a similar reason of B. We're not just going to call the fire department if there's not actually fire going on with and for her situation. So the correct answer here is C, comment on the screams that the social worker heard to better understand the situation, to ensure that everyone is safe. So that way we identify where the scream's coming from. Is it a movie? Is it you? Is it a kid in the house? Is it the neighbor? Where are these screams coming from? So that way we know particularly what's going on. So the correct answer here, C, comment on the screams that the social worker heard to better understand the situation, to ensure that everyone is safe. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 2. A social worker in a community mental health clinic is completing an intake assessment with a 37-year-old transgender male upon referral of his case manager. The man's case manager wanted him to receive therapy services to better cope with his anger. The man reports that he is frustrated that no one at this agency tries to understand his perspective, and they always try to tell him how he should feel. The man reports that he plans to kill the psychiatrist after this session because he felt like she disrespected him yesterday during their appointment. The man reports that when he feels like people are challenging him, that he needs to get even. What is the best thing for the social worker to do in this situation? A, work with the man to identify his intent to act on the threat that he made to better understand his perspective. B, validate the man's feelings and gather information around why the man wants to kill the psychiatrist to better understand his perspective, to ensure that everyone is safe. C, inform the man of the limitations of treatment confidentiality to allow for him to become better informed of the social worker's duties in this situation. D, email the psychiatrist regarding the man's comment to remain compliant with the Tarasoft duty to warn regulations. And when you have your answer, type the word hope in the chat. Opening the polls. Twenty more seconds. Shutting down the polls. The majority think it is A, B, C, and D. An equal amount have picked all of the answers, but let's look at it. We're a social worker and a community mental health clinic. So that's who we are and where we're at. Completing an intake assessment. Any like the time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time meeting with a 37-year-old transgender male upon referral of his case manager. So that's what brought him in to services with us. The man's case manager, not a direct client, wanted him to receive therapy services to better cope with his anger. That's why he was referred. The man reports to our direct client that he's frustrated that no one at this agency tries to understand his perspective and always tries to tell him how he should feel. The man reports that he plans to kill the psychiatrist after this session because he felt like she disrespected him yesterday during their appointment. And the man reports that when he feels like people are challenging him, that he has to get even. What is the best thing for the social worker to do in this situation? First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So don't let that one word dictate how you answer the question. This one is going to be an application question. Why? Because it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way we know how. So let's apply the acronym back to the answers and the answer choices back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, work with the man to identify his intent to act on the threat that he made to better understand his perspective. This one is going to be safety assess. Safety because it's a potential safety issue. Assess because we're gathering clinical data to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. B, validate the man's feelings and gather information around why the man wants to kill the psychiatrist to better understand his perspective to ensure that everyone is safe. This one is going to be a safety feelings. Safety because there's a potential safety issue. Feelings because it's getting his direct perspective of what's going on with and for a situation. C, inform the man of the limitations of treatment confidentiality to allow for him to become better informed of the social worker's duty in this situation. This one is going to be a safety. Educate. Safety because there's a potential safety issue. Educate because it's us providing him information that he can utilize in the session today. D, email the psychiatrist regarding the man's comment to remain compliant with the Tarasoff duty to warn regulations. This is going to be a safety. Intervene. Safety because it's a potential safety issue. Intervene. I equals I do something because it's an action on the social worker's end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So Quick review. Social worker, community and mental health clinic. So that's who we are, where we're at, completed an intake assessment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. 37-year-old transgender male. So that's our client. Upon referral of his case manager, the man's case manager, not our direct client, wanted him to receive therapy services to better cope with his anger. The man reports to our direct client that he's frustrated that no one at the agency tries to understand his perspective, and they always try to tell him how to feel. The man reports that he plans to kill the psychiatrist after this session because he felt like she disrespected him yesterday during their appointment. The man reports that when he feels like people are challenging him, that he needs to get even. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we are going to rule out B. Why? Because if we look back at the question, he already told us why he plans to kill the psychiatrist. They disrespected him during the appointment. Therefore, we don't need to ask him, what makes you want to kill the psychiatrist? Because he already told us, I felt disrespected. Therefore, B is going to be ruled out. Bad moves, bad vibes. So even though it says feelings, we have to continue reading because it's saying, why do you want to kill them? Well, he felt disrespected. And when people disrespect him or he feels like he's being challenged, he needs to get even. So he's kind of told us why he wants to kill the psychiatrist. And we're also going to rule out D. Why? Because we have no idea how this man plans to kill the psychiatrist. Us sending an email like, hey, you better watch your back, Phil's going to kill you after the session, is going to have the psychiatrist on high edge. Because, again, in order to fulfill the Tarasoff duty to warn regulations, we have to have suspicion or have actual plans, means, and intention of actually executing on a plan that somebody particularly has. But at this given moment, all we have is that he plans to kill the psychiatrist. So we only have part of the spectrum. We have thoughts, plans. We have no idea if there's means or intention of actually carrying this bad cat out. So therefore, we're in between A, work with the man to identify his intent to act on the threat that he made to better understand his perspective, or inform the man of the limitations of treatment confidentiality to allow for him to become better informed about the social worker's duty. So do we want to identify the intentions of him carrying out his plan, or are we going to say, hey, anything that you tell me remains confidential unless danger to self, danger to others, abuse, neglect of a vulnerable individual? Or do we already know, and does he already know, because he's been working with the case manager and a psychiatrist? So therefore, we're going to rule out C and we're going to go with A because we have to understand if he actually has intent to carry out this plan. And if not, the process ends here. But if he does, then we have to continue and progress and potentially get him hospitalized and inform the psychiatrist, because the psychiatrist would be the one that'd be doing the hospitalizing. So therefore, B is going to be incorrect because the question already states that he wants to kill the psychiatrist because he felt disrespected. And when he feels like people are challenging him, he wants to get even. C is incorrect because he's already been told the limitations of confidentiality based on the fact that he was referred by a case manager and that he's been seeing a psychiatrist. So he already knows the limitations of treatment confidentiality. And D is incorrect because we don't have enough information as of yet. So the correct answer here is A, work with the man to identify his intent to act on the threat that he made to better understand his perspective. Because again, there's a spectrum of danger. He's gotten past the thoughts. So it's thoughts, plans, means, and intent. So we're missing means and intention. So therefore, we would have to do A, work with the man to identify his intent to act on the threat that he made to better understand his perspective. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 3. A social worker in a private practice is completing an intake assessment with a 31-year-old male regarding episodes of anxiety. The man reports that he has been having issues in his relationship because regardless of what his girlfriend does, he feels like she is trying to hurt him in some way. The man reports that from the age of 5 to 14 years old, that one of his neighbors forced him to perform sexual acts on her, which makes it difficult for him to trust women. The social worker starts to experience flashbacks from when they were sexually abused as a child by a neighbor. The social worker realizes that the man is an old friend that he grew up with and that they were likely abused by the same person. What is the most likely thing for the social worker to do in this situation? A, stop the intake assessment and offer to refer the man to another social worker at the practice to avoid engaging in a dual relationship. B, stop the intake assessment and seek supervision to process the countertransference that the social worker experienced during the session. C, complete the intake assessment to identify what the man would like to accomplish in treatment and seek supervision to address any countertransference that arises. D, complete the intake assessment to identify what the man would like to accomplish in treatment and refer him to another social worker at the practice. We're a social worker in a private practice. That's who we are and where we are at. Completing an intake assessment any length of time, hop on top of it because it also paints a picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time working with a 31-year-old male regarding episodes of anxiety. So why they're coming in is for episodes of anxiety. So then the man reports that he's been having issues in his relationship, regardless of what his girlfriend does. He feels like she is trying to hurt him in some way. The man reports that from the age of 5 to 14 years old, that one of his neighbors forced him to perform sexual acts on her, which makes it difficult for him to trust women. The social worker starts to experience flashbacks from when they were sexually abused as a child by a neighbor. And the social worker realizes that the man is an old friend that he grew up with and that they were likely abused by the same person. What is the most likely thing for the social worker to do in this situation? This is a reasoning question. Why? Because it's an ethical situation that we have to identify a solution to. So we're not going to be able to apply the acronym here, but let's go through each answer choice, compare each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, stop the intake assessment and offer to refer the man to another social worker at the practice to avoid engaging in a dual relationship. B, stop the intake assessment and seek supervision to process the countertransference that the social worker experienced during the session. C, complete the intake assessment to identify what the man would like to accomplish in treatment and seek supervision to address any countertransference that arises. D, complete the intake assessment to identify what the man would like to accomplish in treatment and refer him to another social worker at the practice. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review. Social worker, private practice. That's who we are, where we're at. Completing an intake assessment. 31-year-old male regarding episodes of anxiety. The man reports he's been having issues in his relationship because regardless of what his girlfriend does, he feels like she's trying to hurt him in some way. And the man reports that from the age of 5 to 14 years old, that one of his neighbors forced him to perform sexual acts on her, which makes it difficult for him to trust women. The social worker starts to experience flashbacks from when they were sexually abused as a child by a neighbor. The social worker realizes the man is an old friend that he grew up with, and that they were likely abused by the same person. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out A and B. Why? Because we're not stopping a train that is going. Why? Because if we stop the intake assessment, this 31-year-old male is going to be like, whoa, what's going on here? And again, this situation isn't about us, it's about our client. Therefore, we're not stopping the session. What we can continue doing is identifying what the client wants to accomplish, and then we can do the most ethical outcome. So A is going to be incorrect because we're not going to stop and be like, you have to see somebody else. They're going to be like, well, why? And again, that's going to identify how the relation is there and why it's a dual relationship. And B is going to be incorrect because we're not just going to shoot up like a rocket and say, I'm out of here and storm out of the room and talk to a supervisor, because countertransference did not occur here. Because countertransference is where the social worker puts an old experience onto a client as if it is real. However, if we look at it, the social worker actually grew up with this individual and they were likely abused by the same individual. Therefore, it would not be countertransference because the social worker is not putting something that's unreal onto a client, and that's counter to the therapeutic process. So we're not treating them as if it's somebody that we know because we actually know this individual. So therefore, we're also going to rule out C because we're not going to continue treating this individual. We can't continue working with somebody that we know, especially if we're connected based on being abused by the same individual. So the correct answer here is going to be D. We're going to continue with the intake assessment, identify the treatment goals because that's the goal of the intake assessment, and then refer them to avoid engaging in a dual relationship. Because when it comes to a dual relationship, the appropriate action is to refer somebody out. It doesn't say it in the question that it's a 100% dual relationship, but it's better to prevent a potential dual relationship and be wrong than to continue working with somebody as we know it, because the question doesn't say it's a rural setting and we're the only treatment provider. So A and B are both going to be incorrect because we're not going to stop the session and have the client wonder why we're stopping the session, because this session's not about us, it's about our client. And then C is incorrect because we're not going to continue treating this individual after the intake. So C sounds like we're going to continue treating them and we're not experiencing a countertransference situation. We're experiencing a dual relationship because this is an old friend of ours that we grew up with and we were likely abused by the same individual. And yes, we're experiencing flashbacks related to the abuse, but that doesn't mean that we can't continue the intake assessment and identify a treatment goal, refer the person out, and allow for them to work on that treatment goal with another qualified provider. So the correct answer here is D. Complete the intake assessment to identify what the man would like to accomplish in treatment and refer him to another social worker at the practice. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 4. A home-based social worker has been working with a 44-year-old female for the past 6 months to help cope with her cancer diagnosis. The woman engaged in services upon request of her doctor because she was experiencing episodes of severe anxiety and depression. Throughout treatment, the woman has been identifying and utilizing multiple strategies to better cope with her anxiety and depressive symptoms. Last month, the woman started another round of chemotherapy, which has been negatively impacting her mental health. During the most recent session, the woman informed the social worker that she is starting to feel like no one cares about her. What should the social worker do next in this situation? A. Gather information regarding any suicidal ideations that the woman has experienced since her last session. to ensure that she is safe. B, facilitate discussion around what is causing her to feel like no one cares about her to better understand the situation before proceeding. C, validate the woman's feelings and work with her to identify the impact that her treatments have had on her mental health to better understand the situation. D, provide the woman information regarding the impact that chemotherapy can have on someone's mental health to help her feel less alone in this situation. We're a home-based social worker. That's who we are and where we are at. I'm working with a 44-year-old female. So that is our client for the past 6 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment to help cope with her cancer diagnosis. So that's what brought her into services. The woman engaged in services 6 months ago upon request of her doctor because she was experiencing severe episodes of anxiety and depression. Throughout treatment, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. The woman has been identifying and utilizing multiple strategies to cope with her anxiety and depressive symptoms. So that's what she's been doing for the past 6 months. Last month, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. The woman started another round of chemotherapy, which is negatively impacting her mental health. During the most recent session, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. The woman informed a social worker that she's starting to feel like no one cares about her. What should the social worker do next in this situation? First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So do not let one word dictate how you answer the question. This is going to be an application question. Why? Because it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way that we know how. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice and each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, gather information regarding any suicidal ideations that the woman has experienced since her last session to ensure that she is safe. This one is going to be a safety assess. Safety because there's a potential safety issue. Assess because it's us gathering clinical data to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. B, facilitate discussion around what is causing her to feel like no one cares about her to better understand the situation before proceeding. Feelings, why is getting her direct perspective of what's going on with and for her situation. C, validate the woman's feelings and work with her to identify the impact that her treatments have had on her mental health to better understand the situation. This one is going to be a feelings. Why? Because it's getting her direct perspective of what's going on with and for her situation. D, provide the woman information regarding the impact that chemotherapy can have on someone's mental health to help her feel less alone in the situation. Educate why it's because it's us providing her information in the session today. So let's look back at the question and see what we're looking at in particular. So quick review, home-based social worker. So that's who we are, where we're at, 44-year-old female. That's our client for the past 6 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at to help cope with her cancer diagnosis. The woman engaged in services 6 months ago, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at upon request of her doctor because she was experiencing episodes of severe anxiety and depression throughout treatment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So for the past 6 months, the woman has been identifying and utilizing multiple strategies to better cope with her anxiety and depressive symptoms. Last month, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. The woman started another round of chemotherapy, which has been negatively impacting her mental health. During the most recent session, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. The woman informed the social worker that she is starting to feel like no one cares about her. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out A. Why? Because nowhere in the question does it say that she's had a history of suicidal ideations in any way, shape, or form. She had severe episodes of anxiety and depression, but nowhere does it state that she wants to complete suicide or that she's been thinking or having suicidal ideations throughout her life in any way, shape, or form. So therefore, A is going to be ruled out. Also, D is going to be ruled out because we're not going to provide information regarding the impact that chemotherapy can have on someone's mental health, because it's already been known that the chemotherapy has been negatively impacting her mental health. And she's been living this, and it's not her first rodeo because it is also another round of chemotherapy. So now we're in between B, facilitate discussion around what is causing her to feel like no one cares about her to better understand the situation before proceeding, or C, validate the woman's feelings and work with her to identify the impact that her treatments have had on her mental health to better understand the situation. Let's look back at the question to make sure that we're not making a mistake. She's been identifying and utilizing multiple strategies to cope with her anxiety and depressive symptoms. Last month, she started another round, which has been negatively impacting her mental health. It has been negatively impacting her mental health. And she informed the social worker she's starting to feel like no one cares about her. So for that reason, we're going to rule out C. Why? Because even though it has validated her feelings and it sounds really great, we're going to ask her, help me know how that your treatments negatively impact your mental health or what impact it has. She already says it's been negatively impacting her mental health. So we already know the impact that her treatments have had on her mental health. Therefore, we have to meet her directly where she's at and facilitate discussion around what is causing her to feel like no one cares about her. So that way we understand what she meant by that, because maybe we're able to identify more support within her situation if that is what she is seeking within for her situation. So A is going to be incorrect because nowhere in the question does it say she has a history of suicidal ideations. So it would not make us think that she's experiencing suicidal ideations today. C is going to be incorrect because even though it sounds great of validating the feelings, we're going to work with her to identify the impact that her treatments have had on her mental health, which she has already stated that it's been negatively impacting her mental health. And D is incorrect because she's living this experience. So giving her information around something that she's already done because it's another round of chemotherapy is bad moves, bad vibes. So the correct answer here is B, facilitate discussion around what is causing her to feel like no one cares about her to better understand the situation before proceeding. The correct answer here is B, facilitate discussion around what is causing her to feel like no one cares about her to better understand the situation before proceeding. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 5. A social worker in an outpatient clinic is completing an intake assessment with a 47-year-old male regarding the stress that he has been experiencing. The man reports that he feels like he has been failing everyone in his life and that regardless of what he does, that someone is always mad at him. The man reports that his girlfriend always accuses him of cheating on her, which has caused him to skip work to spend time with her. The man reports that his son does not respect him and on multiple occasions has snuck out of the house and stolen his car to see his pregnant girlfriend. The man reports that he always feels like he is going to lose control. What should the social worker do in this situation? A, facilitate discussion around the impact that his relationship with his girlfriend has on him and work with him to identify ways to improve the relationship. B, gather information around the impact that his relationship with his son has on the other areas of his life to better understand his perspective. C, work with the man to identify what he would like his situation to look like in the future to better understand his perspective. D, provide information to the man on healthy ways to cope with stress to allow for him to start reducing the amount of stress that he experiences. We're a social worker in an outpatient clinic, so that's who we are. and where we're at, completing an intake assessment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time working with a 47-year-old male. So that is our client regarding stress that he has been experiencing. The man reports that he feels like he's been failing everyone in his life and that regardless of what he does, someone is always mad at him. And the man reports that his girlfriend always accuses of him of cheating on her, which has caused him to skip work to spend time with her. The man reports that his son does not respect him and on multiple occasions has snuck out of the house and stolen his car to see his pregnant girlfriend. The man reports that he always feels like he is going to lose control. What should the social worker do in this situation? First, next, best, most, and should all mean the same thing. So do not let one word dictate how you navigate the answer choices. This is going to be an application question. Why? Because it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way that we know how. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice and each answer choice. Back the question to see what we're looking at. In particular, A, facilitate discussion around the impact that his relationship with his girlfriend has on him and work with him to identify ways to improve the relationship. This one is going to be an assess. Why? Because it's us gathering clinical data to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. B, gather information around the impact that his relationship with his son has on the other areas of his life to better understand his perspective and assess. Why? Because it's us gathering clinical data, such as the impact that the relationship has on the rest of his life. C, work with the man to identify what he would like his situation to look like in the future to better understand his perspective, feelings. Why? Because it's getting his direct perspective of where he would like to go with and for his situation. D, provide information to the man on healthy ways to cope with stress to allow for him to start reducing the amount of stress that he experiences. This is going to be educate. Why? Because it's us providing information that he can utilize in the session today. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review: social worker, outpatient clinic. So that's who we are, where we're at, completing an intake assessment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it always paints the picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time working with a 47-year-old male regarding stress that he's been experiencing. The man reports like he feels like he's been failing everyone in his life, and regardless of what he does, that someone is always mad at him. The man reports that his girlfriend always accuses him of cheating on her, which has caused him to skip work to spend time with her. The man reports that his son does not respect him and on multiple occasions has snuck out of the house and stole his car to see his pregnant girlfriend. The man reports that he always feels like he's going to lose control. So keep all that in mind to go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out D. Why? Because the man has a lot of presenting issues. And even though that he presented to treatment regarding the stress he's been experiencing, D is trying to solve all of his problems when he has a lot of different layers going on. Feels like he's failing everybody. His girlfriend's always accusing him of cheating. His son is sneaking out of the house and stealing his car and has a pregnant girlfriend. And he reports that he's going to be losing control. And D is like, hey, this is what has worked for everyone else to reduce their stress in their life. I think you should start doing this, even though we have no idea what he wants to do, because it's his first time meeting us. So we have to meet him where he's at before hopping in to what we think is best for him. We're also going to rule out A and B. We're going to rule out A because he doesn't specifically say that he wants to improve the relationship. He feels like he's been failing everyone. And regardless of what he does, everyone is mad at him. So that doesn't say, hey, I need to improve the relationship just specifically with my girlfriend. So A is going to be ruled out, and then B is going to be ruled out because it's primarily focusing on the son and telling him that's what he needs to be focusing on and how it's impacting the rest of his life. So it's kind of putting the blame on his son versus meeting him where he's at, which would be C, working with him to identify what he would like his situation to look like in the future to better understand his perspective of how we specifically could help him and where he would like to go and what he would like to address and assess within a situation. A is going to be incorrect because it's telling him that he needs to focus on the relationship with his girlfriend. B is incorrect because it's kind of identifying that his son is the problem in the situation and starting there. And then D is incorrect because it's generalizing the client and saying, hey, these are stress relievers that have worked for other people in the past. How about you try utilizing this when he did come in for stress, but he has a lot of different things in his life. So C would be the correct answer because we would have to meet him where he's at and where he would specifically like to go. So the correct answer here is C. Work with the man to identify what he would like his situation to look like in the future to better understand his perspective. So the correct answer here is C. Work with the man to identify what he would like his situation to look like in the future to better understand his perspective. That's how we look at that question in particular. Question 6. A social worker in a family agency is meeting with a 64-year-old female for her second session after her intake assessment. The woman engaged in services to help cope with issues that she's been having at home. During her intake assessment, the woman informed the social worker that she struggles with communicating her needs and setting boundaries with people in her life. During the previous session, the social worker and woman reviewed information on assertive communication and healthy boundary setting. During the most recent session, the woman reports that her son controls the household and often uses physical violence when he does not get his way. The woman reports that she's afraid to stand up to him because she is not sure what he will do. What should the social worker do next in this situation? A, process the woman's feelings and work with her to develop a safety plan to ensure that she is safe. B, inform the woman of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services regarding what she disclosed to ensure that everyone is safe. C, encourage the woman to contact the local authorities regarding her son's acts of physical violence towards her to ensure that she is safe. D, encourage the woman to hospitalize her son to ensure that he gets the help that he needs to reduce the likelihood he harms her in the future. We're a social worker and a family agency. That's who we are and where we're at, meeting with a 64-year-old female. So that is our client for her second session after her intake assessment. So we're third session, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. The woman engaged in services to help cope with this issues that she's been having at home. So that's what caused her to engage in services 3 sessions ago. During her intake assessment, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. So what happened 2 sessions ago? The woman informed the social worker that she struggles with communicating her needs and setting boundaries with people in her life. So that's what brought her into services to begin with. And during the previous session, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. It's not the most recent session, but the one just before it. The social worker and woman reviewed information on assertive communication and healthy boundary setting because, again, that helps her increase her ability to communicate her needs and set boundaries. During the most recent session, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. The woman reports that her son controls the household and often uses physical violence when he does not get his way. And the woman reports that she is afraid to stand up to him because she is not sure what he will do. What should the social worker do next in this situation? This is an application question. Why? Because it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way that we know how. First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So don't let that one word dictate how you answer the question. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice and each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, process the woman's feelings and work with her to develop a safety plan to ensure that she is safe. This one is going to be a safety feeling. Safety because it's a potential safety issue. Feelings because it's getting her direct perspective of what's going on with and for her situation. B, inform the woman of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services regarding what she disclosed to ensure that everyone is safe. This one is going to be a safety intervene. Safety because it's a potential safety issue. Intervene. Why? Because it's an action on the social worker's end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. C, encourage the woman to contact the local authorities regarding her son's acts of physical violence towards her to ensure that she is safe. This one is going to be a safety intervene. Safety because it's a potential safety issue. Intervene because it's an action on the social worker's end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. D, encourage the woman to hospitalize her son to ensure that he gets the help that he needs to reduce the likelihood he harms her in the future. This one is going to be a safety intervene. Safety because it's a potential safety issue. Intervene. Why? Because it's an action on the social worker's end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review. Social worker, family agency. So that's we are where we're at. 64-year-old female, second session after intake, third session, any length of time. Hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. The woman engaged in services to help cope with the issues that she's been having at home during her intake assessment 2 sessions ago. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. The woman informs the social worker that she struggles with communicating her needs and setting boundaries with people in her life during the previous session. So not the most recent one, but the one just prior to it. Social worker and woman reviewed information on assertive communication and healthy boundary setting to help improve her communicating her needs and setting boundaries in her life during the most recent session. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. The woman reports that her son controls the household and often uses physical violence when he does not get his way. The woman reports that she's afraid to stand up to him because she's not sure what he will do. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out B. Why? Because nowhere does it say how old the son is. We can't assume. We're not going to jump to conclusions. And if a child is abusing a parent, we would not contact Child Protective Services. So bad moves, bad vibes. We're also going to rule out A. Why? Because a safety plan is for suicidal as well as homicidal ideations, and the 64-year-old female does not struggle with suicidal or homicidal ideations. Bad moves, bad vibes. It's a trap because the son is the one that is getting violent towards her. Developing a safety plan would mean that she is exhibiting suicidal or homicidal ideations in the situation. So being careful that we don't just fall for the buzzwords in the situation. Now we are in between C, encourage the woman to contact the local authorities regarding her son's act of violence towards her to ensure that she is safe. So having her report potential domestic violence, or encourage the woman to hospitalize her son to ensure that he gets the help that he needs to reduce the likelihood he harms her in the future. So do we want her to make a police report towards her son, or get her son hospitalized, help stabilize his violent actions to help reduce the likelihood that he becomes violent towards her in the future? Well, let's look back at the question to make sure we're not going to be making a mistake. She's been having issues at home, which has brought her in. During the intake assessment, she struggles with communicating her needs and setting boundaries. She told us, hey, I started setting boundaries and utilizing assertive communication. My son has been controlling the household and uses physical violence when he does not get his way. And I'm afraid to stand up to him because I'm not sure what he will do. So, are we going to ever call the police or get our son hospitalized because he's exhibiting homicidal ideations and physical aggression towards other individuals? So, for that reason, we're going to rule out C and go with D. Why? Because we can get somebody involuntary hospitalized if danger to self, danger to others, or exhibiting psychosis. We cannot contact the police and get somebody arrested if they're not actively committing a crime within for the situation. So A is going to be incorrect because the safety plan is for suicidal as well as homicidal ideations. B is incorrect because we don't know how old the son is, and we're not going to assume and jump to conclusions. And C is incorrect because there's no direct evidence of him committing a crime within for the situation. So the correct answer would be D, encourage the woman to hospitalize her son to ensure he gets the help that he needs, because you can involuntarily hospitalize somebody if somebody's a danger to self, danger to others, or exhibiting psychosis. And it seems like he's a danger to other people because he's exhibiting homicidal ideations or physical aggression. And the purpose would be to reduce the likelihood he harms her in the future. We can't guarantee it, but it could reduce the likelihood that he does. So the correct answer here is D, encourage the woman to hospitalize her son to ensure that he gets the help that he needs to reduce the likelihood he harms her in the future. So that's how we'd look at that question in particular. Question 7. A social worker in a community mental health clinic has been working with a 50-year-old female for the past 3 months regarding episodes of depression. During her intake assessment, the woman reported that she found it difficult to take care of her basic needs and that it caused strain in her marriage. Throughout treatment, the woman has been compliant with her psychiatric medications and utilizing strategies to cope with her depressive symptoms. During the most recent session, the woman reports that she caught her husband cheating on her with her sister and that it has caused her eating disorder tendencies to resurface. The woman reports that she plans to put poison into her husband's condom stash. What should the social worker do first in this situation? A, facilitate discussion around the woman's eating disorder tendencies to better understand them to ensure that she is safe. B, gather information around how the woman plans to poison her husband to better understand the situation. C, work with the woman to identify alternative coping skills that she can utilize in this situation to ensure everyone is safe. D, offer to connect the woman to a relationship skills group at the agency to allow for her to have more support in her situation. We're a social worker in a community mental health clinic, so that's who we are and where we are at, has been working with a 50-year-old female. So that is our client for the past 3 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at regarding episodes of depression. So we've been working with somebody for 3 months regarding episodes of depression during her intake assessment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So 3 months ago, the woman reported that she found it difficult to take care of her basic needs and it caused strain in her marriage. Throughout treatment, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So for the past 3 months, the woman has been compliant with her psychiatric medications and utilizing strategies to cope with her depressive symptoms. So things have gotten better for her during her most recent session. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. The woman reports that she caught her husband cheating on her with her sister and that it has caused her eating disorder tendencies to resurface. And then the woman reports that she plans to put poison into her husband's condom stash. What should the social worker do first in this situation? First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So don't let that one word influence how you answer the question. This one is going to be an application question. Why? Because it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way that we know how. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, facilitate discussion around the woman's eating disorders tendencies to better understand them to ensure that she is safe. This one is going to be a safety assess. Safety because there's a potential safety issue. Assess why? Because we're gathering clinical data to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. B, gather information around how the woman plans to poison her husband to better understand the situation. This one is going to be safety assess. Safety because there's a potential safety issue. Assess because we're gathering clinical data to help our therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. C, work with the woman to identify alternative coping skills that she can utilize in this situation to ensure everyone is safe. This one is going to be a safety intervene. Safety because there's a potential safety issue. Intervene. Why? Because it's an action on our end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. D, offer to connect the woman to a relationship skills group at the agency to allow for her to have more support in her situation. Facilitate. Why? F equals friend because we're connecting her to a friend, aka another professional, to supplement her services, but she would still be working with us. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review: social worker, community mental health clinic. So, that's who we are, where we're at, working with a 50-year-old female. So, that's our client, past 3 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at for the past 3 months regarding episodes of depression during her intake assessment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So, during her first session 3 months ago, the woman reported that she found it difficult to take care of her basic needs and it caused strain in her marriage throughout treatment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it always paints the picture of what we're looking at. So throughout the past 3 months, the woman has been compliant with her psychiatric medications and utilizing strategies to cope with her depressive symptoms during the most recent session. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So what's going on right now? The woman reports that she caught her husband cheating on her with her sister and that it has caused her eating disorder tendencies to resurface. The woman reports that she plans to put poison into her husband's condom stash. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out D. Why? Because that has nothing to do with either the woman's eating disorder tendencies or how she plans to poison her husband's condom stash. So we're also going to rule out C. Why? Because that's way too quick in saying, you know what? You need to stop doing what you're going to do. We need to redirect you because you've been doing so well for the past 3 months because you've been compliant with your psych meds and utilizing strategies to cope with their depressive symptoms. So therefore, we can't really tell the client how she should cope based on the fact that her husband has been cheating on her. So C is like, whoa. You need to cope in a different manner to ensure everyone is safe because we need to meet the client where they're at versus us telling them where they need to go. Now we need to ask ourselves, are we going to facilitate a discussion around the woman's eating disorder tendencies because those are new things in the situation to understand what they even look like for her? Or are we going to do B, understand how she plans to poison her husband to better understand the situation? So if we look back at the question, she's been experiencing episodes of depression for 3 months. She used to cause a strain in the relationship due to her depressive episodes, yet she's been compliant with her psych meds throughout treatment. So for the past 3 months, she's been compliant with the psych meds and utilizing strategies to cope with her depressive symptoms. Now she has caught her husband cheating on her and she is having eating disorder tendencies resurface. We didn't even know they existed up to this moment. And then she states, you know what? I'm going to poison my husband by putting the poison into his condom stash. So now we have to ask ourselves, are we going to ask the woman about her eating disorder tendencies or ask her how she plans to poison her husband? So if we look back at the question, she states that she plans to poison her husband's condom stash. Therefore, we're going to rule out B because B has already been done. And we have to ask ourselves, what is the most imminent or foreseeable danger within this situation? The woman's eating disorder tendency, or that she plans to poison her husband's condom stash at some point in time. The most imminent or foreseeable danger is going to be something that we've never heard about related to the client situation, which is going to be her eating disorder tendencies. What do those actually look like with and for her situation? So therefore, we're going to go with A because we need to address and assess our client, and meet our client where they're at first and focus on their needs. B is incorrect because she already stated that she's planning to poison her husband via his condom stash, and she's not going to poison him if she's in the session right here now today. So we have to address and assess her needs first. Then we can navigate outside of who she is and where she's at. C is incorrect because it's way too fast. And D is incorrect because it's irrelevant to what she's been stating. So the correct answer here is A, facilitate discussion around the woman's eating disorder tendencies to better understand them. To ensure that she is safe, we have to focus on our client first and the most imminent or foreseeable danger. So the correct answer here is A, facilitate discussion around the woman's eating disorder tendencies to better understand them to ensure that she is safe. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 8. A social worker in a private practice is meeting with a 72-year-old male regarding relationship issues. And the man reports that he and his 66-year-old wife often get into physical altercations related to their financial situation. And the man reports that he and his wife live on a fixed income, so it does not take much to mess things up. And the man reports that he is ashamed of himself for putting his hands on his wife, and his wife has told him the same after she has put her hands on him. The man wants to identify ways to better cope with his anger and to improve his relationship. And the man reports that he wants to bring his wife into future sessions. What is the most likely thing for the social worker to do in this situation? A, inform the man of the necessity of contacting adult protective services regarding the violence that he disclosed to ensure everyone is safe. B, work with the man to identify ways that he has coped with anger that did not involve violence to develop a baseline for treatment. C, inform the man that the social worker would not be able to treat him as domestic violence is something that social workers are unable to address in individual therapy. D, gather information regarding what the man would like to accomplish in treatment to begin developing treatment goals with him. We're a social worker in a private practice, so that's who we are and where we are at, meeting with a 72-year-old male. So that is our client regarding relationship issues. So that's what brought him into services. And the man reports that he and his 66-year-old wife often get into physical altercations related to their financial situation. The man reports that he and his wife live on a fixed income, so it does not take much to mess things up. The man reports that he is ashamed of himself for putting his hands on his wife, and his wife has told him the same after she has put his hands on him. So they're both the aggressor within this situation. The man wants to identify ways to better cope with his anger and to improve his relationship. So that is his goal for treatment. And the man reports that he wants to bring his wife into future sessions. What is the most likely thing for the social worker to do? First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So don't let that one word dictate how you answer the question. This is going to be an application question. Why? Because it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way that we know how. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice and each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, Inform the man of the necessity of contacting an adult protective service regarding the violence that he disclosed to ensure everyone is safe. This one is going to be his safety. Intervene. Safety, why? Because it's a potential safety issue. Intervene, why? Because it's an action on the social worker's end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. B, work with the man to identify ways that he has coped with anger that did not involve in violence to develop a baseline for treatment. Assess, why? Because it's us gathering clinical data such as his anger and the coping skills that he has to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. C, inform the man that the social worker would not be able to treat him as domestic violence is something that social workers are unable to address in individual therapy. This is going to be intervene. Why? Because it's an action on our end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form, but it's also bad moves, bad vibes. Why? Because it's 100% a lie. But we'll let the question determine that in just a second. D, gather information regarding what the man would like to accomplish in treatment to begin developing treatment goals with him. This is an assess. Why? Because it's us gathering clinical data such as treatment goals, which are more tangible and clinical in some way, shape, or form. So let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review. Social worker, private practice. So that's who we are, where we're at. 72-year-old male. So that's our client regarding relationship issues. The man reports that he and his 66-year-old wife often get into physical altercations related to their financial situation. And the man reports that he and his wife live on a fixed income, so it does not take much to mess things up. The man reports that he's ashamed of himself for putting his hands on his wife. And his wife has told him the same thing after she has put his hands on him. They're both the aggressors within the situation. The man wants to identify ways to better cope with this anger and to improve his relationship. The man reports that he wants to bring his wife into future sessions. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out C. Why? Because it's a 100% lie. Social workers work with people that are abusers as well as victims of domestic violence all the time. So C is incorrect. Bad moves, bad vibes. Don't add, don't take away, don't jump to conclusions or assume based on the fact that individual therapy is viable for domestic violence. The only consideration that we would have is if we were doing couples therapy and if one of the people were the aggressor and had a power dynamic over the person that they were abusing, because then we would not really be able to address and assess the issues that we need to within that situation. So C is going to be ruled out. We're also going to take the safety away from A, rule that out because we're only able to contact adult protective services if a caregiver of an elder individual or somebody that's supposed to be taking care of an elder individual is abusing them in some way, shape, or form. However, we have two individuals that are of the elder population that are both perpetuating violence towards one another. So this situation would be considered domestic violence, not abuse of somebody that is vulnerable within this situation. Even though the age is within that population, a caregiver of an elder is not perpetuating abuse on somebody in any way, shape, or form, because he states that he will put his hands on his wife and his wife will put his hands on him. Therefore, there's not that vulnerable power dynamic of somebody abusing someone of a vulnerable population. So now we're in between B, work with the man to identify ways that he has coped with anger that did not involve violence to develop a baseline for treatment, or gather information regarding what the man would like to accomplish in treatment to begin developing treatment goals with him. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. He came in regarding relationship issues, financial situation. They're on a fixed income, doesn't take much to mess things up. He's ashamed that he puts his hands on his wife. His wife's ashamed that she puts her hands on him. And the man wants to identify ways to better cope with his anger and improve his relationship. Therefore, D has already been done. So we're going to rule out D, and the correct answer here is B. Work with the man to identify ways that he has coped with his anger that did not involve violence to develop a baseline for treatment to understand, are there other ways besides putting your hands on your wife that you have coped in the past? So the correct answer here is B. Work with the man to identify ways that he has coped with anger that did not involve violence, develop a baseline for treatment. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 9. A social worker in an outpatient clinic is completing an intake assessment with a 27-year-old transgender female. The woman reports that she hears voices that tell her to cut herself in various places on her body. The woman reports that she often listens to the voices to prevent them from hurting her family. The woman reports that last year she started carrying a pocket knife with her wherever she goes to always be prepared for when the voices tell her to cut herself. The woman reports that she is unsure where the voices came from and whether they will ever entirely leave her alone. What is the best thing for the social worker to do in this situation? A, gather more information regarding the auditory hallucinations that the woman experiences to better understand her situation. B, gather more information regarding the woman's self harming behavior to ensure that she is safe. C, assess whether or not the woman has a pocket knife on her right now. And if she does, then inform her that she would not be able to have it in session to begin setting healthy therapeutic boundaries. D, assess whether or not the woman has a pocket knife on her right now. And if she does, then ask her to place it on the social worker's desk to ensure everyone is safe. We're a social worker in an outpatient clinic, so that's who we are and where we are at. Completing an intake assessment any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time working with a 27-year-old transgender female. The woman reports that she hears voices that tell her to cut herself in various places on her body. The woman reports that she often listens to the voices to prevent them from hurting her family. The woman reports that last year that she started carrying a pocket knife with her wherever she goes to always be prepared when the voices tell her to cut herself any length of time. Hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. So last year is when she started carrying the pocket knife wherever she goes. The woman reports that she is unsure where the voices came from and whether they will ever entirely leave her alone. What is the best thing for the social worker to do in this situation? First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So do not let one word dictate how you answer the question in particular. This is going to be an application question. Why? Because it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way that we know how. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice and each answer choice back to the question and to see what we're looking at in particular. A, gather more information regarding the auditory hallucinations that the woman experiences to better understand her situation. So this is going to be a safety assess, safety because there's a potential safety issue, assess because we're gathering clinical data to better understand her situation in some way, shape, or form. B, gather more information regarding the woman's self-harming behavior to ensure that she is safe. This one is going to be a safety assess. Safety, why? Because there's a potential safety issue. Assess, why? Because it's us gathering clinical data to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. C, assess whether or not the woman has a pocket knife on her right now. And if she does, then inform her that she would not be able to have it in the session to begin setting healthy therapeutic boundaries. This one is going to be a safety assess. Safety because there's a potential safety issue. Assess, why? Because it's us gathering clinical data to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. And D, assess whether or not the woman has a pocket knife on her right now. And if she doesn't, ask her to place it on the social worker's desk to ensure everyone is safe. Safety assess, why? Because it's a potential safety issue. Assess because we're we're gathering clinical data to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review. So, let's work our outpatient clinic. So, that's who we are, where we're at, completing an intake assessment. Any like the time, hop on top of it because it always paints the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. So, it's our first time meeting with a 27-year-old transgender female. One reports that she hears voices that tell her to cut herself in various places on her body. The woman reports that she often hears and listens to the voices to prevent them from hurting her family. The woman reports that last year, any like the time, hop on top of it because it always paints the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. So last year, she started carrying a pocket knife with her wherever she goes to always be prepared for when the voices tell her to cut herself. The woman reports that she's unsure where the voices came from and whether they will ever leave her alone. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we are going to rule out D. Why? Because in the question, it already states that she carries the pocket knife wherever she goes, as well as that she has zero homicidal ideations because the voices only tell her to cut herself in various places on her body. So only in various places on her body. And that she is prepared for when the voices tell her to cut herself. So therefore, we wouldn't be like, all right, take the pocket knife out, put it on the table so that way everyone is safe. Based on the fact that she doesn't have any homicidal ideations. We're not unsafe since she has a pocket knife in her pocket. Now, if she had homicidal thoughts or violent actions towards other people with a knife, of course, we're going to be a little bit more on edge. However, the pocket knife is for when she feels like she is going to harm herself. And she carries it wherever she goes because, again, she fears that the voices are going to hurt her family. So that makes us wonder, what makes you think that the voices are going to harm your family? So therefore, we're also going to rule out C because we're not going to say, hey, do you have your pocket knife on you right now? And if so, don't come back if you have that pocket knife in your pocket. We have to meet our clients where they're at. And as long as they're not danger to self, danger to other, abuse, neglect of a vulnerable individual or exhibiting psychosis where it's unregulated and where she's trying to kill someone else, we're not going to tell her that she can't have a knife on her if that's how she wants to cope with and for her situation. She didn't even have to tell us about the pocket knife, and she could have had a machete on her back, and we wouldn't have known. So therefore, we're not going to judge our client and say, okay, either you put the pocket knife on the table or you just aren't going to bring that pocket knife in general. I need to meet you where I think you should be rather than when you're directly at. Bad moves, bad vibes. Now we're in between A, gather more information regarding the auditory hallucinations that the woman experiences. So understanding why she feels like the voices are going to harm her family, as well as why she feels the need to listen to them or ask her more directly about how she cuts herself in some way, shape, or form. So let's look back to the question to make sure we're not making a mistake. She hears voices that tell her to cut herself in various places on her body. She often listens to them to prevent them from hurting her family, which then makes us think, what makes her think that the voices are going to harm the family? So then she's like, you know what? I need to start carrying this pocket knife wherever I go. So that way, if the voices tell me to cut myself, I can protect my family because the voices are going to harm my family. Then she states she's unsure where the voices came from and whether they'll entirely leave her alone. Therefore, it opens the door. She may not even understand whether the voices are out of her control or in her control in some way, shape, or form. So therefore, we're going to rule out B because it doesn't say she has any self-harming behaviors. She exhibits self-harming behaviors motivated by the auditory hallucinations that she experiences. Therefore, what we need to do is better understand information related to the auditory hallucinations to better understand where she's at with and for her situation. Because there's a lot of questions related to the auditory hallucinations that are unaware. that we are unaware of. So what do I mean by this? Because she thinks that the voices are going to harm her family. So she carries the pocket knife wherever she goes so that way she can cut herself to protect her family. And she states, I'm not even sure where they came from and if they will ever leave me alone. Therefore, we can gather more information why she feels like the voices are going to harm her family. And in addition to that, provide information related to auditory hallucinations and different various things that we particularly can do in order to reduce the likelihood that the voices have and the negative impact that they have on our life. So the correct answer here is A, gather more information regarding the auditory hallucinations that the woman experiences to better understand her situation. B is incorrect because she doesn't exhibit self-harm just for the sole fact of self-harming and is motivated by the voices or auditory hallucinations that she hears. C is incorrect because we're not going to be like, hey, you bring that pocket knife around here, I'm not going to help you, because that's pushing a client away that could potentially be in a precarious situation because she's likely not going anywhere without the pocket knife because she goes everywhere, wherever she goes, she's bringing the pocket knife too. And D is incorrect because we're not going to have her whip out a pocket knife, put it on the table to make sure that we're safe, because if anything, she may harm herself now that the pocket knife is out of her pocket. So the correct answer here is A, gather more information regarding the auditory hallucinations that the woman experiences to better understand her situation. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 10. A social worker in a community mental health clinic has been working with a 40-year-old male for the past 3 months to help cope with trauma that he experienced in a previous abusive relationship. During his intake assessment, the man reported that his ex-girlfriend would physically, verbally, and sexually abuse him and post it on the internet to have people make fun of him. Throughout treatment, the man has been processing the abuse and identifying ways to regulate his responses to triggers associated with it. During the most recent session, the man informed the social worker that he got back with his ex-girlfriend. When the social worker asks the man about the situation, he puts his coat on and stands up from his chair. What should the social worker do in this situation? A, ask the man to sit down and attempt to redirect him to meet him where he is at. B, inform the man of the necessity of involuntarily hospitalizing him to prevent him from causing harm to himself in this situation. C, ask the man about what caused him to get back with his ex-girlfriend again to better understand the situation before proceeding. D, ask the man what he is experiencing right now to better understand the situation before proceeding. We're a social worker in a community mental health clinic, so that's who we are and where we're at, working with a 40-year-old male. So that's our client for the past 3 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So we've been working with this 40-year-old male for the past 3 months to help cope with trauma that he experienced in a previous abusive relationship. During his intake assessment, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So 3 months ago, during his intake assessment, the man reported that his ex-girlfriend would physically, verbally, and sexually abuse him and posted it on the internet, have people make fun of him. So that's what was going on 3 months ago. Throughout treatment, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So for the past 3 months, the man has been processing the abuse and identifying ways to regulate his response to triggers associated with it. So that's what he's been doing with us for the past 3 months during the most recent session. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So what's going on right now. The man informed the social worker that he got back with his ex-girlfriend. And when the social worker asks the man about the situation, he puts his coat on and stands up from his chair. What should the social worker do in this situation? First, next, best, most should all mean the same thing. Do not let that one detail dictate how we should particularly look at the question. So making sure we're mindful of what the contents of the question are, not just what the one word says. This is going to be an application question. Why? It's a client scenario that we have to react with the best way that we know how. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, ask the man to sit down and attempt to redirect him to meet him where he's at. Intervene. Why? It's an action on our end because it's us trying to do something to progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. B, inform the man of the necessity of involuntarily hospitalizing him to prevent him from causing harm to himself in this situation. This one is going to be an intervene, but also bad moves, bad vibes. We'll let the question determine that in just a second. C, ask the man about what caused him to get back with his ex girlfriend again to better understand the situation before proceeding. Assess why, because it's us gathering clinical data to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. D, ask the man what he's experiencing right now to better understand the situation before proceeding. Feelings, why? Because it's getting his direct perspective of what's going on with and for his situation. Let's look back at the question and see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review: social worker, community mental health clinic. So that's who we are and what we're doing. Working with a 40-year-old male, past 3 months. And you like the time, hop on top of it because it also paints the picture of what we're looking at. Social worker, community mental health clinic. So that's who we are, where we're at. 40-year-old male, 3 months, helping cope with what he's experienced in a previous abusive relationship during his intake assessment. And you like the time, hop on top of it because it always paints the picture of what we're looking at. So 3 months ago, during his first session, the man reported that his ex-girlfriend would physically, verbally, and sexually abuse him and posted on the internet to have people make fun of him throughout treatment. And you like the time, hop on top of it because it also paints the picture of what we're looking at. So for the past 3 months, the man has been processing the abuse and identifying ways to regulate his response to triggers associated with it. During the most recent session, and you like the time, hop on top of it because it also paints the picture of what we're looking at right now. So what's going on right now, the man informed the social worker they got back with his ex-girlfriend. When the social worker asks the man about the situation, he puts on his coat, stands up from his chair. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out B. Why? Because nowhere in the question does it state that he's a danger to himself, danger to others, exhibiting psychosis in any way, shape, or form. So bad moves, bad vibes. We're not going to be like, yup, you're a danger because you're not talking to me. You just shot up like a rocket and put your coat on and wanted to dart out the door. Bad moves, bad vibes. We're also going to rule out C. Why? Because we're not just going to be like, hey, you must not have heard me because when I asked you a question, you put your coat on, stood up, and was ready to walk out the door. And I think I deserve an answer with and for the situation. Bad moves, bad vibes. It's not about us. It's about the client. And we're a little confused what's going on because you ask him a question. You're not going to be like, do I have to repeat myself in this situation? So now we're in between A, ask the man to sit down and attempt to redirect him to meet him where he's at. D, ask the man what he's experiencing right now to better understand the situation before proceeding. Let's look back at the question to make sure we're not making a mistake. So we've been working with him for 3 months, help cope with the trauma experienced in a previous abusive relationship. During his intake, he said that his ex-girlfriend, the one that he just said that he got back with, would physically, verbally, and sexually abuse him and post it on the internet to have people make fun of him. Throughout treatment, we've been identifying ways for him to regulate the triggers associated with the previous trauma and abuse, as well as processing the abuse. And then he informed us that he got back with his ex-girlfriend. We asked him about a comment that he made, and then he shot up out of the chair like a rocket and was ready to walk out the door. So therefore, we're going to rule out A. Why? Because we're not just going to be like, okay, slow down, take a sat down, and then we'll not have to talk about the ex-girlfriend. Why? Because if we look back at the question, the man, our client, is the one that brought up the ex-girlfriend. So we're not going to be like, hey, we don't have to talk about that because it's something that he wanted to talk about. Now he just shot up out of the chair like a rocket, and now he has his coat on, and then he's ready to walk out the door. So we're not going to jump like a cat that got squirted with water and be like, yo, I need to make sure that my client feels okay. So A is going to be ruled out. But we're not just going to ignore the fact that he brought up his ex-girlfriend, but when we asked him about it, that he just kind of ignored us by putting his coat on and getting ready to walk away from us. B is going to be incorrect because nowhere in the question does it say that he's a danger to himself, danger to others, abuse, neglect, or anything like that, as well as psychosis. So we don't have to protect him from anything. So again, hospitalization is only imminent foreseeable danger, danger to self, danger to others, or psychosis in any way. And we're not seeing that anywhere in this question. And C is going to be incorrect because we're not going to be like, do I have to ask you again? I asked you a question and now you're ignoring me and ready to walk out of the session. Come on. Bad moves, bad vibes because it's not about us. So the correct answer here is going to be D. We're going to ask him what he's experiencing right now because he brought up something. We asked him and then he rifled out of the chair and was like, I'm getting out of here. but we don't even know what he's actually going through with and for the situation. So we always want to understand what's going on with our clients. Never assume, never jump to conclusions, not riling and dialing ourselves, but meeting our clients specifically where they're at. So the correct answer here is going to be D. Ask the man what he's experienced right now to better understand the situation before proceeding. Because he brought up the ex-girlfriend, we asked him about it, and now he has his coat on and standing up and facing towards the door and ready to rifle out the door. So the correct answer here is D. Ask the man what he's experiencing right now to better understand the situation before proceeding. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 11. A social worker in a family agency is completing an intake assessment with a 25-year-old female regarding excessive worry. The woman reports that her husband often beats her up in front of her two children and that she fears that her two children are going to replicate the behavior in future relationships. The woman reports that she has been in multiple abusive relationships in the past and that she does not understand what attracts her to abusive men. The woman reports that she is always on edge for fear that she is going to do something that will make her husband angry. What should the social worker do first in this situation? A. Validate the woman's feelings and gather information around the fear that the woman experiences to better understand her perspective. B. Provide the woman information regarding the cycle of abuse and various domestic violence shelters in the area to meet her where she is at. C. Inform the woman of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services to ensure that she and her children are safe. D. Inform the woman of the necessity of contacting the local authorities to ensure that she and her children are safe. We're a social worker and a family agency. That's who we are and where we are at, completing an intake assessment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time meeting with a 25-year-old female. So that is our client regarding excessive worry. So that's what brought her into services. The woman reports that her husband often beats her up in front of her two children and that she fears that her two children are going to replicate the behavior in the future. The woman reports that she's been in multiple abusive relationships in the past and that she does not understand what attracts her to abusive men. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it also paints a picture of what we're looking at. So in the past, she's been in multiple abusive relationships. The woman reports that she is always on edge for fear that she was going to do something that will make her husband angry. What should the social worker do first in this situation? This is an application question. Why? Because it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way that we know how. So let's apply the acronym D, answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So don't let that determine how you answer the question. A, validate the woman's feelings and gather information around the fear that the woman experiences to better understand her perspective. Feelings, why? Because it's getting her direct perspective of what's going on with and for her situation. B, provide the woman information regarding the cycle of abuse and various domestic violence shelters in the area to meet her where she is at. This is going to be educate. Why? Because it does provide an information that she can utilize in the session today. C, inform the woman of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services to ensure that she and her children are safe. This one is going to be safety intervene. Safety because there's a potential safety issue. Intervene because it's an action on the social worker's end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. D, inform the woman of the necessity of contacting the local authorities to ensure that she and her children are safe. This one is going to be a safety intervene. Safety because there's a potential safety issue. Intervene. Why? Because it's an action on the social worker's end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review: social worker, family agency. So that's who we are, where we're at, completing an intake assessment. Any like the time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time working with a 25-year-old female regarding excessive worry. So that's what brought her into services. The woman reports that her husband often beats her up in front of her two children, in front of her two children, in front of her two children, and that she fears that her two children are going to replicate the behavior in the future relationships. The woman reports she's been in multiple abusive relationships in the past. Any like the time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So that was in the past. And she does not understand what attracts her to abusive men. The woman reports that she's always on edge for fear that she's going to do something that will make her husband angry. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we are going to rule out B. Why? Because nowhere in the question does it state that she needs the cycle of abuse or various domestic violence shelters in the area to meet her where she is at. She does state that she does not understand why she attracts abusive men, but not that she wants to get out of the household based on the fact that she is married and she has two children. So B is like, you know what? You need to get out of this abusive relationship. I know what's best for you. I'll tell you why you're attracted to abusive men, but here's DV shelters to get you outside. Bad moves, bad vibes, because we are just meeting this individual because it's our first session. We're also going to rule out D. Why? Because nowhere in the question does it say that she wants to contact the police regarding the domestic violence situation that she is currently experiencing. So if it's not in the question, we cannot add it. Now we're in between. A, validate the woman's feelings and gather information around the fear that she experiences to better understand her perspective. Or C, inform her of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services to ensure that she and her children are safe because her husband often beats her up in front of her two children. But let's continue looking at the question to make sure we're not going to make a mistake. She comes in for excessive worry. Her husband beats her up in front of her two children. She fears that her two children are going to replicate the behavior in future relationships. So the two children are witnessing the behavior, and she fears that they're going to recreate it in future relationships. She's been in multiple abusive relationships in the past. She doesn't understand why she attracts abusive men, and she always feels on edge and fears that she's going to do something that will make her husband angry. So for that reason, we already know why she is afraid based on the fact that she says that her husband beats her up in front of her two children. She fears that the two children are going to replicate the behavior, and she fears that she's going to do something that will make her husband angry, which will likely cause her to beat her up. It'll cause him to beat her up in front of the two children. Therefore, we're going to contact Child Protective Services because exposing children to domestic violence and violence is considered abuse. Therefore, we'd have to contact Child Protective Services to ensure that she and the children are safe based on the fact that the husband is beating her up in front of the two children. A is going to be incorrect because we already know why she is fearful. B is incorrect because it doesn't say that she wants to leave the domestic violence relationship. So providing her DV shelters is way too fast. And D is incorrect because it doesn't say that she wants to press charges related to the DV charges. However, domestic violence is no longer in her control if vulnerable individuals are being exposed to it, such as her two children. So the correct answer here, C, inform the woman of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services to ensure that she and her children are safe, because exposing children to violence and domestic violence is abuse as well as neglect. So therefore, the correct answer here is C. Inform the woman of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services to ensure that she and her children are safe. So that's what we look at that question in particular. Question 12. A community-based social worker developed a program in their community to help combat the social determinants of health by opening a community center that offers various resources. The community center offers educational resources, healthy food options, exercise groups, as well as social groups. The community center has been operating for the past 4 months and has shown positive results. Yesterday, someone was murdered inside of the community center, and a group of citizens no longer want the program to run in the community. The social worker believes that the program could still be beneficial for the community. What is the best thing for the social worker to do in this situation? A, host a meeting with the community members to gain their perspective and how they would like to proceed. B, continue delivering the program to members of the community to allow for them to continue benefiting from the resources that are provided. C, stop the program and attempt to reestablish a similar program in a nearby city to allow for people to continue benefiting from the resources that are provided. D, host a focus group with the community members to identify what resources they would like for the social worker to provide to better understand how to proceed. We're a community-based social worker, so that's who we are and what we are doing. We developed a program in the community to help combat the social determinants of health by opening a community center that offers various resources. The community center offers educational resources, healthy food options, exercise groups, as well as social groups. So that's what's being offered at the community center to combat the social determinants of health. And the community center has been operating for the past 4 months and has shown promising results. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint a picture of what we're looking at this given moment. Yesterday, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. Someone was murdered inside of the community center, and a group of citizens no longer want the program to run in the community. The social worker believes that the program could still be beneficial for the community. What is the best thing for the social worker to do in this situation? First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So don't let that one word determine what we need to see. This is going to be a reasoning question. Why? Because we have to come up with an ethical decision and how to proceed in this situation. Let's review the answer choices, compare them back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, host a meeting with the community members to gain their perspective and how they would like to proceed. B, continue delivering the program to members of the community to allow for them to continue benefiting from the resources that are provided. C, stop the program and attempt to reestablish a similar program in a nearby city to allow for people to continue benefiting from the resources that are provided. D, host a focus group with community members to identify what resources they would like for the community, the social worker. D, host a focus group with the community members to identify what resources they would like for the social worker to provide to better understand how to proceed. So let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So quick review, community-based social workers. So that's who we are, where we're at, what our role is. We developed a program in the community to help combat the social determinants of health by opening a community center that offers various resources. The community center offers educational resources, healthy food options, exercise groups, as well as social groups. The community center has been operating for the past 4 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So for 4 months, it has shown promising results. Yesterday, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So relatively recent, someone was murdered inside of the community center, and a group of citizens no longer want the program to run in the community. The social worker believes that the program could still be beneficial for the community. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we are going to rule out C. Why? Because we're not just going to be like, all right, well, I'm dipping out of my own community when our purpose was to help combat the social determinants of health within our community. So C is saying, you know what? I'm just dipping out on you guys. There's somebody was murdered in this community center, and I'm going to the nearby town so that people from this community can still benefit from the resources that I'm providing. Bad moves, bad vibes. We're also going to rule out D. Why? Because if we remember, a focus group, key emphasis on focus, it's where we get a group of people together to identify a particular focus of a new program with and for the situation. However, we've had a successful program for 4 months. The only issue is somebody was murdered yesterday inside of our community center. Now we have to ask ourselves, are we going to host a meeting with the community members to gain their perspective and how they would like to proceed? Or are we going to still continue delivering the program to members of the community to allow for them to continue benefiting from the resources that are provided? Well, let's look back at the question to make sure we're not going to make a mistake. Social worker developed a program to combat the social determinants of health by opening the community center. The community center offers educational resources, healthy food options, exercise groups, and social groups. We've been operating for 4 months, and it's shown promising results. Yesterday, someone was murdered inside of the community center in a group of citizens. So just a particular group of citizens is like, we no longer want this program here. So that doesn't mean the entire community no longer wants it. Only this group of citizens. Therefore, we're going to rule out A. We're not going to host a meeting with the entire community to say, what do you guys think about our community center? Should we continue executing? No, we're going to continue delivering the program to members of the community, not everybody, but the people that have been benefiting from this. But we're not going to penalize people that have been getting resources, educational resources, healthy food options, exercise group, and social groups based on the opinion of a group of citizens versus the target population that we've been repping and rocking with for the past 4 months that have been getting resources and has shown positive results for them. Therefore, we are going to continue delivering the program to the target population or members of the community that we've been helping to allow for them to not have an interruption of their services to continue benefiting from the resources that are provided. A is going to be ruled out because we're not going to get the entire community together to say, what do you think about this murder in our community center? And how do you guys want us to proceed? C is going to be incorrect because we're not just going to slap the brakes on a successful program and say, I'm dipping town and going to the nearby town. But if you guys don't want to benefit, I'll let you guys get the resources that you need. And then D is incorrect because we're not going to identify an entirely new focus for a community center that has already been showing promising results for the past 4 months and then say, what resources do you guys want me to provide? Because this group of citizens doesn't even say if it's our target population, is telling us, get out of town. But the only person that can tell us to get out of town is the target population that we've been repping and rocking with for the past 4 months. So the correct answer here is B, continue delivering the program to members of the community to allow for them to continue benefiting from the resources that are provided. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 13. A home-based social worker has been working with a 38-year-old male for the past 2 months to help him reintegrate into society after a 5-year prison sentence. Throughout treatment, the man has been working on better coping with his anger and setting healthy boundaries in his life. During his most recent session, the man informed the social worker that someone has been breaking into his house at night and sleeping there until morning for the past 2 weeks. What should the social worker do next in this situation? A, encourage the man to contact the local authorities regarding the break-in and entering behavior that he has been experiencing. B, provide information to the man on the process of evicting someone to allow for him to become better informed in the situation. C, facilitate discussion around how the man plans to respond to the person who has been breaking into his house to better understand the situation. D, work with the man to identify how he can utilize the skills that he has been working on in treatment to respond in this situation. We're a home-based social worker, so that's who we are and what our role is. We've been working with a 38-year-old male for the past 2 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it always paints a picture of what we're looking at this given moment to help him reintegrate into society after a 5-year prison sentence. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. So he was in prison for 5 years. He's been out for 2 months. Throughout treatment, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. So for the past 2 months, the man has been working on better coping with his anger and setting healthy boundaries in his life. During the most recent session, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. What's going on right now? And the man informed the social worker that someone has been breaking into his house at night and sleeping there until morning for the past 2 weeks. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. What should the social worker do next? First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So don't let that one word determine how you answer the question. And this is going to be an application question. Why? Because it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way that we know how. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice. Each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, encourage the man to contact the local authorities regarding the break-in and entering behavior that he has been experiencing. Intervene. Why? Because it's an action on the social worker's end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. B, provide information to the man on the process of evicting someone to allow for him to become better informed in the situation. This one is going to be educate. Why? Because it's us providing him information that he can utilize in the session today. C, facilitate discussion around how the man plans to respond to the person who has been breaking into his house to better understand the situation. Assess. Why? Because it's us gathering clinical data such as coping skills to better understand this man's situation. D, work with the man to identify how we can utilize the skills that he has been working on in treatment to respond in this situation. This one is going to be intervene. Why? Because it's an action on our end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review: home-based social worker, that's who we are, and our role, working with a 38-year-old male, past 2 months, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at, help to reintegrate into society after a 5-year prison sentence, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. He was in prison for 5 years. He's been out for 2 months. Now he's been seeing us for the 2 months that he's been out throughout treatment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So for the past 2 months, the man has been working on better coping with his anger and setting healthy boundaries, setting healthy boundaries, setting healthy boundaries, setting healthy boundaries in his life. And during his most recent session, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So what's going on right now, the man informed social worker that someone has been breaking into his house at night and sleeping there until morning for the past 2 weeks. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out B. Why? Because we're not going to be like, you have to evict this individual because the individual doesn't live there in any way, shape, or form. So our client is not going to have to evict somebody that's been breaking and entering and been committing a crime with inside their home in some way, shape, or form. We're also going to rule out A. Why? Because we're not going to tell the man to contact the police regarding a breaking and entering at his home when we are not sure what his relationship with the police are like. And we're like, hey, you need to contact this person and report the crime, when at the end of the day, the crime's not actually happening right now. And we're kind of forcing our client to do something that they've not said that they actually want to do. Bad moves, bad vibes, and we're not even really sure the consequences of what police contact would look like within our client's situation. So again, being mindful that he just got out of prison for 5 years and he's been out for 2 months. So we're not sure what his relationship with the law is with the law, and we're not sure what he particularly wants to do. So A is encourage him to do what we think is best, not meeting him where he's directly at within forced situation. So now C is asking him, how do you plan to respond to the person that's breaking into your home to better understand the situation? Or D, work with him to identify how we can utilize the skills he's been working on in treatment to respond in this situation. So let's look back at the question to make sure we're not going to make a mistake. He's been working with us for 2 months. He was in prison for 5 years. He's been out for 2 months, and he's been working with us for those 2 months. So throughout those 2 months, he's been working on how to better cope with his anger and setting boundaries in his life. So if we think about it, he's been working on better coping with his anger and setting boundaries in his situation. And he's stating someone's breaking into the house at night and sleeping there until morning. It's been going on for 2 weeks, so it's a relatively new behavior. So do we want to do C? How do you plan to respond? Or are we going to say, hey, how could you utilize some of the skills that you've been working on in treatment, such as reducing your anger and setting healthy boundaries within this situation? So for that reason, we're going to rule out C, because if anything, he's already told you how he's been responding. Passive Paul and not done anything, but it's been going on for 2 weeks, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. So C's like, how do you plan to respond? He's done nothing because he hasn't done anything at this given moment. So the correct answer here is D. We're going to work with him to identify and encourage him to reflect on how better coping with his anger and setting healthy boundaries in his life could be relevant to somebody breaking and entering and violating boundaries within his home. So A is incorrect because we're not going to encourage him to do what we think is best, and we're unsure what the man's relationship with law enforcement is like since he was in prison for 5 years, and we're not really sure what police contact could mean for his particular parole sentence or anything along those lines. In addition to that, we're not just going to be like, hey, here's information on how to evict somebody, because you don't have to evict somebody that no longer lives there and does not have residence within the situation. And C is incorrect because we're not going to be like, how do you plan to respond? Because he's already said he's passive Paul and hasn't done anything for 2 weeks. So the correct answer here is D. Work with the man to identify how he can utilize the skills, aka better coping with this anger and setting healthy boundaries that he's been working on in treatment to respond in this situation. So the correct answer here is D. Work with the man to identify how we can utilize the skills he's been working on in treatment to respond in this situation. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 14. A social worker in an outpatient clinic is walking to the lobby to meet their client for the biweekly individual therapy session. When the social worker gets to the lobby, they see 2 people yelling at each other for an unknown reason. As the social worker's client is walking towards them, one of the people who was yelling throws a punch at the other person who is yelling. The person who is punched is on the ground, bleeding everywhere. What is the most likely thing for the social worker to do in this situation? A, ignore the physical altercation and continue with their client's scheduled session to ensure that the needs of their client are met. B, encourage the receptionist to contact the local authorities and continue with their client's scheduled session to ensure that everyone gets their needs met. C, contact the local authorities regarding the physical violence that they witnessed to ensure that everyone is safe. D, inform their client that they would be right with them and begin performing CPR on the person who was punched to ensure that they are safe. We're a social worker in an outpatient clinic, so that's who we are and where we are at. We're walking to the lobby to meet the client for their bi-weekly individual therapy session. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. When the social worker gets to the lobby, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. And they see two people yelling at each other for an unknown reason. As the social worker's client is walking towards them, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. One of the people who was yelling throws a punch at the other one who was yelling. The person who was punched is on the ground, bleeding everywhere. What is the most likely thing for the social worker to do in this situation? First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So don't let that one word determine how you answer the question. This is going to be a reasoning question. Why? Because it's an ethical situation that we have to parse through. We're not going to be able to apply the acronym to the answer choices, but let's review the answer choices, compare them back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, ignore the physical altercation and continue with their client's scheduled session to ensure that the needs of their clients are met. B, encourage the receptionist to contact the local authorities and continue with their client's scheduled session to ensure that everyone gets their needs met. C, contact the local authorities regarding the physical violence that they witnessed to ensure that everyone is safe. D, inform their client that they would be right with them and begin performing CPR on the person who was punched to ensure they are safe. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review. Social worker outpatient clinic. So that's who we are, where we're at, walking in the lobby to meet with their client for their bi-weekly individual therapy session. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So this happens every 2 weeks. When the social worker gets to the lobby, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So we just got to the lobby. We see two people yelling at each other for an unknown reason. As the social worker's client is walking towards them, so our client is almost to us. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. One of the people is yelling, throws a punch at the other person who was yelling. The person who was punched is on the ground, bleeding everywhere. Keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out A. Why? Because we're not going to ignore the fact that someone Mike Tyson somebody and the person's bleeding everywhere on the ground. Bad moves, bad vibes. We do want to stay focused on our client, but we're not just going to ignore it and be like, you made your choice. You're bleeding out. Please die on our end. Bad moves, bad vibes. We're also going to rule out D. Why? We're not going to run in the field like Rambo and be like, hang on there. And then we start ripping CPR on somebody that's bleeding everywhere. Bad moves, bad vibes, not a role. And we're not going to get in this mode of like, all right, well, I'm here to rescue everybody. My cape is literally on because I'm life or death in this person, making sure that they get resuscitated when it doesn't say anywhere that they require CPR, as well as it's not our job to turn into a superhero and a medic to save lives. Bad moves, bad vibes. Now we need to ask ourselves, are we going to look at the receptionist and say, hey, did you see what I saw? And I need you to contact the police. Did you see everything that occurred just now? And then I'm going to continue with this client session, but hopefully everything works out. Or we're going to be like, all right, pause. I need to contact the police, get an ambulance here and the police here to make sure that everything is stabilized, and then I'll continue doing my job. So let's look back at the question to make sure we're not going to make a mistake because this one's kind of hairy. Bi-weekly individual therapy session. We're walking to the lobby. Two people are hollering at one another. Our client is walking towards us. One of the people knocks the other person in the wherever at, and now they are bleeding on the ground everywhere, just everywhere. It's like a war scene. Are we going to be like, hey, did you see everything that just happened? Please contact the police. I'm going to see my client while you contact them, and then you can describe what happened. Or we're going to be like, man, I saw everything and I need to make sure that everything is happening. So for that reason, we're going to rule out B. We're not going to pass the buck and say, hey, I need you to call this. I need you to call. I need you to make sure that you contact the police, tell them everything that happened, and I'm going to go and talk to my client that's probably riled and dialed and rattled because they saw this person get Tyson too. We would take it slow, contact the police, get a medic and the police on the way, and then we can make a decision on whether we want to see our client or not. So the correct answer here is C, and we have to do our due diligence and not just pack the buck and say, you know what? You saw it. I need you to do this. I'm talking to my client. They just knocked the person out, but I'm gone. So A is going to be incorrect because we're not ignoring this. B is incorrect because we're not just going to be like, hey, you, please contact them. I'm going to go and see my client. Everyone's satisfied now. And D is incorrect because we're not just going to ramble over and be like, I'm here to save you. Don't worry about me. I don't even know if you want CPR or need it, but I'm right here for you. Take your cape off, break it down piece by piece, contact the local authorities, get them on their way. Then we can make the decision whether we see the client or not. So the correct answer here is C, contact the local authorities regarding the physical violence that they witness to ensure that everyone is safe. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 15. A Child Protective Services social worker is completing an intake assessment with a couple and their 5-year-old son. The social worker received a report stating that the parents were neglecting their son and they were letting the boy's uncle sexually abuse him. When the social worker asked the parents if they knew why the social worker was there, they reported not knowing why. As the social worker is exploring the family's home, they notice multiple mouse traps that have decaying mice in them. When the social worker got to the boy's room, the boy was talking about sexual acts and performing the acts on his toys. What should the social worker do in this situation? A, inform the parents of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services. B, complete a petition to remove the boy from the parents' custody to ensure that he is safe. C, educate the parents on house cleaning etiquette and normal sexual development to help improve their situation. D, gather information from the parents regarding their son's behavior to better understand their perspective. We're a Child Protective Services social worker, so that's who we are and what role we have. We're completing an intake assessment any length of time. Hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time meeting a couple and their 5-year-old son. So those are our clients. The social worker received a report stating that the parents were neglecting their son and they were letting the boy's uncle sexually abuse him. When the social worker asked the parents if they knew why the social worker was there, they reported not knowing why. As the social worker is exploring the parents' home, they notice multiple mouse traps that have decaying mice in them. When the social worker got to the boy's room, the boy was talking about sexual acts and performing the acts on the toys. What should the social worker do in this situation? First, next, best, most, and should all mean the same thing. So don't let that one word dictate how you answer the question. This is going to be an application question. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice, and each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, inform the parents of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services. This one is going to be a safety, intervene because there's a potential safety issue, and intervene because it's an action on the social worker's end to help progress the therapeutic process. But it's also bad moves and bad vibes, and we'll let the question determine that in just a second. B, complete a petition to remove the boy from the parent's custody to ensure that he is safe. This one is going to be a safety, intervene. Safety because it's a potential safety issue. Intervene, why? Because it's an action on the social worker's end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. C, educate the parents on house cleaning etiquette and normal sexual development to help improve their situation. Educate, why? Because it's the social worker providing the information that they can utilize in the session today. D, gather information from the parents regarding their son's behavior to better understand their perspective. This one is going to be a safety, assess. Safety because there's a potential safety issue. Assess because it's gathering clinical data to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. Let's look back at the question and see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review: in Child Protective Services social worker, Child Protective Services social worker, CPS social worker, Child Protective Services social worker, CPS social worker is completing an intake assessment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time meeting with a couple and their 5-year-old son. The social worker received a report, likely a Child Protective Services report, stating that the parents were neglecting their son and that they were letting the boy's uncle sexually abuse him. When the social worker asked the parents if they knew why the social worker was there, they reported, "We have no clue," and not knowing why. As the social worker is exploring the family's home, they notice multiple mouse traps that have decaying mice in them, signs of neglect. When the social worker got to the boy's room, the boy was talking about sexual acts and performing the sexual acts on his toys. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out A. Why? Because we are Child Protective Services. We cannot contact CPS because we are CPS. And that's why we are in this situation. So we're not going to be like, hey, I got to contact Child Protective Services. They're going to be like, hey, Phil, aren't you CPS? Shh. I need to contact CPS in order to have me come back out in order to do another investigation. Bad moves, bad vibes. So always keeping in mind who we are and where we're at is going to be important to navigate the answering process. We're also going to rule out C. Why? Because educating them on house cleaning etiquette could be helpful. However, why we would be providing them on normal sexual development to improve their situation is not that helpful at this given moment, because there are allegations that they are letting the boy's uncle sexually abuse him. And if we were to provide proper sexual development, it would not actually address and assess the situation, because the boy's uncle is sexually abusing him. He's talking about sexual acts, which is beyond sexual development for, again, a 5-year-old, because that is how old the boy is, and performing the acts on his toys. It is normal within his stage, depending on what human developmental theory you're looking at, for him to explore his own body or that of someone of his similar age, but not for him to explicitly be talking about direct sexual acts and performing those sexual acts on toys. So therefore, C is like, hey, this is how you clean a house, and here's what normal sexual development is. But they've already been past that. They're letting the boy's uncle sexually abuse him, and the boy is sexually talking about the acts that have occurred to him, and he's performing it on the toys. So C is going to be ruled out. So now we're in between B, complete a petition to get the boy the heck out of there, or gather information from the parents regarding their son's behavior to better understand their perspective. So now we have to ask ourselves, do we need more information to remove a 5-year-old boy outside of this environment, or do we just need to do the dang thing? So let's look back at the question, make sure we're not making a mistake. So we're CPS social workers, so we're able to petition to remove people from homes. The child is 5 years old. The parents have been neglecting their son and letting the boy's uncle sexually abuse him. We ask, do you know why we're here? They're like, we have no clue. We start exploring the home. We see mouse traps, which are nice. You're trying to catch the mice, but then the mice are decaying in the traps. So the mice have been there for a decent amount of time. We get to the boy's room, and now he's sexually talking about sexual acts and then performing the acts on his toys. So do we want to ask the parents, what do you think's going on with your son? Or are we like, man, this is enough for me. I'm getting the hell out of here. So for that reason, we're going to rule out D and we're going to go with B based on the fact that we already have enough evidence to get the boy outside of the home. We have allegations of neglect and the boy being sexually abused. And then we have the boy explicitly talking about sexual acts and performing them on the toys. That's enough evidence to show that he has some sexual abuse or there's suspicion of sexual abuse. So therefore, A is going to be ruled out because we are the fire department. So it'd be like calling more fire department to a fire that we're already putting out. C is incorrect because we're not going to be like, hey, this is how you clean a house and this is normal sexual development because we're past this stage at this given moment. And then D is talking to the parents, not talking to the boy. Therefore, we already have enough information. So the correct answer here is B, complete a petition to remove the boy from the parents' custody to ensure that he is safe. The correct answer here is B, complete a petition to remove the boy from the parents' custody to ensure that he is safe. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 16. A social worker in a community mental health clinic is meeting with a 37-year-old female for her first session after her intake assessment. The woman engaged in services to help better cope with her anger and to prevent physically harming people in the future. In the past, the woman has been charged with multiple domestic violence cases where she would make sure her boyfriends heard what she had to say. And the woman informs the social worker that she has been trying to make changes in her life to reduce the likelihood that she wants to hurt people. The woman reports that she has been stealing from her employer to help her mother pay the household bills. What should the social worker do first in this situation? A, facilitate discussion around what caused the woman to start stealing from her employer to better understand her perspective. B, inform the woman of the dangers of stealing from her employer to allow for her to make a more informed decision. C, provide information to the woman regarding financial assistance programs that she can apply to. D, inform the woman of the necessity of contacting the appropriate authorities due to the limitations of treatment confidentiality. We're a social worker in a community mental health clinic, so that's who we are and where we are at. Meeting with a 37-year-old female for her first session after her intake assessment. And you like the time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's our second session. The woman engaged in services to help better cope with her anger and to prevent physically harming people in the future. In the past, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So not what's happening right now, but prior to services, the woman has been charged with multiple domestic violence cases where she made sure her boyfriends heard what she had to say. The woman informed social worker that she's been trying to make changes in her life to reduce the likelihood that she wants to hurt people. So she wants to be different than who she was in the past. The woman reports that she's been stealing from her employer to help her mother pay the household bills. What should the social worker do first in this situation? First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So don't let that one word dictate how you answer the question. This is an application question. Let's apply the acronym to each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, facilitate discussion around what caused the woman to start stealing from her employer to better understand her perspective. This is going to be an assess. Why? Because it's us collecting clinical data to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. B, inform the woman of the dangers of stealing from her employer to allow for her to make a more informed decision. Intervene Why? Because it's an action on our end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. C, provide information to the woman regarding financial assistance programs that she can apply to. Advocate why A equals all by themselves, because we're providing information that she can utilize outside of the session to satisfy her needs. D, inform the woman of the necessity of contacting the appropriate authorities due to the limitations of treatment confidentiality. Intervene. Why? Because it's an action on our end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review. Social worker in a community mental health clinic, 37-year-old female, first session after her intake assessment. Any like the time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So, it's her second session. The woman engaged in services to better cope with her anger and to prevent physically harming people in the future. In the past, not what's going on right now, but any like the time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. The woman's been charged with multiple domestic violence cases where she would make sure her boyfriends heard what she had to say. The woman informed social worker that she's been trying to make changes in her life to reduce the likelihood that she wants to hurt people. So she wants to be different than who she was in the past. The woman reports that she's been stealing from her employer to help her mother pay the household bills. So keep all in her mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out A. Why? Because she stole this. Why she's been stealing. She's like, hey, I'm stealing to help my mother pay for the household bills. So A has already been done. Bad moves, bad vibes. We're also going to rule out D. Why? Because we do not have any treatment confidentiality limitations surrounding a crime that we have no proof for in any way, shape, or form. We're not going to tell her, you know what? I'm going to tell the police on you. She's going to be like, prove it. You don't even know where I work or who I'm and how I'm doing this. Because again, we have to meet our client where they're at. We're not trying to back them in the corner being like, you know what? I'm telling on you. It's not a big deal. We're also going to rule out B. Why? Because we're not going to be like, hey, stealing's bad. Please don't do that. Based on the fact that she's a 37-year-old female, 37-year-old female, 37-year-old female. And she knows that stealing is awful. However, she's been stealing to help her mother. So she's like, hey, I would rather risk myself in a law for my mom to get her needs met than to get caught. She'd rather get caught than have her mom go without. So therefore, we have to give her a solution or give her some resolve because we'd be like, man, you're stealing because you are financially behind. How about I give you some financial assistance programs because there's some programs that help with household bills, such as utilities, gas, and electric. So how about I give you some of these programs and you wouldn't have to put yourself into a precarious situation such as stealing? So A is incorrect because she already told us why she's stealing to help her mother pay for the household bills. B is incorrect because she already knows the dangers of stealing because she's a 37-year-old female and has lived in the world already. And D is incorrect because we're not going to contact the police regarding our client stealing based on the fact that we have to meet our client where they're at and make sure that their needs are getting satisfied. So we can do so by doing C, providing information to the woman regarding financial assistance programs that she can apply to prevent herself from stealing in the future and to solve the problem of having to steal because she's stealing to help her mother pay the household bills. So the correct answer here is C, provide information to the woman regarding financial assistance programs that she can apply to. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 17. A social worker in a family agency is completing an intake assessment with a couple and their 8-year-old daughter. The family engaged in services to help improve their situation. The mother reports that they are at risk of being evicted since she and her husband lost their jobs due to COVID-19. The daughter reports that she saw her father put a knife up to her mother's neck during an argument. The father interrupts the girl and states, I'm not proud of how I have reacted to everything, but that is why we are here. What is the most likely thing for the social worker to do in this situation? A, facilitate discussion around why the man held the knife up to his wife's neck to better understand the situation. B, provide information to the family on financial assistance programs to ensure that they do not get evicted. C, work with the family to identify goals for treatment to ensure that her needs are being met. D, inform the family of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services. We're a social worker and a family agency, so that's who we are and where we are at. Completing an intake assessment any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time meeting with a couple and their 8-year-old daughter. So that is our client system. The family engages in services to help improve their situation. And the mother reports, so a third of our client system, that they are at risk of being evicted since she and her husband lost their jobs due to COVID-19. The daughter reports another third of our client system that she saw her father put a knife up to her mother's neck during an argument. And the father interrupts. So we've heard from all of the people within our client system, the girl, and states, I'm not proud of how I've reacted to everything, but that is why we are here. What was the most likely thing for the social worker to do? Again, first, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So do not let one word impact how you answer the question. This is going to be an application question, why it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way that we know how. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice and each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, facilitate discussion around why the man held a knife up to his wife's neck to better understand the situation. This one is going to be a safety assess, safety because it's a potential safety issue, but also assess why, because we're gathering clinical data to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. B, provide information to the family on financial assistance programs to ensure that they do not get evicted. Educate why, because it's us providing information that they can utilize in the session today. C, work with the family to identify goals for treatment to ensure that their needs are being met. Feelings, why? Because it's in their direct perspective of where they would like to go with and for their situation. And D, inform the family of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services. This is going to be a safety intervene. Safety, why? Because there's a potential safety issue. Intervene, why? Because it's an action on the social worker's end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review. Social worker, family agency. So that's who we are, where we're at, completing an intake assessment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time meeting with a couple and an 8-year-old daughter, 8-year-old daughter, 8-year-old daughter. The family engaged in services to help improve their situation. The mother reports, so a third of our client system, that they are at risk of being evicted since she and her husband lost their jobs due to COVID-19. The daughter reports another third of our client system, but the most vulnerable one out of the client system, and that she saw her father put a knife up to her mother's neck during an argument. The father interrupts. So the last third, he interrupts the girl and states, I'm not proud of how I have reacted to everything, but that is why we are here. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out B. Why? Because it's way too fast and ignores everything that has been going on. Why? Because they are only at risk of being evicted. They've not been evicted, or we don't know what at risk means with and for the situation. So therefore, homelessness is not a risk, and we have bigger fish to fry within this situation. We're also going to rule out A. Why? Because we are not going to ask the man why he held the knife up to his wife's neck while the 8-year-old daughter is in the session with them at this given moment. Because if he's like, man, I was just really pissed off, well, now the 8-year-old daughter is going to be like, wow, if I make him angry, he's going to have a knife up to my neck and I may be in a dangerous situation. So we'd want to understand a little bit more about the information, but the environment that it's happening in, aka in front of the 8-year-old daughter, is bad moves, bad vibes. Therefore, We would not ask him why he held the knife up to his wife's neck. Now we're in between C, work with the family to identify goals for treatment to ensure that their needs are being met, or inform the family of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services. So let's look back at the question to make sure we're not making a mistake. The family engaged in services to help improve their situation. The mother reports that they're at risk of being evicted since she and her husband lost their jobs due to COVID. The 8-year-old daughter reports she saw her father put a knife up to her mother's neck. And the father interrupts the girl and states, "I'm not proud of how I've reacted, but that's why we're here." So do we want to be like, all right, so anyhow, how do you guys want to go in this situation, or what would you like to see different? Or are we going to say, hey, that's actual abuse and neglect, and I have to contact Child Protective Services because you subjected an 8-year-old to violence and you almost cut your wife's neck's head right off of her body in front of your daughter. So therefore, we're going to rule out C and go with D based on the fact that having a knife up to anyone's neck is bad moves, bad vibes, but especially in front of a child, because that's extremely bad moves, bad vibes. A is incorrect because we're not going to ask the man or the husband why he held the knife up to his wife's neck in front of the 8-year-old daughter. Boundaries, bad moves, bad vibes. B is incorrect because we're not sure if they need financial assistance programs because they're only at risk, and being at risk could be very subjective with and for the situation. C is incorrect because we're not going to ignore the fact that the father put a knife up to his wife's neck in front of the 8-year-old daughter, and the 8-year-old daughter brought it up, so it must have had a negative impact on her in some way, shape, or form. So the correct answer here is D, inform the family of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services based on the fact that an 8-year-old was subjected to violence, aka a knife being held up to somebody's neck. So the correct answer here is D, inform the family of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 18. A social worker and a family agency is completing an intake assessment with a couple and their 10-year-old son regarding conflicts that have been occurring within the family. The father reports that he has been getting frustrated with his wife because she does not want to work or contribute to the household at all. And the mother reports that she struggles with episodes of depression, which negatively impacts her ability to function, and that she wishes that her husband understood her perspective. The boy reports that his parents argue multiple times per week and that he has to mediate them because his mother becomes angry. The family reports that they care about each other and want things to get better. What should the social worker do next in this situation? A, gather information regarding what the boy meant when he said that his mother gets angry. B, work with the family to develop an eco map to better understand their perspective of the situation and to identify a baseline for treatment. C, provide information regarding triangulation to the family to better inform them of the family's current dynamic. D, facilitate discussion around the expectations that each family member has of each other to better understand where they would like to focus on in treatment. We're a social worker and a family agency, so that's who we are and where we are at. We're completing an intake assessment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time working with a couple and their 10-year-old son. So those are our clients, or that is our client system regarding conflicts that have been occurring within the family. So that's what brought them into services. Conflicts in the family. The father reports, so a third of our client system, that he has been getting frustrated with his wife because she does not want to work or contribute to the household at all. The mother reports, so another third of our client system, that she struggles with episodes of depression, which negatively impacts her ability to function, and that she wishes that her husband understood her perspective. And the boy reports the last third and the most vulnerable of the client system, that his parents argue multiple times per week and that he has to mediate them because his mother becomes angry. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So multiple times per week, they are getting into arguments, and the boy is kind of like a referee or mediator for his parents. And the family reports that they care about each other and they want things to get better. What should the social worker do next? First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So don't let that one word dictate how you answer the question. This is going to be an application question. Why? Because it's a client scenario that we have to respond to in the best way that we know how. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, gather information regarding what the boy meant when he said that his mother gets angry. This one is going to be feelings. Why? Because it's getting his direct perspective of what's going on with and for their situation. B, work with the family to develop an eco map to better understand their perspective of the situation and to identify a baseline for treatment. Assess. Why? Because it's us utilizing an assessment tool such as an eco map to get a baseline for treatment. So gathering clinical data. C, provide information regarding triangulation to the family to better inform them of the family's current dynamic. Educate. Why? Because it's us providing information that they can utilize in the session today. D, facilitate discussion around the expectation that each family member has of each other to better understand where they would like to focus on in treatment. Assess. Why? Because it's gathering clinical data, such as another baseline for treatment of where they would like to go in particular. So let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So quick review, social worker family agency, that's who we are, where we're at, completing an intake assessment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time working with a couple and their 10-year-old son regarding conflicts that have been occurring within the family. The father reports, a third of our client system, that he's been getting frustrated with his wife because she does not want to work or contribute to the household at all. The mother reports, the other third of a client system, that she struggles with episodes of depression, which negatively impacts her ability to function, and that she wishes that her husband understood her perspective. The boy reports to the last third, but the most vulnerable individual within the client system, that his parents argue multiple times per week, any length of time. Hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. And he has to mediate them because his mother becomes angry. And the family reports, so all of them, that they care about each other and they want things to get better. So keep all of that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out C. Why? Because just because it appears like there's triangulation does not mean that's going to push the needle within the situation. Because if we're like, hey guys, this is what triangulation is, and this is what you guys have been really experiencing at this given moment, you two grown adults arguing and bringing your 10-year-old son in is considered triangulation. So that's where you guys are currently at. How do you guys feel about that? Bad moves, bad vibes. So just because we know the terms does not mean that it should drive our answer in any way, shape, or form. We're also going to rule out B because an eco map is an assessment tool to show the strength and weaknesses within the dynamics of a family system. That's not really going to push the needle to identify a baseline for treatment because they do want things to get better. However, we have a couple, so we have a father, a mother, and a 10-year-old that are having conflicts amongst each other. So at this given moment, the boy reports, so again, the 10-year-old boy, because he's 10 years old, that his parents argue multiple times per week and that he has to mediate two grown individuals' arguments based on the fact that his mother becomes angry. We have no idea what it means that she gets angry. Is she whipping a shotgun and waving it around, throwing knives around the room? Is she just hollering at the top of her lungs? Who knows what that particularly means? So therefore, are we going to ask him, what do you mean that your mother gets angry? Or are we going to say, what do you guys expect out of each other? Because at at the given moment, we have two grown individuals, a father and a mother, that are okay with putting a 10-year-old boy in the middle of two grown individuals' arguments. He's like, okay, dad, what do you think? All right, mom, what do you think? Based on the sole fact that mom gets wild and does something that we have no idea what she does, but he feels the need to adhere to his parents' needs more than him being a 10-year-old boy. So for that reason, we're going to rule out D, because the family's perspective of what do you expect out of each other, because we are not going to have two grown individuals tell a 10-year-old what they expect out of him, because all he needs to be doing is having a childhood. And we're not going to have a 10-year-old justify to his parents why they should want to be parents to him within forced situation. So therefore, A is going to be the correct answer to identify, is there a CPS report that needs to be made within for the situation? So B is incorrect, because we're not going to just develop an eco map and say, hey, what are the strengths of the relationships within for the situation? C is incorrect, because even though triangulation may be happening, it's not really helping the family at this given moment, because there's bigger fish to fry within the pond. And D is incorrect, because we're not going to ask all of them what their expectations of them are, based on the fact that our client system is two grown adults and a 10-year-old individual. Therefore, we need to adhere to the needs of the most vulnerable individual, which is the 10-year-old son, because he's still considered a minor and is mediating two grown adults' arguments, to identify, why do you feel the need to be a mediator or referee for your parents, and what do you mean that your mother becomes angry? So the correct answer here is A, gather information regarding what the boy meant when he said that his mother gets angry. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 19. A social worker in a private practice has been working with a 42-year-old female for the past 3 months regarding relationship issues. Throughout treatment, the woman has been struggling to set boundaries with people in her life, and it has negatively impacted her mental health symptoms. During the most recent session, the woman informed the social worker that she has been experiencing flashbacks of her children being beaten by a boyfriend that she had in the past. The woman reports that the flashbacks make her fear that the events could happen again. What should the social worker do next in this situation? A, inform the woman of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services to ensure that her children are safe. B, gather information regarding the woman's history of trauma and any past abuse that she experienced to better understand her situation. C, provide information to the woman regarding post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD and flashbacks to allow for her to become more informed about her current mental health symptoms. D, facilitate discussion around what her relationship is like with her boyfriend currently to ensure that she and her children are safe. We're a social worker in a private practice, so that's who we are and where we are at. We've been working with a 42-year-old female, so that is our client for the past 3 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it, because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So we've been working with this individual for 3 months regarding relationship issues. So that's what brought them into services 3 months ago. Throughout treatment, any length of time, hop on top of it, because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So for the past 3 months, the woman has been struggling to set boundaries with people in her life, and it has negatively impacted her mental health symptoms. During the most recent session, any length of time, hop on top of it, because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So what's going on right now, the woman informed the social worker that she has been experiencing flashbacks of her children being beaten by a boyfriend that she had in the past. Any length of time, hop on top of it, because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. So this was a boyfriend that she had in the past. The woman reports that the flashbacks make her fear that the events could happen again. What should the social worker do next in this situation? First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So do not let this one word dictate how you answer the question. This is going to be an application question. Why? Because it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way that we know how. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, inform the woman of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Services to ensure that her children are safe. This one is going to be a safety intervene. Safety because there's a potential safety issue. Intervene. Why? Because it's an action on the social worker's end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. B, gather information regarding the woman's history of trauma and any past abuse that she experienced to better understand her situation. This one's going to be an assess. Why? Because it's gathering clinical data, but it's also going to be bad moves, bad vibes. And we'll let the question determine that in just a second. C, provide information to the woman regarding post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD and flashbacks to allow for her to become more informed about her current mental health symptoms. Educate. Why? Because it's us providing her information that she can utilize in the session today. D, facilitate discussion around what her relationship is like with her boyfriend currently to ensure that she and her children are safe. This one is going to be a safety assess. Why? Because it's a safe potential safety issue, but assess. Why? Because it's gathering clinical data, such as her relationship with her boyfriend, but it's also bad moves, bad vibes. And we'll let the question determine that in just a second. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review. Social worker in a private practice. So that's who we are, where we're at, working with a 42-year-old female. So that's our client for the past 3 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So we've been doing this for 3 months regarding relationship issues throughout treatment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So what she's been doing for the past 3 months has been struggling to set boundaries with people in her life, and it has been negatively impacting her mental health symptoms. During the most recent session, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So what's going on right now, the woman informed the social worker that she's been experiencing flashbacks of her children being beaten by a boyfriend that she had in the past. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's not her current boyfriend, but a boyfriend that she had in the past. And the woman reports that the flashbacks make her fear that the events could happen again. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we are going to rule out B. Why? Because nowhere does it state that she was abused in any way, shape, or form. Why? Because she states that she's been experiencing flashbacks of her children being beaten by a boyfriend that she had. So it's not her stating that she was abused in any way, shape, or form. She's stating that her children were abused. So B is saying, hey, tell me about your history of trauma and any past abuse that you experienced. So that way I can better understand the flashbacks of your children being beaten going through your mind at this given moment. Bad moves, bad vibes. We're also going to rule out D. Why? Because it doesn't say her current boyfriend. It doesn't say her current boyfriend is abusive or is the one that did the abusing. It was a boyfriend in the past. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it was a boyfriend she had in the past, not a current boyfriend, because she stated she's experiencing flashbacks. So it is something that happened in the past, not something that is currently going on. So D is incorrect because we're not going to be like, hey, is your current boyfriend abusing you? Because I need to make sure you and your children are safe. Bad moves, bad vibes. Now we're between A, inform the woman of the necessity of contacting Child Protective Service to ensure that her children are safe, or C, provide information to the woman regarding post-traumatic stress disorder and flashbacks because she states she's experiencing flashbacks, and flashbacks are associated with post-traumatic stress disorder, to allow for her to become more informed about her current mental health symptoms because she states that she fears that the events could happen again, even though she's only experiencing flashbacks. So for that reason, we're going to rule out A, take the safety away based on the fact that her children are not currently being abused. It's a flashback from the past from a boyfriend that she had in the past. So the correct answer here is going to be C, provide information to the woman regarding post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD and flashbacks to allow for her to become better informed about her current mental health symptoms, aka the flashbacks that she's been experiencing about her children being beaten by a past boyfriend that she had. And she states the flashbacks make her fear that it could happen again. Not that her current boyfriend is aggressive or abusive as well, but the flashbacks are what are causing her to fear that the events could happen again. A is incorrect because the abuse is not currently going on. And for Child Protective Services, we need abuse and neglect of children that is happening right now or a suspicion of current, imminent, or foreseeable danger to a minor or a child, which is not present within this situation. B is incorrect because we're assuming that she had experienced abuse herself, but she's only having flashbacks about her children being beaten. And D is incorrect because we do not want to assume that her current boyfriend is abusive and that her and her children would be unsafe with this new relationship. So the correct answer here is C, provide information to the woman regarding post-traumatic stress disorder and flashbacks to allow for her to become more informed about her current mental health symptoms based on the fact that she's been experiencing flashbacks of her children being beaten, and flashbacks are associated with post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD. And she states that the flashbacks caused her fear that things could happen again. So the correct answer here is C, provide information to the woman regarding PTSD and flashbacks to allow for her to become more informed about her current mental health symptoms. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 20. A home-based social worker is completing an intake assessment with a 22-year-old male to help address his depressive symptoms. The man reports that he has been homeless for the past 4 years since his parents kicked him out of their house when he was 18 years old. The man reports that he has been struggling to find affordable housing and how he has been couch surfing between his friends' houses. The social worker sees a crack pipe on the table near the man. What should the social worker do first in this situation to help the man? A, gather information regarding the man's drug use to gauge the impact it can have on his ability to secure affordable housing. B, facilitate discussion around the man's financial situation to better understand his situation. C, inform the man that he will need to maintain sobriety in order to apply for Section 8 housing. D, provide the man a list of homeless shelters that are available in the area to allow for him to secure stable housing. We're a home-based social worker, so that's who we are and what we are doing. So we're meeting people in their homes. So we're completing an intake assessment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. So it's our first time meeting with a 22-year-old male. So that is our client to help address his depressive symptoms. So that's why he reached out for services, is for depressive symptoms. And the man reports that he has been homeless for the past 4 years, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment, since his parents kicked him out of their house when he was 18 years old, which the timeline matches up. He's 22 years old, 18, 4 years, right on the dot. The man reports that he has been struggling to find affordable housing and now he's been couch surfing between his friends' houses. The social worker sees a crack pipe on the table near the man. What should the social worker do first in this situation to help the man? First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So do not let that one word dictate how you answer the question. This is going to be an application question. Why? Because it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way that we know how. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice and each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, gather information regarding the man's drug use to gauge the impact it can have on his ability to secure affordable housing. Assess why, because it's us gathering clinical data to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. B, facilitate discussion around the man's financial situation to better understand his situation. Assess why, because it's gathering clinical data such as finances to better understand what his situation looks like. C, inform the man that he will need to maintain sobriety in order to apply for Section 8 housing. This is educate. Why? Because it's us providing information that he can utilize in the session today, but also bad moves, bad vibes. And we'll let the question determine that in just a second. D, provide the man a list of homeless shelters that are available in the area to allow for him to secure stable housing. Advocate. Why? Because it's us providing information that he'll have to utilize on his own outside of the therapeutic session. So let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So quick review, home-based social worker. So that's who we are, where we're at, completed an intake assessment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time meeting with a 22-year-old male to help address his depressive symptoms. So that's why he reached out to us. The man reports that he's been homeless for the past 4 years. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. Since his parents kicked him out of their house when he was 18 years old. So that was 4 years ago, right on the dot. The man reports that he's been struggling to find affordable housing and how he has been couch surfing between his friends' houses. And the social worker sees a crack pipe on the table near the man. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out C. Why? Because that's a 100% lie. He does not need to maintain sobriety in order to apply for Section 8 housing. Section 8 does not discriminate based on substance use or mental health diagnosis. Bad moves, bad vibes. We're also going to rule out D. Why? Because that's not what he is requesting at this given moment. He's saying, hey, I'm looking to find affordable housing. He's not looking for homeless shelters in the area. Why? Because he has been couch surfing, and couch surfing is what has worked best for him at this given moment. So we have to be mindful of what he wants and what he's been doing within his situation. Even though he's been homeless for the past 4 years, it does not mean that he wants to go to a homeless shelter based on the fact that couch surfing is what his definition of homelessness is in this given moment. So we have to meet him where he's at and utilize the jargon that he wants to utilize. But D is overstepping and being like, whoa, you want affordable housing? I'll get you into homeless shelter. Bad moves, bad vibes, because that's not what he particularly wants with and for his situation. Because the definition of homelessness could be essentially that he doesn't have a place that he can have as a primary residence, and bouncing from friend to friend to friend to friend is not actually a primary residence. So now we are in between A, gathering information regarding the man's drug use to gauge the impact it can have on his ability to secure affordable housing, or B, facilitate discussion around the man's financial situation to better understand his situation. So now we have to ask ourselves, is the crack pipe near him his crack pipe? Or could it be his friend's crack pipe since he's been couch surfing between his friends' houses? So for that reason, we are going to rule out A and not assume, not jump to conclusions like the cat that got squirted with water, bad moves, bad vibes, and assume that our client is smoking crack, even though he's in the vicinity of the crack pipe. He's also at his friends' houses. So it could not be his, or it could be his, but we're not there to talk about his crack use because he reached out about his depressive symptoms and he's been struggling to find affordable housing. Therefore, we would focus on what he particularly needs, which is affordable housing. And the way for us to notice if he can afford housing is to identify his financial situation. So A is going to be incorrect because we don't want to assume, we don't want to jump to conclusions that he's smoking crack and that's going to impact his ability to secure stable housing. We are unsure of what the factors are, but his financial situation would be the biggest determinant of whether he can afford housing or not. C is incorrect because it's an absolute lie, because people that have mental health and substance use diagnosis can get into Section 8 housing. And then D is incorrect because he's not requesting a list of homeless shelters. He wants to secure affordable housing at this given moment. So the correct answer here is B, Facilitate discussion around the man's financial situation to better understand his situations because he's been struggling to find affordable housing. And the best way to identify what he can afford is to identify what his financial situation looks like, not assuming, not jumping to a conclusion, but meeting him directly where he's at with and for his situation. So the correct answer here is B, facilitate discussion around the man's financial situation to better understand his situation. So that's how we'd look at that question in particular. Question 21. A social worker in a community mental health clinic has been working with a 32-year-old male for the past 3 months regarding a stalking charge that he received 5 months ago. The man reports that he finds it difficult to respect other people's boundaries and that he does not mean to harm anyone. The man has been willing to identify strategies to improve his ability to develop and maintain healthier relationships throughout treatment. The social worker receives a subpoena from a judge in a nearby town regarding a stalking charge the man received 2 months ago. What would be the most likely thing for the social worker to do in this situation? A, assert privilege on behalf of the man and reach out to him regarding the subpoena request. B, contact the man regarding the court order and gather information regarding the new stalking charge. C, advocate on behalf of the man to keep the records confidential to avoid causing harm to him in the new court case. D, provide the least amount of information regarding the man's treatment to satisfy the requirements of the subpoena. We're a social worker in a community mental health clinic. So that's who we are and where we're at. Been working with a 32-year-old male. So that's our client for the past 3 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment regarding the stalking charge that he received 5 months ago. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. The man reports that he finds it difficult to respect other people's boundaries and that he does not mean to harm anyone. So that's his perspective of his behavior. The man has been willing to identify strategies to improve his ability to develop and maintain healthier relationships. So that's what he's been doing throughout treatment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So he's been doing that for the past 3 months. The social worker receives a subpoena from a judge in a nearby town regarding a stalking charge the man received 2 months ago. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. What would be the most likely thing for the social worker to do? Again, first, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So do not let that one detail dictate how you answer the question. This is going to be a reasoning question. Why? Because we have to be able to go through an ethical situation and identify the best solution at this given moment. So we're not going to be able to utilize the acronym here, but let's review each answer choice, compare each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, assert privilege on behalf of the man and reach out to him regarding the subpoena request. B, contact the man regarding the court order and gather information regarding the new stalking charge. C, advocate on behalf of the man to keep the records confidential to avoid causing harm to him in the new court case. D, provide the least amount of information regarding the man's treatment to satisfy the requirements of the subpoena. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review, social worker, community mental health clinic. So that's who we are, where we're at, working with a 32-year-old male. So that's our client for the past 3 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at regarding the stalking charge that he received 5 months ago. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. So we've been in services for 3 months. He received a stalking charge 5 months. So 2 months after he received the stalking charge, he engaged in services. The man reports that he finds it difficult to respect other people's boundaries and that he does not mean to harm anyone. The man has been willing to identify strategies to improve his ability to develop and maintain healthy relationships throughout treatment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So he's been doing that for the past 3 months because that's how long he's been in services. The social worker receives a subpoena from a judge from a nearby town regarding a stalking charge the man received 2 months ago. Any like the time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's a new stalking charge because he initially engaged for a stalking charge 5 months ago. He's been here 3 months and received it 2 months ago. Therefore, he was in services a month and then got a new stalking charge. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out A. Why? Because it's a subpoena from a judge, which considered a court order. And a court order is an order, so it's a direct order. So we have to listen, and we do not have privilege over a judge. So again, making sure where the subpoena is coming from to ensure that we're not going to make a mistake, because a subpoena from a lawyer, we can assert privilege unless there's a release of information. However, a subpoena from a judge is considered a court order and we cannot assert privilege, and a court order is a court order. So therefore, A is automatically going to be ruled out. We're also going to rule out D. Why? Because it's way too fast. Because if we look at the timeline in the question, he's been here 3 months for a stalking charge he received 5 months ago. We've been helping him address the stalking charge that he received 5 months ago. We've been under the guise that he's been improving because he's been developing and maintaining healthy relationships throughout the past 3 months. Then we receive a subpoena from a judge about a new stalking charge and find out a month after he's been in services, he received another stalking charge, and he's been lying to us about this new stalking charge because he's been here 3 months. He received it 2 months ago. He was in services 1 month when he received a new stalking charge. Therefore, we have no idea what this new stalking charge is about. So D would be like, hey, I'm going to give you records for a court case that we have no clue that he should have been working on in any way, shape, or form, which could cause harm to our client in the court case. So now we have to ask ourselves, do I want to do B, contact the man regarding the court order and gather his perspective of the new stalking charge and say, hey, dude, what's the deal? Or do I want to do C, advocating on behalf of the man to keep the records confidential to avoid causing harm to him in the new court case? So do I want to omit records for somebody that has repeat offended regarding the original charge? Absolutely not. So therefore, I'm going to rule out C, go with B and say, hey, man, I received a court order for a new stalking charge. You haven't told me about this new stalking charge. You kind of have to really fill me in, or this is really going to negatively impact your ability to navigate that court case, because they're under the assumption that you've been receiving services from me regarding the stalking charge when I've been helping you with the stalking charge you received 5 months ago, not 2 months ago. And therefore, we would contact the man regarding the court order and inform him that we would likely have to disclose information, but we don't have any information to disclose because we've not been discussing this particular stalking charge that he received 2 months ago. We've been working with him on a separate one that he received 5 months ago. So the correct answer here would be B, contact the man regarding the court order and gather information regarding the new stalking charge. A would be incorrect because it's a court order, so you can't assert privilege. C is incorrect because we're not going to advocate on behalf of this based on the fact that he repeat offended, and we're not going to omit records that could be potentially helpful to show that he's made progress, but we have no clue because we haven't been discussing this new one. And then D is incorrect because we're not just going to throw the records immediately to the judge when we have no idea what this new stalking charge is about. So the correct answer here is B, contact the man regarding the court order and gather information regarding the new stalking charge. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 22. A social worker in a community mental health clinic has been working with a 26-year-old male who has struggled with trusting other people due to past trauma for the past 3 months. Throughout treatment, the man has been setting boundaries with people in his life and reconnected with his family, which has positively impacted his mental health. The social worker receives a phone call from the man's mother stating that the man is experiencing hallucinations and that she does not know what to do. What should the social worker do first in this situation? A, provide information to the man's mother regarding the steps needed to get her son hospitalized. B, respect the man's right to confidentiality and deny that the man is a client at the agency. C, inform the man's mother that the social worker will need to put her on hold and seek supervision regarding the situation to ensure the most ethical outcome. D, process the mother's feelings regarding her son's mental health to ensure that she does not feel alone in the situation. We're a social worker in a community mental health clinic, so that's who we are and where we are at. Been working with a 26-year-old male. So that is our client who has struggled with trusting other people due to past trauma. So that's what you came in for the past 3 months. And you like the time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. Throughout treatment, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So for the past 3 months, the man has been setting boundaries with people in his life and reconnected with this family, which has positively impacted this mental health. So he's starting to see some positivity with and for a situation. The social worker receives a phone call from the man's mother stating that the man is experiencing hallucinations and that she does not know what to do. What should the social worker do first in this situation? First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So do not let that one word dictate how you break down the question. This is going to be an application question. Why? Because it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way that we know how. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, provide information to the man's mother regarding the steps needed to get her son hospitalized. This one is going to be a safety, educate, safety because it's a potential safety issue, educate because it's us providing information that she can utilize right now. B, respect the man's right to confidentiality and deny that the man is a client at the agency. This one is going to be an intervene, but also bad moves, bad vibes, and we'll let the question determine that in just a second. C, inform the man's mother that the social worker will need to put her on hold and seek supervision regarding the situation to ensure the most ethical outcome. This is going to be intervene, but also bad moves, bad vibes, and let the question determine that in just a second. D, process the woman's feelings regarding her son's mental health to ensure that she does not feel alone in this situation. Feelings, why? Because it's getting her direct perspective and recognizing where she's at with and for her situation. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review: social worker, community mental health clinic. So that's who we are, where we're at, working with a 26-year-old male. So that's our client who struggled with trusting other people due to past trauma for the past 3 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at throughout treatment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So for the past 3 months, the man has been setting boundaries with people in his life and reconnected with his family, which has positively impacted his mental health. And the social worker receives a phone call from the man's mother stating the man is experiencing hallucinations and that she does not know what to do. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out B. Why? Because there are limitations to confidentiality, and some of those, danger to self, danger to others, abuse, neglect, or psychosis of our population. So if we look back, our client is a 26-year-old male. However, he has been or is experiencing hallucinations. And we have to ask ourselves, how would his mother know to contact us regarding this situation? She's not asking for information about her son. She's contacting us and saying, hey, Phil, I know you're his therapist. He's hallucinating, and I have no clue what to do right now. Confidentiality would be if she's like, hey, Phil, are you his therapist? So that way she would be asking for information, but she's saying, hey, he's hallucinating. I know you're his therapist. What do we do with and for this situation? We're also going to rule out C. Why? Because we're not going to be like, hey, I know you're in crisis, but let me put you on hold and talk to my supervisor, which could take X amount of time. And I hope you're okay with that because I know you're panicked, but I'm just going to do what's best for me. Bad moves, bad vibes. So now we're in between A, provide information to the man's mother regarding the steps needed to get her son hospitalized, or D, process the woman's feelings regarding her son's mental health to ensure that she does not feel alone in the situation. Let's look back at the question to make sure that we're not making a mistake. Our client's a 26-year-old male, struggle with trusting other people due to past trauma. We've been doing this for the past 3 months. He's been setting boundaries with people in his life and reconnected with his family, which would make sense why his mom is contacting us regarding his mental health if he's reconnected with the family and he's worried and she's worried and they're collaborating together. Received a phone call from the man's mother. He's experiencing hallucinations, so he's kind of in crisis. She's not really sure what to do. So would we say, man, this is really difficult for you and you're not alone? Or would we give her information about how to hospitalize her son if she feels like that's needed? So for that reason, we're going to rule out D because the mom is not the client. The 26-year-old male is. We have to stay focused on what's going on with and for the situation. So the correct answer here is A, because she's asking for help, not asking about clinical confidential information. So B would be ruled out because there would be no breach of confidentiality because we would simply be providing her information related how to get somebody hospitalized. We would tell anybody that, regardless of whether they're a client or not. C's incorrect because she's in crisis and we're not going to put her on hold and say, you know what? I know you're having a rough time, but let me put you on hold for about 5 to 10 so I can talk to somebody. Bad moves, bad vibes. And D's incorrect because she's not our client. And we don't need to really validate her feelings and tell her she's not alone. She knows she's not alone because she contacted us and she's looking for information. And the information that we can provide is to get her son hospitalized. So the correct answer here is A, provide information to the man's mother regarding the steps needed to get her son hospitalized because she's asking for assistance and we can provide information and she's not asking about clinical information. That's just simply for assistance that meets her where she's at. So the correct answer here is A, provide information to the man's mother regarding the steps needed to get her son hospitalized. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 23. A social worker in a private practice is completing an intake assessment with a 23-year-old male to help cope with the death of his friend. The man reports that he and his friend were driving together when someone ran a red light and hit them, which caused his friend to be thrown from the car. The man reports that he experiences nightmares and flashbacks related to the crash and that he would like to identify ways to make them go away. The man reports that he smokes marijuana and drinks alcohol to help forget about everything. What should the social worker do next in this situation to help the man? A, facilitate discussion around the coping skills that the man has to identify a baseline for treatment. B, provide information to the man regarding post-traumatic stress disorder and relaxation techniques that he can utilize to begin coping with the trauma he experienced. C, gather information about the car crash to better understand the situation and work with the man to identify the impact it has on him. D, delve into the man's substance use and identify the impact that it has on him to better understand his situation. We're a social worker in a private practice, so that's who we are and where we're at. We're completing an intake assessment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint a picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time meeting with a 23-year-old male. So that is our client to help cope with the death of his friend. So that's what brought him in. The man reports that he and his friend were driving together when someone ran a red light and hit them, which caused his friend to be thrown from the car. The man reports that he experiences nightmares and flashbacks related to the crash and that he would like to identify ways to make them go away. The man reports that he smokes marijuana and drinks alcohol to help forget about everything. What should the social worker do next in this situation to help the man. First, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So do not let that impact how you answer the question. And this is an application question. Why? Because it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way that we know how. So let's apply the acronym to the answer choices and each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, facilitate discussion around the coping skills that the man has to identify a baseline for treatment. Assess why, because it's us gathering clinical data to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. And the clinical data here is coping skills. B, provide information to the man regarding post-traumatic stress disorder and relaxation techniques that he can utilize to begin coping with the trauma he experienced. Educate why, because it's us providing information that he can utilize in the session today. C, gather information about the car crash to better understand the situation and work with the man to identify the impact it has on him. This one is going to be an assess. Why? Because it's us collecting clinical data, but also bad moves, bad vibes. Why? Because we'll let the question determine that in just a second. D, delve into the man's substance use and identify the impact that it has on him to better understand his situation. This one is going to be an assess, but also bad moves, bad vibes. We'll let the question determine that in just a second. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at particular. So quick review, social worker, private practice. That's who we are, where we're at, completing an intake assessment. And you like the time, hop on top of it because it helps us paint the picture of what we're looking at. So it's our first time meeting with 23-year-old male. So that's our client to help cope with the death of his friend. That's what brought him in. The man reports that he and his friend were driving together when someone ran a red light and hit them, which caused his friend to be thrown from the car. That's what caused his friend's death. Man reports that he experiences nightmares and flashbacks related to the crash and that he would like to identify ways to make them go away. Man reports that he smokes marijuana and drinks alcohol to help forget about everything. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out D. Why? Because he did not come here to talk about his substance use and the impact that has on his current situation, because he already told us that he's smoking marijuana and drinking alcohol to forget about everything. So he already told us the role and impact it has on his situation. It works. He's been experiencing nightmares and flashbacks, and smoking marijuana and drinking alcohol makes his nightmares and flashbacks go away. So D is going to be ruled out. Bad moves, bad vibes, because the question already identifies that. We're also going to rule out C. Why? Because gathering more information about the car crash to better understand the situation, because he already told us the impact that it has on us. He told us, you know what? We were driving together. Someone ran a red light and hit us, and my friend was thrown from the car. Therefore, we're not going to be like, hey, tell me more about what it was like to see your friend get thrown from the car and the impact it has on you, because he stated he experiences nightmares and flashbacks related to the crash and that he would like to identify ways to make them go away. So you already told us the impact. He's like, you know what? I have flashbacks and nightmares, and I want this stuff to go away. So C and D are going to be automatically ruled out. And now we're looking at A, facilitate discussion around the coping skills the man has to identify a baseline for treatment. D, provide information to the man regarding post-traumatic stress disorder and relaxation techniques that he can utilize to begin coping with the trauma he experienced. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at particular to make sure we're not making a mistake. He's here to cope with the death of his friend. They were driving together. His friend was thrown from the car. He experiences nightmares and flashbacks, which are the mental health symptoms that he would like to go away, and that he utilizes marijuana and alcohol to forget about. And you would like to identify ways to make them go away besides marijuana and alcohol. So therefore, we're going to rule out A, because we already know the coping skills that he has right now, which is marijuana and alcohol, and he wants additional ways to make them go away. Therefore, we're going to do B, provide him information regarding post-traumatic stress disorder, which would help explain the nightmares and flashbacks to him, as well as relaxation techniques that can help reduce the impact that the nightmares and flashbacks have on him, to allow for him to begin coping with the trauma he experienced, because that's what he's looking for, to identify ways to make them go away. So coping and processing the trauma can help them go away with time. So A is going to be incorrect, because we already know his current coping skills, smoking marijuana and drinking alcohol. C is going to be incorrect because we already have enough information related to the car crash. We don't want to re-traumatize him. And we already know the impact it has on him, nightmares and flashbacks, and that he's smoking marijuana and drinking alcohol to forget about everything. And D is incorrect because substance use isn't his main issue. It's trauma in coping with the death of his friend. So the correct answer here is B, provide information to the man regarding post-traumatic stress disorder and relaxation techniques that he can utilize to begin coping with the trauma he experienced. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 24. A social worker in a community mental health clinic has been meeting with a 40-year-old male for the past 6 months. And the man has been working on developing healthy relationships after he left a domestic violence relationship 8 months ago. Prior to treatment, the man was hospitalized for a suicide attempt, yet has not experienced any suicidal ideations since being in treatment. During the most recent session, the man informs the social worker that he finds her attractive and that he has frequent thoughts of dating her. The social worker feels sexually attracted to the man as well. What would be the best thing for the social worker to do in this situation? A, continue to treat the man, yet seek supervision regarding the feelings she has for the man. B, inform the man of her feelings and discharge him to begin developing a relationship with him outside of the agency. C, inform the man that she would no longer be able to work with him and refer him to a different social worker at the agency. D, refer the man to a different therapist at the agency, yet seek supervision regarding the feelings she has for the man. We're a social worker in a community mental health clinic, so that's who we are and where we are at. It's been meeting with a 40-year-old male, so that is our client for the past 6 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. So we've been working with a 40-year-old male for 6 months. The man has been working on developing healthy relationships after he left a domestic violence relationship 8 months ago. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it'll help paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment prior to treatment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So 6 months, if not longer ago, the man was hospitalized for a suicide attempt, yet has not experienced any suicidal ideations since being in treatment. During the most recent session, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at this given moment. The man informs social worker that he finds her attractive and that he has frequent thoughts of dating her. And the social worker feels sexually attracted to the man as well. What would be the best thing for the social worker to do in this situation? First, next, best, most should all mean the same thing. So don't let one word dictate how you answer the question. This is going to be a reasoning question, so we're not going to be able to utilize the acronym, but let's review each answer choice, compare it back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, continue to treat the man, yet seek supervision regarding the feelings she has for the man. B, inform the man of her feelings and discharge him to begin developing a relationship with him outside of the agency. C, inform the man that she would no longer be able to work with him and refer him to a different social worker at the agency. D, refer the man to a different therapist at the agency, yet seek supervision regarding the feelings she has for the man. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review: social worker, community mental health clinic. So that's who we are, where we're at, meeting with a 40-year-old male. So that's our client, past 6 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So we've been doing this for 6 months. Man's been working on developing healthier relationships after he left a domestic violence relationship 8 months ago. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So we ended the relationship 2 months later. He's now in services with us prior to treatment. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So potentially in between the 2 months of him ending the relationship and engaging in services, the man was hospitalized for a suicide attempt, yet has not experienced any suicidal ideation since being in treatment. So for the past 6 months. So during the most recent session, any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at. So what's going on right now, the man informs social worker that he finds her attractive and that he has frequent thoughts of dating her. The social worker feels sexually attracted to the man as well. So keep all that in mind as we go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we are going to rule out B. Why? Bad moves, bad vibes, because clients are not potential partners. Bad moves, bad vibes. We're not just going to be like, hey, I'm sexually attracted to you. Screw this therapy thing. I'm now going to start having a relationship with you outside of the agency. Bad moves, bad vibes. We're also going to rule out C. Why? Because if we look back at the question, he states that he's sexually attracted to us, but the social worker just feels. Therefore, the social worker hasn't disclosed the information to the man, as they shouldn't. But what this looks like is the man disclosed something to us, and we're just like, bye now, have a nice day. And he's going to say, whoa, I wouldn't have told you if I knew that this would have ended this way. So C is going to be incorrect because it would kind of be like a blind side because the client disclosed their love for us, but we haven't disclosed anything related to how we feel in any way, shape, or form. So now we're in between A, continue to treat the man, yet seek supervision regarding the feeling she has for the man, or D, refer the man to a different therapist, yet seek supervision regarding the feelings she has for the man. So let's look back at the question to make sure we're not making a mistake. So we've been working with somebody for 6 months. We've established rapport and have a working therapeutic relationship. They've been working on developing healthy relationships for the past 6 months. So that's their goal. They had a domestic violence relationship 8 months ago. Prior to them coming to services 6 months ago, they were hospitalized for a suicide attempt, and they state that they find us attractive. So now we have to ask ourselves, do we want to attempt to establish healthy therapeutic relationship or boundaries with this individual to help them continue developing a healthy relationship? Or do we want to refer them out based on disclosing one comment, not ever making any sexual advances or anything like that, and then do what our due diligence would have been and seek supervision? So therefore, we're going to rule out D. Why? Because at this person's perspective, they just opened up intimately about something. We, as a therapist, can set healthy therapeutic boundaries to show them that they can be rejected, and it's a-okay based on the fact that in healthy relationships, they're able to be rejected and not end up in the hospital, similar to what they did when the domestic violence relationship that they had ended. And the biggest thing here is the social worker hasn't disclosed anything about their own feelings. So therefore, we're going to keep our feelings quiet, seek supervision, but yet continue continuity of care for this individual based on the fact that we can help them set boundaries or be rejected in a healthy manner. So B is incorrect because we're not going to say, hey, I'm going to develop a relationship, bad moves, bad vibes all around. C is incorrect because we're not going to blindside our client because they might likely say like, man, I wouldn't have told you about my feelings in general if I knew this is how we were going to end up. We're also going to rule out D because we're not just going to refer somebody out, seek supervision when their treatment goal is to develop healthy therapeutic boundaries or develop healthy relationships. And we can set healthy therapeutic boundaries in addition to the fact that the client does not know about our feelings. So what that would look like is us just abandoning a client with and for the situation. So the correct answer here is A, continue to treat the man unless he oversteps boundaries and starts making sexual advances, and then we're kicking him to the curb, and still seek supervision regarding our feelings so that way we don't encourage or overstep in any way, shape, or form our own therapeutic boundaries. So the correct answer here is A, continue to treat the man, yet seek supervision regarding the feelings she has for the man. So that's how we look at that question in particular. Question 25. A social worker in an outpatient clinic has been working with a 45-year-old male for the past 5 months to help address his history of trauma. The man reports that he was physically, mentally, and sexually abused until the age of 18 years old by multiple family members, which makes it difficult for him to trust people. The man reports that he's been in multiple abusive relationships and blames himself for them not working out. The social worker receives a Facebook Messenger request from the man that states, I'm so afraid of never being good enough for people, I'm going to hurt myself. What should the social worker do next in this situation? A, respond to the man's Facebook message to gauge the severity of his suicidal ideation to ensure he is safe. B, contact the local authorities to do a wellness check on the man to ensure he is safe. C, ignore the Facebook message and inform the man that Facebook messages are inappropriate during his next session. D, provide the man information regarding the National Suicide Prevention Hotline to ensure he is safe. We're a social worker in an outpatient clinic, so that's who we are and where we are at, working with a 45-year-old male. So that is our client for the past 5 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at to help address his history of trauma. So that's what brought him in to services. The man reports that he was physically, mentally, and sexually abused until the ages of 18 years old by multiple family members. So that is the history of trauma that he's been working on, which has made it difficult for him to trust people. The man reports that he has been in multiple abusive relationships and blames himself for them not working out. The social worker receives a Facebook Messenger request from the man that states, I am so tired of never being good enough for people. I'm going to hurt myself. What should the social worker do next? In this situation, first, next, best, most all mean the same thing. So do not let one word dictate how you answer the question. This one is going to be an application reasoning question. Application because it's a client scenario that we have to react to in the best way that we know how, but there are also ethical undertones within this situation of what is our responsibility as an ethical social worker when communicating via technology with a client, if at all. We're going to be able to utilize the acronym. So let's apply the acronym to each answer choice and each answer choice back to the question to see what we're looking at in particular. A, respond to the man's Facebook message to gauge the severity of his suicidal ideation to ensure he is safe. Safety, assess safety because there's a potential safety issue. Assess why, because we're gathering clinical data to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. B, contact the local authorities to do a wellness check on the man to ensure he is safe. This is going to be a safety intervene. Safety, why? Because it's a potential safety issue. Intervene, why? Because it's an action on our end to help progress the therapeutic process in some way, shape, or form. C, ignore the Facebook message and inform the man that Facebook messages are inappropriate during his next session. This is going to be an intervene, but also bad moves, bad vibes. Why? Because we'll let the question determine that in just a second. D, provide the man information regarding the National Suicide Prevention Hotline to ensure he is safe. This is going to be educate. Why? Because it's us providing him information that he can utilize in the session today. Let's look back at the question to see what we're looking at in particular. So, quick review. Social worker outpatient clinic. That's who we are, where we're at. 45-year-old male, past 5 months. Any length of time, hop on top of it because it helps paint the picture of what we're looking at to help address his history of trauma. The man reports that he was physically, mentally, and sexually abused until the age of 18 years old by multiple family members. That's the history of abuse that he's been talking about, which has made it difficult for him to trust people. The man reports that he's been in multiple abusive relationships and blames himself for them not working out. So continuing the cycle of abuse on himself. Social worker receives a Facebook Messenger request from the man that states, I'm so tired of never being good enough for people. I'm going to hurt myself. I'm going to hurt myself. I'm going to hurt myself. So keep all that in mind. We'll go through each answer choice. So right off the bat, we're going to rule out C. Why? Because we're not going to ignore it. We're not going to ignore it. We're not going to ignore it based on the fact that we had seen the message. We have seen the message. If we didn't see the message, then we'd be in a better situation here, but we can't see something that says this and be like, you know what? I didn't see it. Hopefully they show up to the next session because there's no guarantee that they are going to show up to the next session. Bad moves, bad vibes. We're also going to rule out D Why? Because if we're going to provide the man the suicide hotline, how are we going to do that? Oh, yeah, we're going to respond to the Facebook message. So if we're going to respond to the Facebook message and only give them the National Suicide Prevention Hotline, why not actually ask them about their suicidality if they are feeling suicidal in any way, shape, or form? Because D would be impossible to give them the information unless we responded to the Facebook Messenger request. So D is going to be ruled out because if we're responding, we're not just going to give them generic information of like, all right, suicide prevention hotline, have a nice day, and wave them on. Bad moves, bad vibes. Now we're in between A, respond to the man's Facebook message to gauge the severity of his suicidal ideation to ensure he is safe, or B, contact the local authorities to do a wellness check on the man to ensure he is safe. So let's look back at the question to make sure we're not making a mistake. We've been doing this for 5 months due to Rester's history of trauma. He was physically, mentally, and sexually abused until the age of 18 years old by multiple family members. It's difficult for him to trust people. He's been in multiple abusive relationships, blames himself for that not working out. We receive a Facebook Messenger request, states, I'm so tired of never being good enough. I'm going to hurt myself. We're not even sure what the heck that means. So if we ask ourselves, are we going to contact the police and say, hey, I need you to do a wellness check on this individual, even though we have no idea where he's at? Or are we going to respond to the Facebook message that we've seen based on the fact that the Code of Ethics state that we can communicate via technology with a client as long as it's for professional reasons? So for that reason, we're going to rule out B, because we can't have the police do a wellness check if we're not really sure where the man is at to ensure that he is well. We can send it to the address that we have on file, but if the man is not there, it is as good as not sending them at all. So D is going to be incorrect, because in order for us to give them the suicide prevention hotline, we have to respond to the Facebook Messenger request. C is incorrect because we're not going to ignore it and potentially have a client complete suicide on our watch. And then B is incorrect because we're not going to have the local authorities go to a location that we're unsure where the man is at this given moment. So the correct answer here is A, respond to the man's Facebook message to gauge the severity of his suicidal ideations to ensure that he is safe. So the correct answer here is A, respond to the man's Facebook message to gauge the severity of his suicidal ideation to ensure he is safe. That's how we look at that question in particular.